Today we're going to talk about Amber Heard again. And this is from an upcoming interview she's going to do. And Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, these are clips from a 1-hour interview that will air Friday night. So guess what we may do again. But there's a 1-hour video coming up Friday night. This was for Today's Show, and this is Savannah Guthrie interviewing her.
What one thinks about me, or what judgments you want to make about what happened in the privacy of my own home and my marriage behind closed doors. I don't presume the average person should know those things, and so I don't take it personally. But even somebody who is sure I'm deserving of all this hate and vitriol, even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation. You cannot tell me that you think that this has been fair.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Let me start by saying these are snippets. These are clips from the entire thing. So there could be some context we're going to miss when we're covering these snips, but that's the danger of doing it this way. That's okay. She shows contempt, meaning Amber Heard shows contempt right out of the gate. But we also know her baseline is contempt and disdain and a whole lot of negativity in her face. It's part of what makes it hard to love her when she's sitting across from the jury and she turns and does that. It made it difficult for her. But she does show some contempt well within her baseline, but her voice is metered and contained, not harsh like it could have been in her testimony. She does some right eye accessing, goes down into emotion. That looks believable. She does some confirmation nods, meaning we're going, yes, yes, yes. She looks down into her right, which we associate with emotion. Oh, that's good. Then she does a deep breath, prepares to deliver her on her key points, and all of her body language shifts immediately when she goes to but. She says but. She exposes her lower teeth, juts her chin, and that's defiance and at least some version of anger. We know all that stuff is tied up in her baseline, but she's doing a pretty good job here of containing any demonstrative kind of behavior that caused her not to do so well on the stand. And remember, these are all our opinions. We're going to tell you what we see, and we'll go from there. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this is just a monumental statement to begin with, because this being fair thing, her sharing private things that went on behind closed doors that also apparently didn't happen at all is the beginning of all of this. And she's now changed her narrative to reflect that after taking photos of Johnny passed out, secretly and illegally recording video of him, and even sharing the video of him with TMZ. And now she would rather things stay private, her stuff stay private. But you see this perfect facial expression of contempt here on the face. Our faces do this as people when we feel disdain or like disrespect, or maybe even superiority to other people or topics. And this expression comes on her face the moment she's pretending or directly addressing someone who doesn't believe her. And this is pretty interesting. And this whole thing about fair, I think this trial was more fair than the article that she published, and also had zero representation from, the other person whatsoever. And her fascination with fairness, even if you think she lied about it at all, is astonishing. There's maybe a few things that make her able to do this interview at all. And I think her view of her abilities to persuade people is pretty high. Her view of other people's intelligence, I think, is very low. And there's a desperation here, probably, in my opinion, that she needs to become hireable again. Scott?
All right. I think she starts off like if Mark was to get after you for something, I think he would start off with, when one thinks one is not necessary, it would start off with the word one in there somewhere.
What one thinks about me.
And that's what she does. And that puts her, I think it makes her feel like she's above everyone else. And what I've noticed over the years is when someone uses the word one and they're referring to someone, one reads a book like this, or when one does something, they either spend an enormous amount of time alone and they read a whole lot. I mean, they read a lot. Or they're parroting something they've heard someone else say who's a lot smarter than they are. And I think that's what it is. I think it's number two there. I think she's parroting something she's heard before. And once again, we're seeing the queen of micro expressions. She's still lording over her throne. And you may think you've missed some of this, but you haven't, because you saw anger more times in this little section than we saw almost the entire other videos we've done so far. And when she says the word even, that whole word is not even the micro expression, it's the expression of anger in there. So I thought that was fascinating. She's still coming on strong with all that. She still has so much hate in her heart. And I think she's frustrated, and that's why we're seeing a lot of that. But at the same time, we see about an even number of contempt expressions or micro expressions. So much so that I'm starting to think she might have a tick where she's just doing that all the time, because we're seeing contempt or disdain the whole time, almost the whole time through on some of these, especially toward the end. She's got her head cocked back and that chin jutting forward. That's narcissism writ large. And again, we see those micro expressions of disdain and contempt. Altogether, you've seen anger, disgust, disdain, scorn, and even sadness, but it's all fake sadness. And we know most of these expressions, or almost all of them, except for I think the contempt, are fake, because they're moving from one expression to the other like clicking. They're not morphing from one to the other slowly. They're just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And she's just knocking those on her face real quick. It's really, it's wonderful behavior for training and to pick out and say, look, this is weird. This is how you know someone is not experiencing what they're telling you they are. So I'm going to use this stuff in training. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. We have this kind of onslaught of anger and disdain and contempt and disgust and all the scorn, as you say, all kinds of other things in there. But though that packet of those negative feelings, when you get a lot of them in a baseline, there is some good evidence to suggest it's connected with borderline personality disorder, or just a general melee, just a general unhappiness with the world around. So it could be an affective disorder, or it could be a personality disorder. It's a possibility. There's also the possibility that she's layering these on. She's creating some of those. It's the possibility that there's both going on at the same time. But what we now know is this is very much a baseline for her, or a baseline for her in these kinds of situations where she's under this stress and pressure. Now, behind closed doors, she says, and there is, and I'm going to say disdain. Now, why disdain rather than contempt? Contempt and disdain are exactly the same in the face, but contempt is about individuals. I feel contempt for that person over there. I feel disdain for that group. So disdain is a social cue. Same stuff happens in the face, okay? But it's more about social. So she shows disdain for the judgments of social media on her private life. She says it's not personal, but of course it is, that the group outside of her that she feels she doesn't belong to because they have a different judgment than her, she feels that they're impinging on her how she's seen as a person. She feels that society has judged her unfairly. Now, we'll come to this later on, because we need to understand what's happening here is that she conflates, she confuses, she pushes together unfairness and a sense of what would be the right word? Justice. Unfairness.
Martyrdom.
And justice. Mm-hmm. Those two things are not the same thing. So what is unfair to me isn't necessarily unfair to Chase or to Greg. They might go, well, that sounds fine. I go, no, it's really unfair on me. Now, justice is a different thing, because if we're all in the same community, the idea of justice being served is equal amongst us. She's conflating the two. Also, she shows disgust on even some people who are sure.
So I don't take it personally, but even somebody who is sure.
So again, there's this sense that social media is unfair in its representation. Look, here's what we need to understand is that social media, simply because people are detached from it, they don't necessarily use their own names. I'm not physically in front of somebody when I'm tweeting them. There's safety there. It's a cheap signal. It costs me nothing to send out a tweet. Whereas if I stand face to face in front of Chase and say something to him, like, that's an expensive thing to do. I had to take a plane to do it. Okay. So that's not a cheap signal anymore. So I'm going to be a lot fairer when I'm not making cheap signals. I'm going to be a lot more social if I take a plane to go and see Chase and say, hey, Chase, here's what I think about you. Okay, I'm going to be a lot fairer about that. If I send a tweet about him, well, who cares? So ultimately, social media is going to be more antisocial than real face-to-face life. And all of us, you, Amber Heard, need to understand social media will never be social. It'll be antisocial more than it's social, and it will never, ever be fair. Okay? It'll never be fair because we're all different people, and it's not a justice system either. So it'll never be just.
What one thinks about me, or what judgments you want to make about what happened in the privacy of my own home and my marriage behind closed doors. I don't presume the average person should know those things, and so I don't take it personally. But even somebody who is sure I'm deserving of all this hate and vitriol, even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation. You cannot tell me that you think that this has been fair.
There's no polite way to say it. The jury looked at the evidence you presented. They listened to your testimony, and they did not believe you. They thought you were lying.
I'll put it this way. How could they make a judgment? How could they not come to that conclusion? They had sat in those seats and heard over 3 weeks of nonstop, relentless testimony from paid employees, and towards the end of the trial, randos, as I say.
So you don't blame the jury?
I don't blame them. It wasn't, I don't blame them. I actually understand he's a beloved character, and people feel they know him. He's a fantastic actor.
Their job is to not be dazzled by that. Their job is to look at the facts and the evidence. And they did not believe your testimony or your evidence.
Again, how could they, after listening to 3.5 weeks of testimony about how I was a non-credible person, not to believe a word that came out of my mouth?
Chase, what do you got?
Right at this, they did not believe you. More contempt on the face there. Though this disdain, probably, as Mark would say. And you can see her preparing the face she needs to answer. Right when the camera switches to her for a very small second, right when it pans back, you can see her preparing the facial expression. Facial expressions, when they're truthful, happen simultaneously with or just before someone begins speaking. She's talking about paid employees. All the people she called up there, or many, were also paid to be there. And right when she says randos, I know you guys are going to dig into this, Scott, I can already tell. But this little canned line and facial expression, I think, were planned. It's similar to her intro when she was introduced in court, when this whole trial started, painting herself to look cute, like she can relate to people, painting her flaws as adorable so we can admire them on camera, casting credible people as random people. So if they weren't paid, they were just random people that they drug off the street, like, I don't know, Kate Moss. Totally random, weird. But there's some eye fluttering there, which indicates some mental stress and cognitive load. We all, if you watch our other videos, we talk a lot about spotting signals of stress. But one other big one is spotting these signals of cognitive load, when there's basically a whole bunch of apps running at the same time in your brain. And this is just high mental processing. And what we're really seeing here is cognitive load. And there's a load of scientifically proven deception indicators that go along with cognitive load processing. And she says, I don't blame them. I actually understand. There's disgust on the face. And she's saying Johnny isn't a beloved person to her. He's a character. And I think this was very rehearsed. You can hear her emphasize the word with her face and her tone. And she says people feel that they know him. He's a fantastic actor. So she ties them together. You feel like you know him because he's an actor, not because he's just a dude that you happen to like. And right when she's saying an uncredible person, this is what her and her legal team did to Johnny the entire time. And he might have accused you of being uncredible, Amber, but at least he didn't accuse you of being a... That's all I've got. Mark?
Yeah, I did not. They did not believe you. So that's from Savannah Guthrie, who is interviewing here, journalist and lawyer. Very credible job she's doing here. Interesting though, she's not managing to keep this facially neutral. Let's just say that, because she absolutely herself shows contempt there, or maybe disdain on they did not believe you. Now, so therefore, is it contempt in that she's contemptuous of this person for potentially lying? Is she showing disdain on behalf of all the jury to say, on their behalf, we see you as outside of society? Or is she showing, is she acting out the part of the juror being contemptful of Amber Heard lying? I don't know. But all I'm trying to highlight to you is the difference between contempt and disdain, in that it's situational. The image is the same. The face does the same thing. It's the context that it's in makes it one or the other. And people will even act out the feelings that they think other people would have. That's what we call theory of mind. The theory that you have about what somebody else is thinking and feeling, and then being able to put it on your own face and project it to somebody else. So you can see how body language is actually pretty complex, and you really have to think about it quite carefully. And when you think about it quite carefully like that, you kind of realize how your gut instinct doesn't do that kind of thing. So what we're doing here is not exactly what your gut instinct does, though you would get a gut feeling about Savannah Guthrie there and her feelings towards that person, but you don't necessarily know where those feelings come from. But I'm going to, I will just put on top of this, Chase, that I actually understand. Yeah, we see anger there. So she doesn't understand. She's angry at people for thinking what they've been thinking. I'll leave it at that. Greg, what do you got?
So let me give you a data point, really interesting data point. Let me back up first. When they are going at it here, you're right. Savannah Guthrie is signaling, and it's not subtle. It is very, very powerful signaling. She's amused, and she shows contempt in her face when she's talking to her. She shows her big teeth, and she's smiling when she's asking a hard question. They didn't believe you and running down that path.
They listened to your testimony, and they did not believe you. They thought you were lying.
So I started thinking, okay, there's a whole lot of disdain and reflection back from Amber Heard. So I dug in just before we got on here and said, what's going on? Guess what? Guess what Savannah Guthrie's husband does for a living? He's a communications guy. Guess who one of his clients was during the trial? Johnny Depp's defense team, or Johnny Depp's team. You think there's some baggage associated with that? And so you'd see a lot of that. And that starts to feel, let's assume that she told her before. I know she disclosed it. I see a pattern here. Look, Johnny's got fans, and his fans love him. That's number one. She's going to say, people were unfair. You heard her say people were unfair. Later, we're going to hear her talk about being a martyr. I mean, she's throwing herself on the railroad tracks for the world. And then she'll soften it by saying, I did do some things wrong. But here, what we're seeing is the beginning of her, fairly well contained for who she is, responding to that interviewer. And you see anger. You see some anger when she's asking her the hard question. Why didn't they believe you? Now, she should have said, look, I told the truth the whole time. That's not what we saw. She went the other way and said, because they were given all these witnesses. Now, if I were sitting in Savannah's case, I would have said, and why would all those people lie against you? Because that's not what she asked her. But if you watch her, you can see in the beginning when she pushes her, when she pokes on her, those lower teeth exposed, her jaw jut forward. And if we believe the diagnosis that she has histrionic personality disorder, that is a trigger. Anytime you poke a histrionic personality disorder, even a question about why they think what they think can turn into a trigger and force that anger. She controls that anger if she's really angry very well. And then she does some serious emotional eye accessing, looking down to the right, drops back over to her left, drops down, tries to figure out exactly what to say. And then she delivers whatever her answer was. All that considered, I think she's doing a pretty calm job. She's bleeding body language. And Mark, to your point, we can't always gut tell that. Our gut goes, something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. It takes a lot of intellectual processing. Guys, you should know that all of us watch this individually before we come here, and we don't talk about it until here. This is a tough one. There's a lot of, because our baseline is so angry and skewed, it's a tough one to read. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think we're seeing all the hallmarks of a narcissist who's trying to protect their failures and their flaws and explaining them away. But how I think and this is a great example of that as well, because again, we see those expressions that are so fake because she just clicks right through them. Just 1, 2, 3, like that. At the beginning, she tries to look all sad and pitiful, but watch how that changes so quickly. And it changes so quickly. And then, like you were saying earlier, Chase, that part where she calls people randos, she's trying to make that so it's not bad nomenclature. I think when it dawns on her that the interviewer must have made a face or something, because she tries to do this smile, like it's just what I call them because I'm adorable. That's what they are, that to me. And she's talking about people that she doesn't pay, or Johnny doesn't pay, and people they don't know and who aren't famous. It's like regular old people. So she's talking about them like that, and then she does that smile, like that little cutesy smile. But we know that's fake. A lot of people are going to say, well, I know it's a real smile because there's wrinkles on the sides of her eyes. Those are just squint wrinkles. Anybody can do that. You can make your face look like you're smiling. However, the difference in that is when you do that, when you smile and squint and you see those little wrinkles there, that's because you're just pushing up on them. But when your brain does it, they don't go like this. Those little wrinkles don't come down like this. They come in at an angle. And that's how you know somebody's is a real smiler a lot, because those things go all the way back here because they start back there when they do it. So that's somebody who laughs a lot and is probably usually in a pretty good mood. So I think, just to keep this short, I think this is a great example of just more fake, more acting. And I think she's calling on her acting skills, if you want to call them skills, to get through a lot of this. So that's what I got.
You got to piss her off, Scott, because she gets on that in the next video. We're gonna Hey, let me add one thing. I'm going to date myself with this one. There's a beautiful thing she does that Ronald Reagan did when he was running for president against Jimmy Carter. She does that when the person asks her the question. She does that dismissive smile and kind of nervous, and then look back up. Ronald Reagan did that to Jimmy Carter and said, "Well, there you go again." About hyperbole. It's exactly the same move. If you go watch Reagan and compare it to her, she's exactly the same thing.
There's no polite way to say it. The jury looked at the evidence you presented. They listened to your testimony, and they did not believe you. They thought you were lying.
I'll put it this way. How could they make a judgment? How could they not come to that conclusion? They had sat in those seats and heard over 3 weeks of nonstop, relentless testimony from paid employees, and towards the end of the trial, randos, as I say.
So you don't blame the jury?
I don't blame them. It wasn't, I don't blame them. I actually understand he's a beloved character, and people feel they know him. He's a fantastic actor.
Their job is to not be dazzled by that. Their job is to look at the facts and the evidence. And they did not believe your testimony or your evidence.
Again, how could they, after listening to 3.5 weeks of testimony about how I was a non-credible person, not to believe a word that came out of my mouth?
More than a week since the verdict. As you sit here with me now, has it sunk in?
How could it? It's surreal and difficult. In part, yes. This has been a long time coming.
Do you stand by your testimony and your accusations against Johnny Depp about abuse?
Of course. To my dying day, will stand by every word of my testimony.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so let's just get into some of the linguistics, the patterns of words that I'm hearing throughout this. How could it? How could they? How could they not? You still couldn't. So we've seen that throughout, 3 videos in, and we've heard all of those and repeated a number of times. The idea here is to completely deny and destroy the premise of a question. Yeah, go back, take a listen to that, destroys the premise of the idea, basically goes, that idea just cannot exist in the universe of the way it functions for me. It's unbelievable that somebody could. It's unbelievable that they couldn't. It's unbelievable that you could or still couldn't. So this constant pushing against the premise, that's just, could be just really good ordered spin. And so all credit to her because of that, because in this situation, she is on the back foot here and she is going to have to spin it. And she is doing that, and she'll have had some help with that, and she's not bad at it, to be honest. At the same time, it could be this general malaise that she's in as well, this general bad feeling about the universe and the world and the way it functions and the way it doesn't function for her. So again, could be that idea of always pushing back at the premise of an idea because it doesn't fit her universe. Could be about an affective disorder, could be about a personality disorder because it keeps coming up and keeps coming up. Same time, could be just really good spin. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right, I'm just going to focus on the answer to the question. And what we're seeing here is a bobblehead. Now, quite often you'll see someone, if they're saying yes, but their head is barely shaking no, then you can look at that and say, that could be deception. That might not be true. But then you have what I call a confirmation no, where you go, did you do that? Yes, I did it. I've told you 4 times I've done that. But that's a confirmation no, because you're doing that and you're leaning into it and you're confirming that. Same thing goes with a yes. Did you do that? I told you I did not do that. But the head keeps shaking like I did not do that. That's when you want to start thinking, is that a little bit of question? Because quite often that the big head shake yes or the big head shake no is just confirmations. But when you see them slightly going, that's when you really got to pay attention. Paul Ekman really focused on that a little bit. That's where I'm going to go with that. That's all I'm going to have on that one. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is interesting. There's a large inhale right at the beginning in this eye shift to internal dialogue. And when we talk about these eye shifts, the eyes move around for us to access data. And you can think of your eyes moving around as kind of like a file clerk. And in a lot of people, the file clerk goes to the same spot to get similar data. But she starts making her facial expression at the wrong time again here. Before she picks up her head, you can see it clear as day. There's an attempt at confusion, but it's missing a lot of the elements here, and it disappears from the face. Real facial expressions fade off of the face. False facial expressions just drop off the face. And it's my opinion that it's because real facial expressions are chemically rooted, and that chemical has a little half-life inside of our brain. Then Amber nods for an affirmative in these videos, like Scott was just talking about. And this is one case you'll see, I think, where she's shaking her head while saying the word of course. She's shaking it no. This is what I call gestural disagreement. There may be a term for this already. A lot of experts are going to use this little nugget and try to apply this to every person without knowing their baseline, which is how they normally act under normal circumstances. And 90% of the time when you see someone saying this, nodding and saying no, or shaking their head saying yes, that's that person's baseline. But you'll hear experts on the internet tell you that there's some kind of deception going on. And when she's talking about standing by your testimony till your dying day is a lot different than reassuring someone that it's actually true. Greg?
Yeah, we're almost the same thing, so I'm not going to pound them in the ground, but agree with you. She's got kind of an exasperation inhale. Then she goes to, you see her drop her eyes down into her left. That's a really heavy weighted thing for her because she's internal conversation. What she's doing is thinking, how do I word this? That would be my guess when I see that. Now, she does this smile, this weird little smile, where she's got anger in her brow, concern in her brow. An old friend of mine called it the mother-in-law smile, because his mother-in-law looked at him that way all the time, I guess, but kind of a harsh smile with concern in the forehead at the same time. It doesn't look friendly, and there's no way to make it look friendly. You got all the rest of that stuff going on that she does in her face. And the facial expressions don't stay. You hit all those. She says something very peculiar. This has been a long time coming. Interestingly, it's the most congruent body language of her entire statement. Everything's aligned. It all looks like she's saying what she thinks, and maybe she is. Does she mean that it's been a long time coming for him or for her? Because she's the one who has stepped in it right now. And so maybe she's doing an embedded confession. No idea. And then that last statement where she says, I stand by my statement, there's a whole lot going on in that. I'm just going to run down a list. There's a request for approval. There's a bobblehead. You hit it earlier. There's a chin jut of defiance, but there's also chin boss involvement, like shame. We usually associate with shame or grief, probably shame in this case. All those clusters together start to say something. She also clenches her lips very quickly, and she does a little lip withdrawal of disappointment, not of disapproval, but of disappointment. You compare that to everything else she's done, and it's not tight to her baseline. We see a lot of disdain in that. That one, for me, makes her look deceptive because of all of those clusters of behavior pulling together. That's what I got.
More than a week since the verdict. As you sit here with me now, has it sunk in?
How could it? It's surreal and difficult. In part, yes. This has been a long time coming.
Do you stand by your testimony and your accusations against Johnny Depp about abuse?
Of course, to my dying day, will stand by every word of my testimony. I think vast majority of this trial was played out on social media. I think that this trial is an example of that gone haywire, gone amok, and the jury is not immune to that.
You think the jury saw it?
How could they not? I think even the most well-intentioned juror, it would have been impossible to avoid this.
People online and crowds outside the courthouse made it clear where they stood.
Every single day I passed for 3, 4, sometimes 6 blocks, city blocks lined with people holding signs saying, burn the witch, death to Amber. After 3.5 weeks, I took the stand and saw just a courtroom packed full of Captain Jack Sparrow fans who were vocal, energized.
Can you put into words how that felt?
This was the most humiliating and horrible thing I've ever been through. I have never felt more removed from my own humanity. I felt less than human.
Let's go back to the day of the verdict. Were you feeling confident?
That's a great question. I wish I could say yes to that. I want to say yes to you, but it wouldn't be true. Even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation.
Do you find...
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is an interesting one for me because we see some energy come up. Like, I think she's about to boil over there for a second, and then it disappears. But I think part of that's the edit. That's an awkward edit. I wonder what happened exactly in this video. We'll see in the 1 hour, hopefully. But she does a chin jut of defiance. We typically associate putting your chin up with defiance or indignation, whichever you want to call it. And she's got a downward tone where she's telling. I think she really believes how she starts this whole thing. She's saying, look, it couldn't have been my performance. And then she hits this tripwire. And when she starts poking on her about how she was treated, then you hear her energy coming up. You see her face just wrenching, that sorrow face when she first starts, when she says she was removed from humanity, but then going to contempt. She shows real pain in her brow and furrows with the sides of her mouth down. And then there's some asymmetry. I think that's how she really feels. Regardless, remember, when we talk about human beings and perception is reality. If she feels like she's treated unfairly and all the people playing the kazoo outside were unfair to her, then that's what she feels. And so she's going to show that. This is some of the most genuine that I've seen her in the entire thing. Then she goes to this place where when she asks her, I'm sure, by the way, I'll show you why in a few minutes, but I'm sure she had these questions beforehand. Because she asked her this question about how'd you feel, her respiration changes, she stammers around that whole humanity thing. And then when she says, were you confident, look at the narrowing of her eyes and the disdain and that disgust in her face, narrowing of her eyes, disdain with that withdrawal, which she does all the time, but disgust, and then her face kind of goes flat. So altogether, what I'm seeing is more of the same. I think she really believes what's going on here. I think she believes that she's been mistreated. Johnny's got fans who supported him. All those people along the way changed the outcome, and it's just not fair. And you can see in this case, that's the best body language you've gotten from her, in my opinion, even when she was on the stand. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so look, I think it is indicative of the way she thinks the world works. She is quite adamant about her emotions around this. And she says, how could they not? Impossible to avoid this.
How could they not? I think even the most well-intentioned juror, it would have been impossible to avoid this.
That is really an ordering of the world. It's impossible to avoid this. Well, you and I know from our angle, it's not impossible. It maybe is probable or improbable, but it's not impossible. Okay. Now, here's what she does now: is she makes everybody in the court Captain Jack Sparrow fans. Now, what that means is she infantilizes that court, because Captain Jack Sparrow is essentially a kid's character. I know we've all shown up to the films ourselves. Yeah, but it's a kid's film. It's a Disney film. It's for kids, okay? So she's basically saying, instead of going, look, Johnny Depp fans, which would be a different thing, Captain Jack Sparrow fans means they're all just a bunch of kids in that court. So she lowers their status to childlike status. She infantilizes the court. Then she says she was removed from her own humanity when she was on there. Well, that's fair. That can happen. She says, I felt less than human. Okay, that's a possibility. Like that could easily happen. I'm with you on this. But there's no clear metaphor around that. Usually what people will do when they're talking around how inhuman they are is they'll say, I was like a worm there, or I was like, I was just like, I felt like a rat in there. They'll give you a simile or a clear metaphor that helps you understand just how low they were. Now, she does talk about, burn the witch, that's a metaphor, but witches are not subhuman. They're actually superhuman. They fly in the air. They can only be destroyed by fire. So that's a superhuman thing. That's not a subhuman element. So look, and then when she gets to the did you feel confident area there, though I think you're right, Greg, that she's been given these questions ahead of time. For me, she takes a long time over that one. I don't think she's quite able to quickly conjure the feeling that she thinks she could give there. And she has to buy a bit more time by going, that's a good question. Okay. So I think she's like, what do I do with that one? What did I decide to do with that one? Or what did we say I was going to do with that one? Or it may be one that's been thrown out there. I don't know. Could be a new one, but somehow she hasn't got the answer immediate, or she isn't able to immediately conjure the emotion and the reply that she'd like to. So she stalls for more time there. Great. Lots in there. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Totally agree with both of you guys. I have a friend of mine who I served with in the military, and he is exactly like Jack Sparrow. He falls ass backwards into success every time, and everyone loves him. Yes, but I totally agree. She's infantilizing the viewers, and that's definitely going on there. And she said this entire trial played out on social media. It did not. It played on social media. It played out in the courtroom in Virginia, I think about 2 hours from me. And this is an example of how she sees people as kind of unintelligent or easily manipulated. And she also thinks that social media contributed to her conviction, which means that she thinks the jurors are also law-breaking idiots who are surfing and doing things that they shouldn't be doing when they're leaving the court every day. And when she's saying every single day, some interesting emotional recall where her eyes go down into her right. So it's about 7 o'clock on the clock face for us. And she wanted to clarify what city block means. She didn't say blocks, she said blocks. And then she wanted to re-clarify city blocks because she thinks you might need that kind of clarification. And she says this courtroom is packed full. She waits a minute and then says full, just in case you don't know what packed means.
After 3.5 weeks, I took the stand and saw just a courtroom packed full of Captain Jack Sparrow fans.
And during the question, how did that feel? Now we're seeing the real emotion for her being humiliated. I think that humiliation and embarrassment are the main things that she experienced in this relationship and during the trial. And that's the only point. We've analyzed the entirety of the trial. The only point that I've ever seen these genuine expressions is around embarrassment, abandonment, or ridicule, some kind of stuff like that. She's saying, I wish I could say yes. There's a strong look of disgust, super strong facial expression of disgust. And the disgust facial expression, if you can just imagine putting your whole nose and mouth into a bag of like a rotten cheese and taking a big smell, like it pulls everything toward the middle. That's kind of what disgust does. And when she says it wouldn't be true, there's lip compression and lip modulation. So I want you to watch very closely. You can see her lips start moving here. This is common when someone's trying to connect and manage their facial expressions to build sympathy with another person. The non-conscious part of the brain wants to move the face around. The conscious part of the brain is trying to hold it all together, pin it down. So this is maybe lower and upper brain disagreeing with each other. And that's what those small movements are on the lips. And you can see them in the replay. Scott, what do you got?
All right, you guys got everything. I'll go with one thing that nobody covered. We see a bold-faced lie here, just right down the barrel lying here. When she says, every day I saw signs of death to Amber. She never saw a sign of death to Amber. Nobody ever did that. I looked everywhere. I Googled it for about 2.5 hours looking just for that. And I'll tell you what I'll do. The first person to send me a picture, it's got to have the right metadata with it to show that it happened during the trial, of somebody with a sign out on one of those streets saying death to Amber, I'll give you $100. I'll Venmo you $100. The first person to send that to me. And you send it at thebehaviorpanel@gmail.com.
I think vast majority of this trial was played out on social media. I think that this trial is an example of that gone haywire, gone amok. And the jury is not immune to that.
You think the jury saw it?
How could they not? I think even the most well-intentioned juror, it would have been impossible to avoid this.
People online and crowds outside the courthouse made it clear where they stood.
Every single day I passed for 3, 4, sometimes 6 blocks, city blocks lined with people holding signs saying, burn the witch, death to Amber. After 3.5 weeks, I took the stand and saw just a courtroom packed full of Captain Jack Sparrow fans who were vocal, energized.
Can you put into words how that felt?
This was the most humiliating and horrible thing I've ever been through. I have never felt more removed from my own humanity. I felt less than human.
Let's go back to the day of the verdict. Were you feeling confident?
That's a great question. I wish I could say yes to that. I want to say yes to you, but it wouldn't be true. Even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation. Do you find the trial handled it dealt with the same substantive issues that had even more evidence in? In fact, my evidence was largely kept out. Really important pieces of evidence kept out. Done differently, handled differently by a judge instead of a jury.
Some evidence is admissible in a UK court that is not admissible in a US court. Do you think that maybe he just had better lawyers?
I will say his lawyers did certainly a better job of distracting the jury from the real issues.
For some people, they just were frankly disgusted by the whole thing and don't have much sympathy for either one of you. Can you understand that?
Absolutely. I would not blame the average person for looking at this and how it's been covered and not think that it is Hollywood brats at their worst. But what people don't understand is it's actually so much bigger than that. This is this is not only about our First Amendment right to speak.
But here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment protects free speech. It doesn't protect lies that amount to defamation. And that was the issue in the case.
Yes, exactly. You can't go into, the free speech does not protect you if you go into a crowded theater and you scream fire. We get the concept of free speech from the Greeks. My understanding of what that means is not just the freedom to speak. It's the freedom to speak truth to power.
But truth is the word.
Yes.
And that was the issue.
And that's all I spoke. And I spoke it to power, and I paid the price.
Wow. Okay, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so there's one surefire way to make it better. That's to make it that I'm not on trial. Everything on earth is on trial. She puts the U.S. court system on trial. She puts everybody on trial. Remember, I said, he has fans. People were unfair. I'm a martyr. Well, listen to what she goes through. First of all, let me point out something to you if you don't know this. The First Amendment prevents the federal government from doing something to prevent you from speaking. It doesn't prevent somebody from punching you in the face because you say something. It has nothing to do with that. It's simply a restriction on the federal government affecting your freedom of speech. And so she jumps on that. She's suddenly become a university lecturer here. Now I'm going to rant on her for a minute. She's talking about Greece, and that's where freedom of speech came from. Probably not so much. It came from right here in good old USA. And as we walk through the mechanics of this whole thing, she wraps herself in the flag. She takes it even bigger. She's going to take a swing at Gandhi and at Mandela and at, Tutu. She's going to this whole concept of truth to power, which is how you fight authority when it's unjust. Now she's making it about the mob coming to help her. Come on. I mean, anybody who's listening to this and doesn't have a different level of disdain for her, I don't get it. But then she goes into, this isn't the way, and she walks down the whole process. I've got a note here that says, if she's trying to appeal to Betty in Idaho, this ain't the way. This ain't Bob in Fairfax. This is how you appeal to people who are at an intellectual level, who are, thinking all theory and that kind of thing. Not saying that those people don't think that way, but why do you take this as your approach? You attack the legal system, you attack there's just about anything she could do. And then when she's asked, did he have better lawyers? You can see she does the eye roll away from emotion. My guess is she's got a trigger and she knows when she's triggered. And when she does the eye roll up, people that you see her trying not to cry do this all the time. Instead of looking down their right, they look back up to their left to try to avoid crying. That's pretty typical in people. Then I see the interviewer's eyes light up, and she goes back to teeth smiling and that whole thing when she talks about people are disgusted with you. Do you think that's triggering her a little bit? Probably. You see all that disdain and everything show up again. And then when she asks her, did you... I'll drop that one. But then let me leave the last thing. When she says, I spoke to power and paid the price. There's a simple thing that people who are indignant and defiant do that's missing. Her chin's not up. Her chin is back. That's a basic defiant move. Your child, if your child is 3 and you take away something they want, watch that chin. That's not here. Something's missing there. I'll leave it at that. I think I ranted on her enough. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Here we're seeing the largest illustrators we've seen so far. Everything's been pretty much under control for the most part. But here they're getting big. They're getting huge because she's trying to make sure each point that she's making gets across. This is the one that gives me the feeling she had these questions beforehand. She said, okay, send me the questions. She checked off yes on these and rehearsed them. She's been good at rehearsing because she was like that in court a lot of the times for the answers that she was pretty sure were coming. So that's what I think we're seeing here. When someone is being honest, you don't see a whole lot of, from Aldrich Vray did a study on this. We've talked about it on here 1,000 times. And what he found out in his studies were that people who are being deceptive, most often their illustrators will go away. They almost disappear. They don't use them very much at all. But when you're being honest, you start using them a lot. So here she's not lying. She's just trying to get her point across using her illustrators to the maximum here. So this is the most we've seen them so far. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So let's look at who she's lifting up and who she's demoting. So it would have been better if it was judge instead of jury. So better to have an autocrat than a democracy, essentially, I would say. The average person is not going to get this right. Okay. The average person. So if you're thinking along the same lines as the jury, which really should have been a judge, an autocrat who would have got it right, if you're thinking along the same lines as a jury, you're just an average person. Because what people don't understand, so now it's all people. Here's what they don't understand. So she's at the level of understanding. She's at the level of you need an autocrat to get proper understanding, not the demos, not the democracy. The demos, that's a Greek word, by the way, because the Greeks did invent democracy, though most people didn't ever get to vote. Just like free speech in Greece, most people didn't get to say whatever they liked. It was a very tentative version of free speech and democracy at the time. What people don't understand. So there's a pattern of demoting the status of people and leveling herself up. So what she does is to take her case, just as Greg was saying, up to the level of human rights and First Amendment. It's putting it at that level. Now, rightly, that gets taken down by, look, it doesn't protect you from lies that amount to defamation. And we get a full eye block on that because she knows that's true. And that's really, that's the case closed essentially there. But she comes back because she's pretty good. She's pretty good at spin. She creates a truism, speak truth to power, just speaking truth to power. Why is it a truism? Because it sounds true, but it's not true. It sounds plausible. It sounds good. And we've heard it enough that it goes, yeah, that's a really good thing. Speaking truth to power. I should be speaking truth to power. But if you just unpick it a little bit, you kind of go, well, what's that really about? And what do you mean by power? And what is truth anyway? It doesn't take long for a truism to be destroyed. And so she calls out that element of truth. She pivots then to an ideological stance of this kind of epic struggle against power. So once the idea of truth to power is destroyed, she goes, yeah, but I was doing that. And so, of course, I lost, because you always lose when you speak truth to power, because power is always all powerful. Now, at that point, you've created a grand narrative that essentially most human beings are going to go, God, yeah, you're right. Because power's really hard to be up against, isn't it? And we've all had those moments where we have tried to take power down and we've lost, and that's called a tragedy. And when we take power down and we win, that's called a comedy. And so she's playing this tragic narrative of you just can't win. It's a brilliant maneuver of taking the authority of democracy, of juries, down to nothing, and basically saying you need an autocrat there who will do the honest and true thing, because a democracy is going to be they're going to lie and cheat and do the wrong thing, aren't they? They're going to sneak off and watch social media and not take their the vows that they've taken correctly, and you just can't win. Because essentially the world is corrupted by power. The world is corrupted by power is a truism, and it's an ideology. That's what she's putting forward. And it's quite nice. I quite like it. It's quite nice because it's quite skillfully done. And by the end of it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's just rotten, isn't it? It's just rotten being a human being. I don't like it at all. Who haven't we had? Greg, what do you got? No? Scott? Chase, what do you got?
Chase.
I think, Mark, I'm going along the same lines. Let me just add on to this. His lawyers did a better job at distracting the jury from the real issues. The subtext here, the jury lack the intelligence so much that they aren't able to pay attention to the real issues. And what people don't understand, like you were saying, Mark, is because they're perhaps incapable of understanding, is actually it's so much bigger than that. And then there's the average person thing. This is just insane how this is just layered into this, 45-second clip here. She wants to also teach us what free speech is using the exact situation they teach us in elementary school. And it's a little strange. And I think she does this because she believes that most people won't understand. And most people are not aware of this, the average person that she's talking to. And right when she says, and that's all I spoke, right at the end here, there's immediate mouth closure. There's more head shaking no while she's affirming something. There's an eye flutter at the precise moment of potential deception. And maybe this is even just more defamation coming out.
The trial handled it dealt with the same substantive issues that had even more evidence in. In fact, my evidence was largely kept out. Really important pieces of evidence kept out. Done differently, handled differently by a judge instead of a jury.
Some evidence is admissible in a UK court that is not admissible in a US court. Do you think that maybe he just had better lawyers?
I will say his lawyers did certainly a better job of distracting the jury from the real issues.
For some people, they just were frankly disgusted by the whole thing and don't have much sympathy for either one of you. Can you understand that?
Absolutely. I would not blame the average person for looking at this and how it's been covered and not think that it is Hollywood brats at their worst. But what people don't understand is it's actually so much bigger than that. This is not only about our First Amendment right to speak.
But here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment protects free speech. It doesn't protect lies that amount to defamation. And that was the issue in the case.
Yes, exactly. You can't go into, the free speech does not protect you if you go into a crowded theater and you scream fire. We get the concept of free speech from the Greeks. My understanding of what that means is not just the freedom to speak. It's the freedom to speak truth to power.
But truth is the word.
Yes.
And that was the issue.
And that's all I spoke. And I spoke it to power, and I paid the price.
Closing arguments, the Depp lawyer called your testimony the performance of a lifetime and said you were acting. What do you say to that?
Says the lawyer for the man who convinced the world he had scissors for fingers. I'm the performer. I had listened to weeks of testimony insinuating that, or saying quite directly that, I'm a terrible actress. So I'm a bit confused how I could be both.
The Depp team argued that you were the abuser, that you instigated physical violence. Did you?
I never had to instigate it. I responded to it. When you're living in violence and it becomes normal, as I testified to, you have to adapt.
Chase, what do you got?
In this clip, she is physically stopping herself from nodding along with the acting question here. And when she's saying scissors for fingers, either the world is stupid because they were convinced, or Johnny Depp is brilliant because he convinced them. And I doubt she's going with the Johnny Depp is brilliant route. And I think this is really petty. And maybe what about the man who destroyed my life? Or what about the man who did all these things to me? That's maybe what we would expect to hear from a victim. And there's a weird moment of self-reflection, awkward self-reflection here when the interviewer doesn't acknowledge this. It's just a little pause of awkward silence. And you could see the contemplation of the universe there for just a few seconds. But there's more genuine sadness here in this clip. You can see it on her face at being called the terrible actress. There's still no sadness about any of the abuse or alleged sexual assault. And right after she says the word actress, I want you, please, I hope we have a replay here so people are looking at this. Look at her face immediately after the word actress. You'll see a microfacial management movement. She's modulating expressions and rehearsing expressions right there. And the same way she did in court, except right here we have like this 1080p version of it. And right when the interviewer says, "You were the abuser," she nods again during this part.
The Depp team argued that you were the abuser, that you instigated physical violence.
Interesting. And she's saying living in violence and it becomes normal. You can see perfectly here. There's no real deception indicators piling up. But why are we not seeing deception around her living in violence? Because I think she believes that she was abused by these words, and she was abused by Johnny leaving. And this is what we see on her face and body a million times throughout the trial, but only when she's discussing him leaving or her being embarrassed. It's not about the sexual abuse. And I think that she equates physical violence with being left or embarrassed in her mind. And I think Mark is trying to show us what the abandonment really looks like as a demonstration.
You need some cold, hot chicken.
She was part of the violence of Johnny making her feel abandoned or made fun of. And our tribal brain, if you think about our ancestors a long time ago in the tribal brain, this embarrassment would cause us to be outcast and abandoned by the tribe. So that's the reason the embarrassment could potentially lead to the abandonment. Scott, what do you got?
I think from now on, when somebody's picture goes out, I'm going to put one of those pictures that I send you guys when I text you, and it's those pictures of us making weird faces right in the middle of a conversation, and it looks weird. And I'll show you some examples of that now.
You know what I think it is? It's the sun is streaming through the window here, and this camera is getting extra hot. Yep. You can see it on my face there. You can see how incredible the sun is right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that bit about the Edward Scissorhands thing and the attorney, I think that's the lamest comeback from something I've ever heard in my life. And I was a professional kid. I knew all the good comebacks when I was like in the fourth grade, man. You'd look out because I had them all. And that is the lamest I've ever heard in my entire life. Now, I think at that point, Chase, where you were talking about the sadness part we were seeing, and she was, and the interviewer wasn't even responding to that. What she should have said was, most people think, and they're all saying, that Johnny Depp's attorney is much hotter than you are. What do you think about that? The top of her head would have flown off, and whatever's in there would have climbed out and choked that interviewer to death. That's the level of narcissism I think we're seeing at this point. So that's all I have on that one. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, a couple of things. There are two non-answers. Two non-answers in here. One is an extended non-answer, and one is just she just goes out of her way to say something about Johnny Depp. Now, let me also share something we always talk about, provocative statement. She just made a provocative statement. She doesn't realize it. But what happens in the amateur person who makes a provocative statement, the guy who commits he had scissors for fingers, that's a provocative statement. That's what she's trying to do. She wants a response. But she's not crafty enough, and she sits with a blank face, and you can tell she's waiting on a response. When you do it well, you don't wait. It feels like a natural part of conversation, but that's okay. When they say she's a bad actor, there's some interesting stuff mixed in there. But when she first asks her the question, she does disapproval with her mouth before she says the thing about Edward Scissorhand. And Chase, I'm with you. Watch her face right at when they call her a terrible actress. Watch that emotion. Watch that wrench of her mouth. Her eyes drift down right, and then it fleet through her face rapidly like a child would. It's an interesting twist. It's something we've been noticing. And I'm with you 100%. We saw heavy emotion throughout this trial when it was about disrespect. And disrespect is more important in some people's case than physical violence. And they equate it to physical violence. So they feel like they're entitled to do physical things to you when you disrespect them. We've all been around them. I mean, I spent a fair amount of time in the military myself. If you've been in the military, you knew somebody like that, guaranteed. Did you disrespect me? And sometimes it wasn't even that. I got some funny stories offline about some of these, and they're often very dumb. But when she said, I was going to point out, you can do the performance of your lifetime and still not be a good actor. That doesn't mean you have to be a good actor to do this. So she's upset because she can't understand why they would say that about her. When she asked the other question about instigating violence, what's the right answer to that? If you ask me today, did I instigate violence against anybody in my life? I go, no, I never had to instigate it. I responded to it.
I never had to instigate it. I responded to it.
That's a long, drawn-out, distancing way and admitting violence at the same time. So what instigated it? Don't know, but she responded to whatever instigated it. She didn't say I wasn't the first person to hit him either. That's all I got. It's a good one. Oh, sorry, Mark. We're all doing this today, I guess.
Thank you. Yeah.
I need some hot chicken on my head.
It's I need hot chicken on my camera today, I tell you.
Are we still going to do the hot chicken day in Vegas, right?
Oh yeah.
We got to decide what day that's going to be.
It's planned.
Okay.
I think it's...
You want me to pitch it back again?
It's the Friday.
No, just leave it in there.
I got rolling, ready to go.
You won't need it if it's good hot chicken. Okay.
Are we done with the hot chicken? I'll give my
hot chicken, I think.
Give my Amber Heard analysis now. We're done
Okay,
with
sorry, man. My fault.
No problem. It's a great day to be alive on the planet Earth today, because somebody said the lawyer of the man who convinced the world that they had scissors for fingers.
For the man who convinced the world he had scissors for fingers?
And that's like a David Bowie lyric. That should be in a David Bowie song somewhere. It is so beautifully crafted. So great day on the planet Earth. Somebody just said that. Just extraordinary, because it doesn't really make any sense. There is no real logic to it there. What I want to comment on really is, in the end, she's saying it isn't fair. It isn't fair in this social arena. The social arena has not been fair. I think she's saying, social media has not been fair. The courts have not been fair. I'll say it again. Fairness is an individual thing. What I believe is fair isn't what they believe is fair. It's not social. It's individual. But has social media been just? Well, I mean, probably not. I mean, social media is quite antisocial, so it probably hasn't been just. But have the courts delivered justice? Well, either you support the court system or you don't support the court system. But ultimately, courts aren't designed to be fair. They're designed to be just. Not fair. There's nothing in a court that says it will be really fair. There's lots in courts where you just go, well, that isn't going to be fair. But they're trying to move towards justice, which isn't fairness. Now, it's the same with social media. Social media is antisocial at times, and sometimes it's social, but it vacillates between the two. It isn't fair at times, and sometimes it does seek for fairness, and there's no way it's just at sometimes, but sometimes it does deliver for some people justice, but it isn't organized like a justice system. Anyway, really what I'm saying is, and I'm reiterating what I said at the start, the two things are not the same. Justice and fairness. Yeah, courts aren't social media. They aren't the same thing. What she's doing is conflating the two, and you got to watch out for that, because it's a really nice, spin maneuver to take one thing that isn't the other thing and put them together and convince you that they are the same thing. They're just not.
Closing arguments, the Depp lawyer called your testimony the performance of a lifetime and said you were acting. What do you say to that?
Says the lawyer for the man who convinced the world he had scissors for fingers. I'm the performer. I had listened to weeks of testimony insinuating that, or saying quite directly that, I'm a terrible actress. So I'm a bit confused how I could be both.
The Depp team argued that you were the abuser, that you instigated physical violence. Did you?
I never had to instigate it. I responded to it. When you're living in violence and it becomes normal, as I testified to, you have to adapt.
You say you were responding, but there is evidence. There are tapes in which you acknowledge hitting. There are tapes in which you say, I started the fight.
I know much has been made of these audio tapes. They were first leaked online after being edited. What you would hear in those clips are not evidence of what was happening. It was evidence of a negotiation of how to talk about that with your abuser.
But I am looking at a transcript that he says, you start physical fights, and you say, I did start a physical fight. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. I mean, this is in black and white. I understand context. But you're testifying and you're just telling me today, I never started a physical fight, and here you are on tape saying you did.
As I testified on the stand about this, is that when your life is at risk, not only will you take the blame for things that you shouldn't take the blame for, but when you're in an abusive dynamic, psychologically, emotionally, and physically, you don't have the resources that, say, you or I do with the luxury of saying, hey, this is black and white, because it's anything but when you're living in it.
But then there are other times, there's another tape where you're taunting him and saying, oh, tell the world, Johnny Depp, I, a man, am a victim of domestic violence.
20-second clips or the transcripts of them are not representative of even the 2 hours or the 3 hours that those clips are excerpt from.
Could your side have just put the whole 3 hours in then?
I'm not a lawyer. As I testified to, I was talking in those recordings as a person in extreme amount of emotional, psychological, and physical distress.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So let me just start with some psychology up front. Now, you guys, I'm not the guy who is always going to play psychologist, but let me tell you what stress psychology does to you. The first thing it does is under that kind of high duress, everything becomes about you. When you're standing in a formation and the bad guys come to get you, for example, in SEER school, you're going, oh no, oh no, oh no, it's me. And then Chase is next to me and they grab him and start doing stuff and they go, whoosh, even though I like the guy, because it's about me. Everything's about you when you're in that kind of duress. The second thing that happens is everything becomes black and white. Exactly the opposite of what she's saying, but she's doing some kind of conceptual speak here. And it's partially because it's her style. So I won't beat her up for that, but I do want you not to believe that. When you're under that kind of duress, everything becomes black and white. Well, at least he didn't kill me. At least he didn't break my jaw. At least he only knocked one tooth out. That's how that goes. That's how people's minds work because we're simple. This interviewer is aggressive. Let me say aggressive in a way that I read the comments. Always people say I would panic if Greg walked in the room. This woman's pretty harsh. This interviewer is pretty harsh. She is putting pressure in a wonderful way and with subtlety. That smile, that toothy smile, and her face lighting up is putting real pressure on Amber Heard. If you don't believe it, watch the way she responds to that kind of pressure.
And I could tell you really quick, if you were being interrogated by Greg, and you didn't know who he was, you wouldn't know that you're being interrogated.
That's what I was trying to say to people. That's the
midway point. Then you would.
Should be a conversation where you suddenly go, uh-oh, that was a mistake. That's the way it should work. So, but she's signaling dislike with that toothy smile, and that is powerful. You see the brow start to come in on Amber Heard when Savannah starts to read her words because she's like, uh-oh, how do I back out of this one? And then she goes, it's about a little bit of tape, and it's all, you can't do black and white. And she goes, well, hold on a minute. Then why didn't you play 3 hours of tape? You hear her brain shift gears, and she starts stammering and stuttering because she hadn't thought of that. And so there's a real stress moment. She steps in it. That's an interesting thing to watch because after that, her body shrinks. She rolls down in the chair. She does what we call turtling, or I call it shrinking target, trying to get away from something. And then when the interviewer goes at her the second time, you can see there's this kind of glee in her face and her chin's up in defiance. There's a whole lot of subtlety going on here. There's a big dance going on between these two people that's beautiful to watch. And she's putting real pressure without having to be the bad guy. Scott, what do you got? Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So, yeah, look, if she is saying, hey, in an abusive relationship, you will do whatever you need to do, she's absolutely right. If that's what she's saying, that's absolutely accurate. If you are under extreme stress and pressure and abuse, you'll say whatever. You'll do whatever you have to do. You know, we know that. It's absolutely true. And so she just needs to say that. That would be fine. What she does say is, though, but look, you know, this 3-hour tape was cut. There was the context. It was leaked. It was displayed in front of everybody. She doesn't need to say any of that because we all understand. You would say for 3 hours whatever you needed to say in order to get yourself in something of a better position of an awful situation. But she doesn't leave it at that. She puts all of that around it, and so it doesn't ring true. And that's people's problem. with her. There's elements in there which have an element of truth, either because it could be true or she's read it somewhere or heard it from somebody else. And then around that, and as Chase has said many times, French braided into it, knitted into it, is other stuff that doesn't ring true. And all of the time throughout this, she does not say no to the idea that she started fights. Again, you could just say no. No, I never started a fight. She could have, her lawyers could have admitted to evidence the full 3 hours of a tape. It's perfectly reasonable to do. Could have done that. They decided not to. Somebody decided not to give those 3 hours. Now, I want you to notice throughout all of this, we're starting to see the asymmetry in her face just increase and increase and increase. In the next one, we're going to see her most fully in asymmetry all the time. I would suggest that is because she is now in constant conflict in this interview. This is as Greg was saying, it's a hard interview now for her, and she's given so many ideas and so many stories, and they're now colliding with each other that she's not in a good place for herself. Now, one last thing, which is again how she raises herself or detaches herself and demotes everybody else. She says, you don't have the resources that say you and I do. So she's now talking about other people. When you're in an abusive situation, you don't have the resources that say you and I do. Hang on, you were saying you were the person in the abusive relationship, but now you've taken yourself out of it and you've put all of us, average people, in that situation. You're saying we don't have these resources. She's taken this high resource ground and she's left everyone else in this abused and position of weakness, essentially, and given herself a massive status gain. There's a personality type that would most likely do that kind of thing. Constant demotion of everything around so that their status will stay high. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Totally agree. Right at the beginning here, there's a huge eye flutter, right when they're talking about the tapes being leaked. And we know from watching her for, I don't know how many hours, it's probably embarrassed. I would be embarrassed if I figured out how many hours we'd been doing this with her. But this shift, Mark, that Mark was just talking about to you is called a shift of referential index. That's the official name of this thing, as far as I know, when we shift from I to you. And notice how she shifts the entire explanation, not just that one thing, the whole thing away from her. Every time she's trying to get you to think that she's talking about her situation, she's using the word you. She's not talking about herself or this audio tape. She's talking about a random ethereal you. And again, makes no denial, Mark, like you've pointed out. I think she says psychologically, emotionally, and physically. And physically, you can see it clear as day. The tone goes up. There's a longer pause before she says it. And most of all, there is a completely different facial expression on her face right at the moment she says physically. Take a look again. It's a little shocking.
Talking in those recordings as a person in extreme amount of emotional, psychological, and physical distress.
That's all I got. Greg?
It's me.
I meant for Greg to pass it to Scott, so I'm sorry that Greg didn't get that. I'm sorry.
Scott?
All right. Yeah, you guys pretty much got everything, but I'll go back to her illustrators again. Now, she is under pressure here. She's got her pinned. So when she's explaining things, her hands are really low and everything's coming from like right just above her thighs as she's explaining stuff, her illustrators. So again, going back to the studies that talk about the person being honest is usually uses a lot of larger illustrators, and the person who's being deceptive most often uses the smaller ones. But it doesn't mean she's being deceptive here, but it sure would make me question the veracity of what she's talking about at this point.
You say you were responding, but there is evidence. There are tapes in which you acknowledge hitting. There are tapes in which you say, I started the fight.
I know much has been made of these audio tapes. They were first leaked online after being edited. What you would hear in those clips are not evidence of what was happening. It was evidence of a negotiation of how to talk about that with your abuser.
But I am looking at a transcript that says, he says, you start physical fights, and you say, I did start a physical fight. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. I mean, this is in black and white. I understand context. But you're testifying and you're just telling me today, I never started a physical fight, and here you are on tape saying you did.
As I testified on the stand about this, is that when your life is at risk, not only will you take the blame for things that you shouldn't take the blame for, but when you're in an abusive dynamic, psychologically, emotionally, and physically, you don't have the resources that, say, you or I do with the luxury of saying, hey, this is black and white, because it's anything but when you're living in it.
But then there are other times, there's another tape where you're taunting him and saying, oh, tell the world, Johnny Depp, I, a man, am a victim of domestic violence.
20-second clips or the transcripts of them are not representative of even the 2 hours or the 3 hours that those clips are excerpt from.
Could your side have just put the whole 3 hours in then?
I'm not a lawyer. As I testified to, I was talking in those recordings as a person in extreme amount of emotional, psychological, and physical distress.
He says he never hit you. Never. Is that a lie?
Yes, it is.
What about the witnesses who said they have seen you instigate physical violence?
I've seen firsthand how people will file rank and support the person they depend on.
Did they all come in and lie in court?
I am not here to call any of his witnesses any names. I'm here to just kind of talk about it from what it felt like for me as the person who sat there.
When I asked his lawyers, why do you think you won? And the answer I got was, because she never took responsibility for anything she did in the marriage.
I did do and say horrible, regrettable things throughout my relationship. I behaved in horrible, almost unrecognizable to myself ways. I have so much regret. I freely and openly and voluntarily talked about what I did. I talked about the horrible language. I talked about being pushed to the extent where I didn't even know the difference between, right and wrong. I will always continue to feel like I was a part of this, like I was the other half of this relationship, because I was. And it was ugly and could be very beautiful. It was very, very toxic. We were awful to each other. I made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. But I've always told the truth.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
On the yes, it is, which is quite affirmative there. I do see bitter taste in the mouth, however. So I would question that a little bit. There's a little bit of poison in there. There's a little bit of bitterness in there. Look, as this interview has gone on, and especially in this one, I can't think where I've last seen so much asymmetry in the face without somebody having a viral infection, palsy of some sort. It's massive, which makes me think she is now under a lot of pressure and a huge amount of internal conflict going on, and doesn't have a lot of control. There's no repose there at all. So much regret, she says, which are great words to say, but I don't see any shame.
There's so much. I have so much regret. I freely and openly and voluntarily.
There, which I would expect if the regret were true, and I don't see any anger on that, because often with regret you'll get anger which is turned inwards, which is kind of depression. Essentially, often when people are very regretful, they get depressed because they're so angry with what they've done, and anger turned inwards is often a route to depression. So I see none of that there. So I'm not buying even the regret there. Huge turmoil going on here. Scott, what do you got on this one?
I think mostly what we're seeing, I think that part of her mouth for contempt is just, it's almost a tick at this point. It just goes up there's like Elvis, just the whole time. It looks like a bit she's doing at that point. That's all I'm going to have on that one. Chase, what do you got?
If you guys see me mimicking the behaviors we're talking about, I do that like almost involuntarily. Like I want to replay it on my own body just to kind of see how it feels. And maybe you can try that out. But going through all my college and medical training, every time we'd cover symptoms, I would think that I had them. Like, oh yeah, maybe I do have Parkinson's. I don't know. So I'd be going through that too. So maybe that's a bad thing. So right here, we're dodging a question with a hypothetical explanation is what we're seeing here. And there's no answer really. And just unwilling to say that these people are lying. If they're lying, it wouldn't feel guilty to call them liars. If they're telling lies, then truthful people will be comfortable saying that stuff. So we can see she is definitely under a lot of stress and pressure, as you would hear from Mark pretty regularly. She's unwilling to say that they're lying, but willing to say that Johnny is lying, and then wants to redirect right there. I think it's probably truthful that she was hit before, whatever that word means in her own mind. Because keep in mind, when we all hear the word hit, even us four here that you're watching on your screen right now, we all four have a different definition of that and what that really means. And right at what she did there, which is kind of horrible language. And she says it's pushed to the extent where there's a long pause and boom, someone else's fault. So what she did, she's talking about her actions. She's pushed to the extent where it's somebody else's fault. And she's saying, I used horrible language, which so basically all she's admitting to that she actually did is I used horrible language. And then all the other stuff was me being pushed to that extent. So that was somebody else owns that. And this is while she's trying to explain away her lack of accountability, which is fascinating. She's saying, I was part of this. There's contempt again, like Scott was just talking about. And then she says, but I've always told the truth. Stunning. Greg?
Truth is a relative thing to some people. Facts are not truth. Truth is what they feel. And she says feel. So let's go down the list of things we see from her. First of all, the interviewer is very threatening now. She has her chin up in defiance, a big toothy smile, and her eyes are lit up. If you can't read that and you're sitting across the table from her, you're lucky because you would feel the pressure. He says he never hit you. Is that a lie? If she spoke this way every time on the stand, people would have believed her. She says, yes, it is. And then she has a quick mouth close and nothing else.
He says he never hit you. He never. Is that a lie?
Yes, it is.
Amber Heard, by the way, people say I get checks all the time. That piece of advice is worth a boatload of money. When you go back to trial, you can send me a check. How's that? This is what you need to do. You need to respond in a seemingly truthful way every time you're asked a question. And it should be pretty simple, but it's out of baseline for her for everything we've seen, because she would say, yes, it is, because one time with the dogs, she goes on and on and on. So she's hard to believe. And that's part of why people sitting across the audience are going, she's making too much eye contact. She's talking too much. And there's another one where she doesn't answer a question. And they ask her about whether these people are lying. And she goes, this is when I know she's prepared this. This is the parakeet floors moment of this interview. Parakeet floors, if you remember back when, she's sitting there and she's talking about parakeet floors. Somebody had written down, you slid across the parquet floors, and she read it as parakeet, and so she said it that way. Here, either her brain is scrambling or somebody has written, people join rank and file to help out this guy. And she says file rank or some weird combination of that.
I've seen firsthand how people will file rank and support the person they depend on.
So it's, again, she's prepared before she comes here. That in an interrogation in a police interrogation, in a criminal interrogation, in an intelligence interrogation is often how we find people, because diction or choice of words that you make in your daily life is pretty consistent. And if you use a word that doesn't fit, you either prepared it for me or you've read it somewhere. And so it's always a place I micro-interview and go, well, hang on, what are we talking about? File rank. Hold on. Then she gets to this cadence around witnesses. Did the witnesses lie? And then she shifts gears from that to, I feel, this is how I felt.
Y'all come in and lie in court?
I am not here to call any of his witnesses any names. I'm here to just kind of talk about it from what it felt like for me as the person who sat there.
Now we're back to her truth. Then she goes into this whole trying to assuage herself of whatever guilt she had in the relationship by she's going to confess to us publicly now. Why didn't we hear any of that stuff before? This makes her hard to like and hard to believe. By the way, keep your answers shorter when you go back to court and you'll do a lot better.
He says he never hit you.
He can't.
Never. Is that a lie?
Yes, it is.
What about the witnesses who said they have seen you instigate physical violence?
I've seen firsthand how people will file rank and support the person they depend on.
Did they all come in and lie in court?
I am not here to call any of his witnesses any names. I'm here to just kind of talk about it from what it felt like for me as the person who sat there.
When I asked his lawyers, why do you think you won? And the answer I got was, because she never took responsibility for anything she did in the marriage.
I did do and say horrible, regrettable things throughout my relationship. I behaved in horrible, almost unrecognizable to myself ways. I have so much regret. I freely and openly and voluntarily talked about what I did. I talked about the horrible language. I talked about being pushed to the extent where I didn't even know the difference between, right and wrong. I will always continue to feel like I was a part of this, like I was the other half of this relationship, because I was. And it was ugly and could be very beautiful. It was very, very toxic. We were awful to each other. I made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. But I've always told the truth.
All right, well, let's throw it around the room and talk about what we think we saw during this. See if we can keep it to 30 seconds or less. We'll start with Mark.
Yeah, well, look, Hollywood loves a good comeback. People love a good comeback, but I don't think this interview is it. I don't think this is going to have anything that we need for a comeback, for a resolution, for anything of the regret that will need to be shown in order to come back. Chase.
It's everybody's fault. The government, social media, the people. It's every single other person's fault in her life. And what we're really seeing here is her desire to educate you, not tell you. She wants to educate you because you are unaware or ignorant of certain facts. So that's the reason that this all happens, because you lack the education or the capacity. Greg?
Yeah, look, she may be a wonderful person. Don't know a thing about her, but she's hard to like because of a series of things. Number one, the facial expressions. If you monkey your face when you're talking to people, they feel awkward. When you're sitting across from a jury and when you look back and you do that, she's doing it all the time. She's facing this woman, and that is not likable. Now, is there some truth in there? We said, he said, she said stories. Somewhere in the middle is always the truth. We're not taking that story apart. We're looking at this interview and saying, this interview, is she believable in all these situations? She's attacked everybody but self, and in the end kind of throws you a lifesaver. Scott, what do you got?
I think it's a great example of her trying to act again and showing the different expressions that she goes through, just clicks through them. And she tries not, I don't think she's aware she's shown so much contempt and disdain in this, because it's just overblown. It's just so much of it there at that point. But I think it's a great study. I think it's literally a great study. And I'm going to use, as I know you guys will too, some of these clips in training. Mark, the other direction.
There you
no,
go.
the other direction behind where you go.
That way.
Yeah, that way. Yeah.
You know.
Me too.
You're good, Chase, right where you
What
are.
are we supposed to be doing? Just this?
Yeah, I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go
Right.
like that.
So up at this corner, like we want
Yeah.
the top corner of our box.
Yeah.
Right.
Me and Greg want the bottom corner of ours.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you look
got
down at so come closer. Just a little bit closer, Chase. A little bit closer, Greg.
And we just want faces,
I
not
can't
hands.
get any closer than that.
Yeah, just
If I
go.
do, I'll be.
You know? Yeah. You ready? So, yeah, but Greg, you look down in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, ready? Here we go.
Hey, help. Hey, help.
Today we're going to talk about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and the court case they've got going on. Maybe you've heard of it. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos you found?
Yeah, so this is video from 2 to 3 days of testimony by Johnny Depp. You'll see direct and you'll see some cross, and you'll be able to tell the difference fairly easily. We'll also see some clips where we cut away to Amber Heard when he's talking, and we'll see some where they're listening to videos and that kind of thing. Just buckle up.
And how did you respond to Miss Heard?
So I just told her those are not my intentions, you know. And at a certain point, you don't know what to do. I mean, the person is telling you, she's telling you, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, and I can't speak about legal documents. I can't speak legalese. I can't explain to her these things. All I could do was try to calm her down and say that I was not out to screw her over or put her in a position that was uncomfortable.
Did that work?
These were normal things to do. It did not work, no. It escalated and turned into madness, chaos.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, okay. So, look, there's been a lot of talk about the whole speed, the drawl that he's got, where he looks. So let me just kind of run through where these behaviors, I think, come from and why they're the baseline for him and why we've seen this kind of behavior throughout his career, so we get a sense of the baseline. Okay, I think there in his accent, we've got John Lennon there, one of his heroes, clearly. It's down, it's deep. And then you've got Hunter S. Thompson as well, this look down to the side, this search for the right word, and also the madness and chaos that comes with that. So you've got a kind of a warrior poet of John Lennon there. You've got the madness and the chaos of Hunter S. Thompson, who, go and watch him speak, always looking down to the sides, always carefully choosing his words. And then you've got Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones, again, kind of the spiritual father of Johnny Depp. Again, you'll see him looking down, searching for the right words, searching for the poetry, and that kind of low key, too cool for school, absolutely rock and roll mentality. I think these are the three characters that we've got here showing up for Johnny Depp. We'll see some others as we go along, which are, you know, other kind of entities that he's performed and played. But just like any other human being on the planet, Johnny Depp is made up of the stars in his life. He's made up of the people that he's looked to and gone, that's a behavior I should copy. That would be a great way to be, whether it's choosing lyrical words and being poetic, whether it's choosing madness and chaos, or whether it's choosing the search for the right words, the search for the poetry and the rock and roll lifestyle that goes along with that. Well, also along with that, you've got that animated face, which is clearly his experience with Tim Burton, which is, and then Disney, you know, full of animation in the face, and not so much until later on in his storytelling we see the animation in the hands. That's all I'm going to show you on that. Scott, what do you think?
All right. Well, I think this is what we're seeing as a hardcore introvert who's communicating the best way he can. And it's from coming from always being locked down and being quiet, especially from when he was a kid. I don't know a whole lot about him when he was a child, but I know he had a rough time. And it was one of those situations that sort of made him an introvert. And he's trying as hard as he can to communicate. So that's why he speaks slowly. He's always done that from what I've seen, because he's making sure what his structure for his sentences are correct before he delivers, so he isn't embarrassed or nobody puts him on the spot and those kind of things. So when he's being put in a position where it's in court, somewhere it's really important, every word you say, he's really watching what he says in his structure of the sentences. I think he's wide open. I don't think he's hiding anything at this point. And but at the same time, Greg and I have talked about this as well, I think he's speaking almost through a persona or a character at this point, because there are a couple of spots where we see the real Johnny Depp in here, but I don't think this is really him. I think, like you're talking about, Mark, where he's using all these influences are coming through. I think those are heightened to make this persona that we, as the people who go to his movies and are fans and stuff, we expect to see of him and expect him to see him and hear him act that way. So I think he's working his way through this through a persona as far as that goes. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, if you were to just say the word Depp, everybody on earth, unless they have never been around some kind of media, would know who he is. And he's a singularity. Everybody knows who he is. He can't hide anywhere. And he has a product that he sells. And that product is a very well-crafted product, whether it's intentional or it's something that's happened over these decades. Mark, I'll add one to your icons. Marlon Brando, the slow-talking Marlon Brando. Yeah, and then enunciating. It's a beautiful example of him, and you can see it. I sent Scott a link and said, look, you can't miss this. Yeah. But even if he's got a carefully crafted persona, so what? That's what we all do. We all have an image that we portray to other people, and that image may or may not be exactly how we think inside. I will tell you that I've watched him enough to see Baseline, and I watched 9 hours of this, so just to give you an idea. But watching him for Baseline, he does the searching for change move. He's a down accessing guy when he's thinking. And when he's thinking, he may stutter and stammer and go, no. But he will stutter, stammer, and then make hard eye contact and then make the gesture, whatever it is, either no or yes, as he's talking to you. So pretty easy to follow. He has that long, slow drawl. And I think, like you said, it's from there. I also want to say one thing, guys. We all have opinions about this based on all of our experiences, and that's what we're telling you. We're not reading the guy's mind, and we're not trying to. In the beginning of this, he starts with a lip compression. Let's talk for just a second about what he's talking about here. He's starting off by saying he missed he's starting off by talking about he was trying to calm his wife down because his lawyers had asked her to sign a post-nup. And he was trying to explain to her it wasn't personal and that kind of thing, but he couldn't. Does his body language say that? Yeah, overall it does. You see, he does this whole thing where he says, I did what I could. He starts with a lip compression. He does some emotional accessing, that down right. His shoulders rise in helplessness. His inner brow tips rise in sorrow. His head shakes no. That all looks good. It all says the same thing. Everything's in unison with I tried, but I can't. And those are pretty much the kind of things we would do when we're faced with that kind of situation where we can't do anything about it. And then you see his face where he's talking about, did it work? No, that's disbelief. It didn't work. So we see all of that. Does that mean that he is being honest? I think he's being honest. It looks like it from here, but he's a hell of an actor too. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. A lot of what we're seeing here is what Jim Rohn is famous for saying, you're the cumulative average of the people that you either idolize or spend time with. And right here, when he says at a certain point, you don't know what to do, he goes from talking about himself to using the word you, which is an IU shift. We'll talk a little bit more about that in the future, but he's socializing this issue. And I think it's unconscious behavior. It's not a conscious thing. And we want to do this when we want people to identify with an experience. And socializing by itself is never really deceptive per se. But it can be part of a bigger cluster, which I'm not seeing any other things here to look for in a cluster. There's a microfacial expression of contempt, I think, when he says the idea of screwing her over. And I think there is a little bit of contempt right there. I think he feels contemptuous about doing that. And then the second time something escalated, he raises his chin like this. And this is what we do to challenge or show somebody that we're not afraid. It's just this escalated. So I think he's present in the moment or in that memory, and he's reliving that. And you see his body narrating the story for us, which we're going to see a whole lot of here coming up. But everything's truthful here. And as you watch these depositions and any deposition, keep in mind there's a difference between being coached or prepared for questioning and being deceptive about facts and memory. So being coached or prepared does not mean that you're lying.
And how did you respond to Ms. Heard?
So I just told her those are not my intentions, you know. And at a certain point, you don't know what to do. I mean, the person is telling you, she's telling you, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, you don't trust me. And I can't speak about legal documents. I can't speak legalese. I can't explain to her these things. All I could do was try to calm her down and say that I was not out to screw her over or put her in a position that was uncomfortable.
Did that work?
These were stock, normal things to do. It did not work, no. It escalated and turned into madness, chaos. And I was a mess. I was a wreck. I was shaking, and I just didn't understand why all this was happening. So I went behind the bar. I grabbed a bottle of vodka that was there and a shot glass and sat at the bar. She was nowhere around. And I poured myself 2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. First taste of alcohol I'd had in a long time. And then she came down to the bar and found me there. And of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, yeah, the monster," and all that. So she walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me, and it just went right past my head and smashed behind me.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm going to start off by talking about him doing a little bit of emotional accessing, looking down right, and somebody's going to say, well, there's a monitor there. Yeah, there is, but he's not looking at that monitor. If you look at his eyes, you can see he's internal. He's not looking at the monitor. I had this the other day. Somebody said, well, there's a monitor there. Yeah, but he's not looking at it. He's looking downright, and he's thinking. He's doing emotional eye accessing, and then he goes to this thing I was talking about where he does a head shake, his brow illustration at nowhere around as he's doing internal conversation. As he gets upset and more, he draws his lips back a little bit. It's a little tough to tell with facial hair, but you see him draw his lips back as if he's needing some kind of reinforcement there. And then he goes to his baseline of counting change or searching for change. He's looking down left, down right, down left, down right. And then when he said she came down, he makes solid eye contact with his brow up and that confirming nod. We're seeing his baseline here. So if his baseline is here, highly likely, and I'm not talking about his baseline for just everyday conversation. I'm talking about in interviews, everywhere you see him. If you go watch 10 interviews, that's what you'll see as a baseline. He does show some residual emotion or acting, whatever you want to call it, out the action that she said with disgust, and you're the monster. He'll regret using that word monster at a later point in these interviews or in these questioning, but he shows then some apprehension. And when he talks about the bottle smashing behind him, as his lips narrow and his nostrils flare. But through this whole thing, he's got a low blink rate and low respiration. Good indicator he's not feeling a whole lot of stress here. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, right at that exact moment, he's quoting her, saying, "You're drinking again." He shows disgust on his face, like what he was seeing through her. So his narration doesn't only go to him. He's narrating what was on her face. And when he's talking about this monster, Greg, I think I agree with you. His eyes are closed with this head shaking movement. And I think it's something he actually doesn't want to recall. And he doesn't want to bring this topic up, but I think he's trying to lay it all out. And we'll talk more about this little pattern and what this behavioral pattern actually means in a minute. But this monster is a familiar theme to both him and her, apparently. I think it likely revolves around this drinking. or drugs. And I think it also suggests there's a strong dissociative capacity for Depp. A lot of actors, especially the A-list actors, have a dissociative capacity to play these roles, especially some of these ones that are really hard to do. And this dissociative capacity doesn't leave their body when they walk off set in Hollywood. So right when he says she walked up to me, grabbed the bottle, he goes back to edit a couple of details right there. But this is truthful in adding relevance and recollection, because this movement and uncertainty about her approach was relevant to him. He wasn't sure what was going to go on. And he shows body narration in here, same way he showed us disgust on his face. And when he said it's right past my head, smashed behind me, he orients himself spatially before recalling the movement of the bottle. This is a perfect example of truth telling, according to me anyway. A story would have details that Depp didn't witness. It smashed on the wall behind me. He didn't say the wall. He just said it smashed behind me. There's little things like that that help us to understand and comprehend what we're really seeing here. He's recalling the bottle smashing behind him, not the third person view that most people would default to, like a movie camera or something like that. And if you watch his deposition from way back, it's the exact same hand gesture, that bottle flying past his head. That's all I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I would agree. So, Greg, he's not looking down at the monitor there. If he was, you would see micro movements with his eyes as he tracks stuff. He's not. In my view, I agree with you. He's looking into the vision of the feeling that he had. When I say vision, I mean that in that he is in that emotional world. And you'll see him time and time again, first of all, get into the emotion, and then he'll start describing it and choosing the right words, because like many, many good actors out there, he wants to get hold of the feeling first of all before he starts creating the words and the poetry around it. So totally agree there. Yeah, Chase, absolutely agree. Disgust on Drink Again, which is, I think, his acting out what Miss Heard was experiencing or projecting to him. Yeah, disdain on the monster. I agree. The monster is the word that they both use for, my guess is, the addiction or the pain behind the addiction, or the hunger for the alcohol or the drugs that comes with that abyss that Johnny is trying to fill with alcohol or drugs at certain times. What's interesting for me is he plays to the jury, good actor, plays the hot spot of the scene to the jury, those stiff drinks, and turns to the jury, doesn't shy away from that, doesn't shade, because he knows that's the thing that the audience are going to be interested in. And also, if he displays that, if he's open with that, then they're more likely to feel like he's being open with everything. If he's open with the antisocial stuff, then they're more likely to see him as being honest and truthful. And I think that's a fair bet. And that's an actor's bet as well. If you are open to the audience about what is the worst stuff, they will join you on that journey. If you hide away the worst stuff, they just go, why did we buy a ticket for this? This is rubbish. This is just like watching my aunt or my uncle. It's just boring. So now what's interesting, though, I think, is he holds back on that throw. Like, he literally stops it. It doesn't follow through. And he doesn't follow through with the emotion that my guess is he could play, which Amber Heard would have. My guess is he does that because he knows when to hold back. Because if he goes for one of his swing for the fences, barnstorming character performances of the anger of throwing a vodka bottle, it's going to be a massive spectacle. It's going to be a Johnny Depp character performance, rather than what we're getting here, which is the Johnny Depp kind of react to the circumstance in a subtle and gentle filmic way, rather than the Disney animation way. And I'll talk more later on about his swing for the fences performances and that style of acting and the style that you're seeing from him right now. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. Well, I agree with you completely. That's a great, almost summing up of the whole thing, really, when you think about it. But compared to his entire testimony up to this point, this is his most use of illustrators. He uses them more than any up to this point. We see some other places where he gets a bit more animated as well. Then as he looks straight ahead, he's recalling what happened in that step-by-step structure. Like I was talking about earlier, everything has to be. He has to be sure everything is where it should be as he's telling the story, because every word is important. The head shaking, I agree with you, Greg. He's trying to get that scene out of his head, I think. So that's why we see that quick little head shake. It's part of his inner dialogue going on in that scene. He doesn't agree with that, so he's trying to get, not that he doesn't agree with it, but it was tough on him. So I think he's trying to get rid of it. It's fairly graphic. And he doesn't have a problem staying calm or getting excited or getting all angry, even though he's talking about something where he was really mad. He got really mad after it because he's fallen back on that persona. And I think that's almost a comfort zone for him to jump back in and go forward. When you train people when you train witnesses or you train someone going to go into a deposition, quite often you'll say, what you want to do is you want to be you and you want to look as honest as you possibly can. However, to be able to fall back on that, you're almost a different person telling this. So see yourself almost in a third person as you're telling this story, as you're telling these things. So they don't get to when they start attacking you, it doesn't come at you. You can reply from that persona. I usually say character, but that persona that you have there, that's what I think we're seeing there. All right, we good?
Yeah, I would add one last thing. All four of us have a persona here. This is not 100% of who we are, guys. This is, I think you pointed out all the time, we were living people before we got on this channel. So there's a lot more to us than what you see here. Same thing with this guy.
And I was a mess. I was a wreck. I was shaking, and I just didn't understand why all this was happening. So I went behind the bar. I grabbed a bottle of vodka that was there and a shot glass and sat at the bar. She was nowhere around. And I poured myself 2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. First taste of alcohol I'd had in a long time. And then she came down to the bar and found me there. And of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, yeah, the monster," and all that. So she walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me. And it just went right past my head and smashed behind me. So I stood up and I walked behind the bar, and there was a larger bottle of vodka, the kind with the handle, on it. I grabbed that and I went and I sat in my seat again. I opened the bottle and I poured myself a shot and drank it. Miss Heard was flinging insults left, right, and center, and she then grabbed that bottle and threw that at me. And the way that the bar was situated and where Miss Heard was, so if I could show you, so if this is the bar where the glass was and the bottles, if this was the bar and I'm sitting here like this, she would grab the bottle and she would go there. She went there. And so I was leaning like this in the chair, looking at her. First bottle went, then got the other bottle, shot, takes the second bottle, which was the larger one, I'm in this position again, and my hand is on the edge of the bar, like that, you know, leaning over, the fingers like that, and she threw the large bottle, and it made contact and shattered everywhere. And I honestly didn't feel the pain at first at all. I felt no pain whatsoever. What I felt was, I felt heat. I felt heat, and I felt as if something were dripping down my hand, you know. And then I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed, and I was looking directly at my bones.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
There's a couple things here. When he says I stood up, there's an eyebrow flash, socializing innocence. So he's socializing innocence here. And he's saying Miss Heard was flinging these insults. There's this hand motion using his left hand there. It's just great narration there. And I think Amber's also in that direction from him in the courtroom. And then there's eye closure right when he says that. And I think this is the sincerity of the impact, and he's trying not to absorb the insults in his memory. Then he looks the opposite direction away from her. His eyes drop down into this emotional recall position. This kind of down here, when we move our eyes down there, we're most likely to be feeling some kind of emotion or processing it. But he's comfortable using his body narration. So he's showing us the story with his body. So when you see this and someone's using lots of this body narration or illustration when they talk, watch for it to stop or become absent. And that's a key point in the conversation. Either it's a great one or it might be a red flag. But he's using the same gesture that we've seen in the vodka bottle thing. But in Amber especially, there's an increase in blink rate, breathing into her chest instead of her abdomen, which indicates some stress. There's an emotionless, cold analysis of his movement, just kind of like a head tilt, like a Terminator would survey somebody maybe. But Depp is using more telling than showing, which is uncharacteristic of him. And this is when we use words like realized, noticed, saw during storytelling. It's not indicative of deception on its own, but it can indicate that he's now recalling the event in third person. So these are called phrases of realization and discernment, if you ever want to look this up. But it's not ever necessary in storytelling unless the POV has not been established. So he shifted POV here, is what we're really seeing here. And finally, here's a pattern that is maybe going to shock you as we start moving forward. Right when he says, I'm looking at my bone, he starts smiling. And a lot of us are saying, well, you know, some people smile when they're nervous or smile during the climax of a story, but you're going to see some other times that he smiles. And I want to show you the pattern of that as it starts getting a little bit closer to it. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I agree with you completely. And I think that, some of those I didn't think about. But these are, the illustrators we're seeing are a little bit more, they're not illustrators, they're more of demonstrative gestures. Like you were saying, Chase, what's the term you always use?
Narration.
Body narration.
Gesture narration or something like that.
It's called body narration, right?
Okay. All right. Anyway, so I call them demonstrative gestures, same thing, I guess. So the lip licking and the lip biting, those are his adapters because this is getting a little bit hairy for him. And his eyes are darting around, thinking again about the structure of the descriptions he's given, getting ready to deliver. So he's preparing those. Now, when we look at Amber, she's showing no grief muscle. She doesn't have any movement in her chin boss. Her eyes are a little bit narrowed, but not a whole lot. You know, not going on. But if you look at her, it looks like she's been crying. So her eyes look a little bit puffy. I don't know if she has or not. It's just what it looks like to me. But if you'll notice, one eyebrow is a little shorter than the other, is a little bit lower down than the other one. And that's no expression going on there. That's her normal, that's the way she normally looks. Quite often, even mine are, your ears probably aren't even. Your nostrils probably aren't even. Your eyes probably aren't even. That's with most people. So when you see something like that, people think, oh, she's thinking whatever the whole time. No, that's fairly normal, because most everything on your face isn't even and of equal size. And you're right, Chase, her breathing is a little bit high, as is her clustered blink rate, because she speeds up a little bit, then she slows down and stops, then she'll get one or two, then start going fast again. Almost a flutter, but we see some flutter clusters here in just a little while. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I love the idea of flinging insults and the action, like you were saying, Chase, that goes with that, because flinging, it's aggressive and careless at the same time. So it frames Heard as both aggressive and careless around that. It's also quite a primal idea, flinging stuff. And we'll get this idea of kind of primal bodily secretions and being left and put in all kinds of places. It's very kind of the idea of flinging something. It's very antisocial, and this antisocial behavior will rank up over time, build up over time. We get a little stroke of the eyelid here, which I would say is self-soothing, after he says shattered everywhere, and we get that piece of body narration there. Of course, he's a great, shall we say, mime. He's very good at placing things accurately and setting the scene physically and visually for any audience. Well, of course, any really good modern actor has to be able to do that, because on a modern film set, most everything in the film you don't have around you anymore. It's green screen. There's green everywhere. The props aren't there. They're going to be animated in there later on. So the ability of an actor to be able to pretend and act that something is there and hit that mark again and again and again and again, that's why they're often very, very valuable actors. Not only can they get the story out and the emotion and the barnstorming performance, but they can hit more than their mark. They can create other things in the space. So great example of that. Now, let's talk about this flinging that we're going to see later on, and this idea of him being able to there's this battle going on really about the idea of drinking and the territory of drinking. And we will see this over time the alcohol is bad, but he goes to get another drink. That is territorial aggressive. She then picks up a bottle, throws it at him. That's territorially aggressive. And we'll see that whole thing build over time. So what interests me about this is, what is the power going on here? That's the question that I start to ask. What is the power going on here? What is the power that one person wants that the other isn't giving? I don't have kind of answers to that, but clearly there's a gap that the alcohol is filling there, and that gap Amber Heard does not want filled by the alcohol. She wants control of that gap. And maybe she thinks she should be filling that gap. It's a possibility. That's all speculation. Scott, what do you got on this one?
I already went.
Oh, you already went?
I called on you, yeah.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, all the same stuff with maybe a couple of minor differences. One of the things I'd point out is good actors are not acting at every moment. What I mean by that, Mark, you can address it even more, is the person doesn't have to think about how does my face move at this time. They take on a persona and they change the way they move collectively. And so I think we see some of that in his public persona that is well rehearsed. I'm not saying that that's acting. I'm just saying that well rehearsed persona has the same cadence consistently. He does that searching for change baseline, that down left, down right, internalizing conversation. A lot of introverts do that. I run into them in business all the time, where they'll look down, then look right, and look down. It's just a way that some people do. I also always say the organism does what made the organism successful. He's a great storyteller. He storytells with his body, Jack Sparrow, all that stuff. He storytells with his body, so he knows how to storytell. Now, that could be a true story or made up story. It doesn't matter. Chase, I had left-hand negative stuff all over again as well. Here's an interesting one. Last time we covered Ravnsburg, and we said he had this mantra, and when he edited and he got in a bind, he was saying, steering wheel dash, those kinds of things. He edits and says bottle, second, throne, without affecting the integrity of the story, which makes you think the story is probably true. It's easy for him to jump through the story easily and to get those details. I agree with you, Mark. That's a self-soothing move as he's thinking about where this goes. Then he goes back to his baseline and he starts to do that running through and looking and telling. And when he hits that looking at the bone, he freezes. There's a freeze in his movement altogether. And his face kind of elongates and his vowel about bone elongates when he says it. But his blink rate is normal. His breathing is normal. You can see concern in his brow when he says he felt something. And then one of the things, Chase, and I think this is related to what you're talking about with point of view of the story changing. If today I got my finger cut off, all the BS that led up to it would be dramatic and all that. But suddenly, all that doesn't matter. It's this finger. It's just this finger that matters. We would expect a person who made it up to say, and then she went on and on and on. But no, he goes, I almost went into an emotional breakdown, and. It all becomes about him. That's congruent. A couple of things about Amber Heard. Way back when I started doing body language 1,000 years ago, we talked about color and about the impact of color on human eyes and that kind of thing. One of the things that used to be a maxim is if a woman wants to appear to be innocent in front of a court, wear yellow. Interesting choice of colors. She does have a little bit of a chin thing going, but it's not vibration of the chin, Boss Scott. I agree with you. There's no movement there. It's just kind of pursed. Her lips are narrow in disapproval, and her mouth is narrow. In that right eye, I was going to point out the same thing. One of her eyes is more broad than the other, but it's not a change. It's consistent. When you see change is when you care. And then rarely for me, but I did count blink rate. In 21 seconds, she blinked 14 times and she breathed 7 times. That's pretty rapid. So something's up in her head. And then she's got that rigid poised neck, like she's posing for one of these cheap photo studios where they make you turn your head and sit a certain way. That's all I got.
Behind me, so I stood up and I walked behind the bar. And there was a larger bottle of vodka, the kind with the handle, on it. I grabbed that and I went and I sat in my seat again. I opened the bottle and I poured myself a shot and drank it. Miss Heard was flinging insults left, right, and center, and she then grabbed that bottle and threw that at me. And the way that the bar was situated and where Miss Heard was, so if I could show you, so if this is the bar where the glass was and the bottles, if this was the bar and I'm sitting here like this, she would grab the bottle and she would go there. She went there. And so I was leaning like this in the chair, looking at her. First bottle went, then I got the other bottle, shot. Takes the second bottle, which was the larger one. I'm in this position again, and my hand is on the edge of the bar, like that, leaning over, the fingers like that, and she threw the large bottle, and it made contact and shattered everywhere. And I honestly didn't feel the pain at first at all. I felt no pain whatsoever. What I felt was, I felt heat. I felt heat, and I felt as if something were dripping down my hand, and then I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed, and I was looking directly at my bones now, and the the meaty portion of the inside of your finger, and blood was just pouring out. And at that point, I think that I went into some sort of, I don't know what a nervous breakdown feels like, but that's probably the closest that I've ever been. Nothing made sense. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, this is not life. This is not life. No one should have to go through this.
All right, I'll go first on this one. This is the rich person's version of cops. It's just not happening in a trailer park. I mean, this is one of those somebody gets drunk and starts throwing bottles. How many times have you seen that on there? They come dragging him out. So I don't know why nobody called the cops, but that's what this is exactly like. This is an emotional situation, as we know, but he's got a pretty low blink rate for that, and so is his breathing. His breathing rate's fairly low too for such an emotional situation. We're not seeing anything that says, from that standpoint, that something was up here. Something is firing off all of his emotions here. So maybe he's act controlled. I don't know, but I don't think he's acting. I think he's really living this. So he's staying calm, keeping his wits about him, and that's again him keeping his head together so he can structure his words the way they should be. Now let's talk about Amber for a second. We're seeing the same thing we did last time, pretty much. But I think she's acting, and we're going to see that a lot in a few minutes. Because when certain things he says, those eyebrows pop up like she's shocked almost, and like it bothers her. I don't think it does. Somebody that would do something like that, listening back to the story, is not going to shock her, and I believe him. That's why I feel okay about saying that. And outside of a couple of those eyebrow twitches, nothing. There aren't any micro expressions that I'm seeing that really mean anything. You see a couple little twitches, but nothing that actually I don't think you can lock up to anything specific. Her breathing rate is about the same, breathing the same way, and her blink rates are the same. She's having those a couple of little clusters here and there. She's concerned, but she's not concerned, I don't think, about him. I think she's concerned about herself. If that is concern, it's hard to tell with her eyebrows like that. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, it's brilliant, man. I fully agree with that. He shifts again back to the you pronoun. He goes from I to you, but only during the socializing of the injury to help people visualize and understand what this happened to you. And if you're a nerd, you can look this up. It's called a shift of referential index to techniqueify that. But Amber goes into internal dialogue when Depp pauses to think about what to say. The moment Depp pauses, she goes into internal dialogue. In my opinion, this is either empathy or calculated prediction. You can probably guess which one. I'll leave it up to you. Let me know in the comments what you think or what your intuition says. But when he's saying nothing made sense, and I knew in my mind and heart and all this, the expressions are timed perfectly. They appear on the face just as he starts speaking or just before he starts speaking. So he's processing the emotion as he's getting the sentence ready to go, which is truthful. And when he's saying this is not life part, the smiling, I think, is nervous. It's matched with the pacifying behavior with his hand, which is made to calm us down or soothe us or regain a feeling of control over the situation. There's adapters on his legs where he's rubbing his hands onto his thighs there. And this is matched with confirmation glances around the room. He's looking around the room for some kind of approval as he's saying, this is not life. This is not what life is supposed to be. But I think this is a truthful statement. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, all I hear when he's talking, I just said this to you guys on the break, this is Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now. I mean, his speech pattern, he has Marlon Brando in his head here. I mean, given this guy is one of the most talented, in my opinion, again, this is all my opinion, but this one specifically, I think he's one of the most talented actors of my lifetime. So just because he can turn into anyone. But I do hear Marlon Brando here, that speech pattern, and he's storytelling. He's going through the right bullets, the right details. Not saying that's a lie by any means. I'm saying his story delivery is good and powerful. I also noticed that he gets to this kind of blank thing, and when he gets to at the point, he pauses more than is normal. And I think we'll find out more later about there's a whole lot that happened after this point, but that probably was a break point for him. And so it's hard for him to get his head around it. But all of his messaging, to your point, his blink rate, his brow, his hands, everything is congruent. It doesn't like a bad kung fu movie. It looks like he's saying exactly what he's saying. He edits as he speaks. He stops and his hands stop. It's interesting to watch all of this movement and to see all of this play out in that way. I think as you watch him, you can't help but realize that something horrible has happened there. Chase, to your point with her, when she goes to that internal dialogue, I think the internal dialogue is, what is coming up next? Whatever you want to say, whether it's empathy or she's trying to figure out, whatever it is, there's something right in there between them. There's a whole lot of baggage here. And I'll just be as sarcastic as I know how to do and say, I think what I see in her is love and sympathy and hoping he feels better. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think let's talk about Heard first of all. I think we get a bit of both. I think we do get some empathy and we get calculation. Look, Johnny Depp is compelling, and I'll come to a moment why he's compelling and how he's, I would agree, Greg, probably the greatest character actor of his generation, but he's not doing the character acting right now. And I'll come to that in a moment. But what happens with Heard? Well, he's such a compelling and empathetic storyteller here that her head starts tilting to one side as she gets drawn into the feeling. Then she realizes, hang on, I'm meant to be cold and calculating here. And the head straightens. He continues his compelling storytelling, and the head goes again to the side. He is hypnotic in this particular style of being Johnny Depp. Now, what's this laughter about? I believe this particular release of tension is around the absurdity of the unfairness of the situation. We see the same laugh when he's performing in Life's Too Short, Ricky Gervais's show. Go and see that, where he's in Life's Too Short. He's railing at his annoyance of being made fun of at the Golden Globes, as well as the other stars. This is Johnny Depp being Johnny Depp in the imaginary circumstance of railing at Ricky Gervais if he really was offended. So to your point earlier on, Chase, it's an ordered psychosis. It's a managed psychosis. It's really Johnny Depp, but he's pretending really well that it's a whole different set of circumstances. So it becomes very, very real for him. Now, in this managed psychosis, what is the aggression that we see from him? We see territorial aggression. He flicks his cigarette in Ricky Gervais's glass of water. So he takes territory of an important resource. And then when he gets really angry and can't stand it anymore and starts to cry a little bit, he stands up, he walks away, he kicks a waste paper basket, and then he walks out a little bit more and he turns over a bowl of fruit. And that is as aggressive as Johnny Depp gets when he feels the absurdity of the unfairness. What we don't see in that performance is he being aggressive towards the perpetrator, being violent towards the perpetrator. He is territorial aggressive for sure, but he's violent at other objects. He's violent at other avatars. And that, I would say, is Johnny Depp being really Johnny Depp in this circumstance where he feels violated. Now, if he were being Johnny Depp doing his character acting, as he would say, he would be getting a big stick and swinging it, because that's what he calls his character acting. He just gets the biggest idea he possibly can and he swings for the fences. And what he's looking for after, cut is for there to be silence on the set, that people cannot believe what he's done. He's created utter chaos, utter bizarreness of performance. That's not what we're getting in the courtroom. This isn't a bizarre performance by any. This isn't his character acting. This is Johnny Depp being Johnny Depp in this situation. Yes, he's made up of all kinds of personas, just like I am, just like people, just like Chase is, just like Greg, just like Scott. You could go, oh, you know, Chase is a bit like this person. Oh, Greg's a bit like this person and this person. And you'd probably be right. I'm a bit like a whole bunch of people that I aspired to be and who held resource over me. And I thought, well, if I'm like them, I might be successful as well. He's just the same, but it's really him.
Now, and the meaty portion of the inside of your finger, and blood was just pouring out, and at that point, I think that I went into some sort of, I don't know what a nervous breakdown feels like, but that's probably the closest that I've ever been. Nothing made sense. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, this is not life. This is not life. No one should have to go through this. And she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed, reading, and she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a horrible person I was, and I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there, reading my book, and when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed. She walked around the bed. She came to my side, and again, you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed, and I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed, and she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead, hit me. Bam. I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another? Bam. There's the second one. And I said, good, now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down, and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is among my favorites. This is after he missed her birthday because he had some financial trouble. He found out he had lost a lot of money. We'll leave it at that. And he was an hour and a half late to go to her birthday party. And so it turned into chaos. And then he's got a long story before it gets to this. But his baseline's pretty normal when he says no good could come of this. He does the rattling around in the floor and then eye contact. There's an interesting thing here that makes me think volatility is part of their life. You just said it in the break. But he says, I sat her down. That sat is awfully labored. I wasn't sure in the beginning he wasn't about to say I pushed her down on the bed. But if you want to know the difference, listen through this whole clip. He says, I sat her on the bed twice. Listen to the first one and then listen to the second one. It's a pause, like he's almost ready to say, I pushed her on the bed, but he doesn't. He says sat. That makes me think that they've got a history of volatility. I would say this: restraint is probably not a smart idea with anybody you're involved with. It probably can equate to domestic in some jurisdictions. Your mileage may vary, as they say. But after he says that, he does a throat clear, which is not usual for him. He does a throat clear after he said sat her on the bed. Then he goes to hard internal conversation. Go compare that to the second. Then he does his brows up to punctuate when he's talking. He's got his forehead already up, and he can raise a brow or two with his forehead up. That is incredible muscle control. I mean, I don't see it in anybody. I say all the time, if you ever want to see some fantastic muscle control, go watch him character act in Willy Wonka, one of those. He can move.
I think
more
you're in love with him.
And more emotions over his face than any person I've ever seen. No, Scott, that's you. You're the one.
I swear, I've never heard you talk. And every podcast you've been on, every time his name comes up, you talk about how wonderful he is. And I agree with you. He's great. He's an awesome actor. But man, you just get all emotional up in there.
Oh yeah, I'm all emotional about it. That's for sure. Anyway, that's about as emotional as I get about some actor for sure. So anyway, his brows go up and he does that punctuation, and then he's overtly demonstrative. She's sitting there and she almost looks like she's going to cry. You look. Her face is getting narrower and narrower and sagging deeper and deeper. And I think regardless of what kind of crazy volatility you got in a relationship, you got feelings for that person somehow, whether they're love, hate, a mixture of love and hate. And a lot of times in those kind of environments where you get to physically volatile relationships, it's a chemistry experiment. And like I've said many, many times, one or the other probably is not a saint living with a brawler. There's probably a little bit of escalation on both sides. It's never okay to get to physical violence on either side. But that pushing buttons probably is an art form when you're up against each other all the time and already irritate the hell out of each other. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So Heard right from the start, blink rate is up on the lead up to the story of the violence. So I would say, we don't know why the blink rate is up, because it could be that she's worried, she's anxious about this story being told, or she's reliving the story, or something else. You can think of all kinds of reasons why anxiety may well go up on this lead up. But this is important because then we get Johnny's story about the blows that she put towards him. And on the second blow, where he says, there's the second one, she's now focused. But we get what I would suggest is a slow blink from her. I would say that is a acceptance and agreement that event happened. So if there was any question in anybody's mind whether she struck him or not, I would suggest that's a good piece of evidence. That's clearly.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Save time or whatever.
Yeah, you go and get your stuff. I'll finish this and then. Who are we going to next? Who's been?
Scott's last, right?
Okay.
I'm last. So
I'll call on you and hopefully you'll be back. I'm going to be short.
Okay.
So you better get to the
Otherwise, I'll talk for you.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I'll come after you, Mark.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So where was I on this? Look, if there was any doubt in anybody's mind whether it is true that she struck him or not, I would lay good money that she did, because of that slow blink of recognition. It's baselined well because we saw the blinks of anxiety or stress beforehand. We saw her focused and not blinking at all before all of that. Great baseline around that. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, when he says, so I get up out of bed, I'm going to start kind of in the middle of this. He quickly flashes to emotional eye movement just before talking about the decision to get up and leave. Truthful, and it's unconscious behavior. When he says, I grabbed her by the shoulders, some body narration there. So he's showing us just like he does when he's telling other things that are truthful. But right when he's telling her not to follow and that he's leaving, I think he's truthful about his intent and emotion. No glabella movement here. This is important. If he's sitting her down and lecturing her, even if he recalled himself yelling or being really mean or angry, you would see the eyebrows come down, the glabella, this muscle right here, squeeze in a little bit. There's no downward movement of eyebrows. And this can often show a person recalling being angry or domineering in situations where they're pretending to be kind and peaceful. And this is helpful for police officers or anybody in conflict resolution when they're talking to people in maybe domestic violence case or something like that. And then he says, she squared off at me. Then there's another chin thrust. And I think this is a truthful recollection of the reaction to being physically challenged, which is what we do. We expose our arteries to people when we want to show that we're not fearful. And then the hitting, he's still using body narration. And if he was coached to do this, the attorney, I think, would make sure that he spoke the words so that they appear on the transcript of court records. Instead of just this little narration with his face and showing where it got hit, the attorney would have coached him to say it to where it was in the transcript. Amber shakes her head during this discussion about the punching, but she only shakes it very slightly at the second punch. So I think there is something to that. It might have still happened, but there's still something there. Maybe she recalls a different occurrence, or maybe she have hit him differently or with an ashtray instead of a fist or something like that. I don't know. But at the final, when he's saying, don't follow me, there's genuine digital extension into what we call a stop gesture. And this is what this little flat hand movement is what we do when we're trying to talk somebody out of something. If it's down at your side, in your pocket, in your purse, your hand will still stretch out. If you're trying to get someone to stop something linguistically, our hands naturally want to go out like this. So that's what the stop gesture is, and that's all I got. Scott, what do you have?
All right. Sorry about that. Not only does my camera keep turning off, there's a wasp in here. I've been watching him, man. He's getting closer. He's making a plan. I don't know what he's planning on doing. But man,
my minion coming after you.
Oh, my God. And to top it all off, I've got Nashville hot chicken tenders up here.
Beautiful.
Frozen to keep that
how to eat,
keep
Scott.
that thing cool. God, Lord. Okay. All right. Sorry I missed that, Chase. I would love to have heard that. All right. So this is where it gets interesting from a facial expressions point of view. But before that, again, this is just trailer park stuff, man. This is just cops roll up on a call for a domestic. That's what this is. I don't understand why they're not involved. Why didn't somebody call the cops? She should have done that, or he should have done that. In this case, he should have done that, but he didn't do it. But again, this is where it gets interesting from the perspective of facial expressions. And like Greg was talking about, his entire forehead gets involved here, and these things keep flowing in and out. These movements, and I don't understand how he does it either. It is fascinating. I'm not in love with him like Greg is, but it is fascinating. But up to this point here, that's the most we've seen in this group of videos. But we're going to see it some more in a different way when we get down the line a little bit. The thing about her at this point, I think what we're seeing her, she's acting. She's pretty much the same as she was, a little bit more head movement. And I don't know what you guys were talking about before this, but one thing I thought was interesting about all these videos we've seen so far, has anybody seen anybody swallow?
No.
I haven't either. I don't know what's up with that, man. Nobody's swallowing in this thing. So I'll end it there, and because I can't focus with this wasp flying around in here.
You need one of those electrified tennis racket things.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I advocate the killing of wasps in any way.
You're going to get in trouble for that, Mark. You're in so much trouble.
Wasps shouldn't be killed.
But I wouldn't want to kill them. I'll catch them and put them outside.
Wasps are very, very helpful creatures.
Yes, they are. Bless them.
And she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed, reading, and she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a horrible person I was. And I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there reading my book. And when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed, she walked around the bed, she came to my side, and again, you know, you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed and I grabbed her by the shoulders and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed and she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead, hit me. Bam. And I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another? Bam. There's the second one. And I said, good, now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down, and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser.
Had you ever been accused of physically abusing a woman before this point?
No. No.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, sick in a sense that there was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever. And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard, and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls start coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen, but once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with you know, you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that kill you and destroy you.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'll be quick on this one. A couple of things. when he's asked, did you ever assault? Have you ever assaulted anyone? His blink rate goes through the roof. Does that mean he has? Not necessarily. It simply means fight or flight. It means that, and it's the first time we've seen his blink rate increase in this entire thing. He's being asked a hard question, a question that is accusatory, not simply saying, tell me your story. And then after that, and after that, and after that, it's asking him a pointed question. His blink rate does increase. And he says no twice. And then he breaks to internal voice. If you ever want to know what a 1,000-yard stare is, that's what he's doing when he hits internal voice. When he goes to an internal conversation, he's not sitting there dwelling. His eyes just go out of focus. He's internal altogether as he's thinking through how to say this. And then he goes with a single eyebrow to drive. It was everything. A single eyebrow in the middle of all that forehead stuff. And we're going to see that single eyebrow rise more than one time as a real strong emphasis for him when he hits something. And then when he says this was, you see his points of his brows on the inside rise up. We equate that with sorrow. Overall, the body language is congruent with the message he's delivering. And then he does some evocative storytelling. It was like lava. Now that's actor talking. That's a guy who's larger than life talking. I wouldn't say it was like lava. I'd say it was like a storm, something like that, because I don't talk the same way. Scott, what do you got?
All right. This is a really, really important time for him, because this is what the whole thing is based on, him losing money because of the article she had put in, whatever the news thing was. So he's got a lot of full eye contact going on here, and he's showing a lot of focus and attention because he's trying to explain perfectly, as clearly as he can, for that jury to hear why they're there. This is the reason they're there. So that's really important to him from the perspective of structure and making it stick. Now, another thing, like you guys are talking about how charismatic he is and all that, how much Greg loves him, is those long pauses in there when someone is speaking and they wait between words. Then you're just waiting for them to talk. So everybody just kind of leans in and starts listening real hard. So I believe that's part of what he's doing here as well, making sure he gets every point across. And the question on everyone's mind here is, did you hit her? Did he really do this? Did he really hit her? And we're not seeing as many pauses as we saw before, because he's trying to get through that story and make sure everything gets laid out so people understand it. He's hitting each point, and every one of these points that he's hit, that he's prepared for, that's where we see that eye and forehead engagement happen again. We see those coming into play there. His diction is really clear. Everything's really clean here. His voice tone is clean and clear. His diction's spot on, and he's not talking too fast, but he's talking a little bit faster. His voice tone is a little bit higher because his energy level is up to talk about this and to get this point across. And we see more in his brow at this point, I think, that we have up so far. So, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So good answer, I think, to that question. No. And the second no isn't an emphatic no. It's more like the real answer. The first one is the answer that he knows he needs to give. And the second one, I believe, because it's what we would call pathetic, it kind of goes down in its kind of energy at the end. That's more Johnny Depp really giving the answer that no, this didn't happen. So good answer there. He takes time, again, to look for the feelings and look for his thoughts. Again, go and look at Hunter S. Thompson, one of his heroes. Go and look at Keith Richards, one of his heroes. And you will take both of them, poets, people who pick the exact words to use to have the maximum impact. They both do this, looking down to locate and take time to find the right word and then bring it out. And so, of course, you get this kind of, let's say, Byronic poetry coming out of fire, skyrockets, volcanoes being showered by raindrops of molten lava. I mean, it's just extraordinary stuff. And no surprise that Johnny Depp has played those Hellraisers, the Earl of Rochester in The Libertine, which was written by an old friend of mine, Stephen Jeffries, sadly gone. Love you, Steve. And, you know, the mad, bad, dangerous to know, extraordinary characters who are fiery. He's linked with all those things. So we get those kind of fire metaphors coming in there. Heard. Well, she's breathing in the rhythm of his speech. She's utterly hypnotized by this. Who wouldn't be? Because it's completely poetic and it's performed, you know, quite brilliantly. So even she is enraptured by this, and she's meant to be against him. So it's very difficult not to be pulled into his influence and persuasion here. But all the same, I think his first answer had a lot of credibility, had a lot of truth to it. Chase, what do you think on this one?
Yeah, I agree with all you guys. I'll just cover a couple things here. When he's saying the world's coming down on me so hard, you'll see a smile right when he's talking about that. And I've actually seen a few experts call this deceptive online. But this is literally what he's done every time that he's mentioned being injured. Every single smile is a social injury or a physical injury. Every time. I think throughout the entire 9 hours. I don't know if I saw any exceptions to that. But he's describing some kind of injury, and there's a smile with that. And we'll cover more on this in a second, but he's saying it's gained momentum around the world. There's another smile. It's communicating and discovering an injury. And then he talks about being hurt emotionally. And he shifts back into the you pronoun to help you identify with it, as he's done every time he's described receiving the injury or realizing the injury. And then finally, another shift right at the end here from I, discussing my life, into you, so it's easier for people to get and see themselves inside of that story. And I think finally here, when he says, I felt ill, I felt sick, there's eye closure, where he's avoiding the feeling of it, and there's emotional accessing. His eyes go down into the emotional area. And I think this is mostly truthful here.
Had you ever been accused of physically abusing a woman before this point?
No.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, I'm sick in a sense that there was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever. And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard, and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls stop coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen, but once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with you know, you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that kill you and destroy you. If it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything.
Chase, what do you got?
Right at the, have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard? There's a smile. And that smile is going to creep a whole lot of people out. My opinion is that this smile that we're seeing here is being asked a ridiculous question. That's something that he couldn't even fathom. That's like me asking Greg if he kidnapped a giraffe last week. He'd be like, no. It was smiling.
No, possible.
So I think he finds it laughable, ridiculous. As a second option, I think this may invoke the memory of their physical relationship, not the fighting one, the other one, which he may be smiling about. Then he performs this kind of long mental search, moving around, takes all the time he needs. Like I wish every deponent I've ever spoken to would do this. And you can't, it's hard to get people to do it. But this is kind of the file clerk running around and pulling files when the eye is moving around. The little file clerk is running around to get what it needs. Twice in there, it's hard into emotional accessing, processing the emotional tone of the answer to the question. So I want to talk about him repeating this phrase right at the very end. People repeat phrases like this for a few reasons. They're told to do it. They have this one phrase as a key message, and they want to really hammer that into the audience. They truly feel the weight of the phrase, and that's what I think we're seeing here. I don't think it was coached. I don't think it was some key thing he had on a Post-it note in the weeks leading up to this on his fridge. And he offers it the second time with an upward tone, as if that's all I can think of. That's the only way I could say it. I don't think he planned on saying it twice. He says it again because it's the truth to him, and the upward tone is just kind of an apology for having nothing else or no other way to say it. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. The never, the first never, very firm, very assertive, got no problem with that. Second never, yes, there is this glint of delight. Now, people out there might go, it's Jupiter's Delight, that one. It's nothing like Jupiter. It has nothing to do with that whatsoever. That looks completely different. Go back to our other videos where you'll be able to see Jupiter's Delight in a whole bunch of people. It's only on one side of the face. This is full delight. There is a glint in his eye. I'm going to go with your second option there, Chase. I think if it was the first option, we might even get a laugh from him of the absurdity. I think, and maybe you're going to disagree with me further down the line. I would love that, because I'm always open to new ideas and what somebody else thinks, because it makes all of us better thinkers. But I would expect a laugh from him if it were the absurdity of the question. I think it's him envisaging the idea of sexual and his, former partner there, Heard. Poetic answer at the end, nothing less than everything. That's a piece of poetry. Of course, it is very immense in its scope, but he's going for big money. And so I think it does a couple of jobs. It fulfills the poetic part of him, and, it fulfills the part of him that's looking for, 50 million or something like that, which is probably not a lot compared to actually what he's lost, in potential damages, if it turns out that it goes in his favor here. That's a cheap deal, 50 million, I would think. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right, let's pay attention to that head shake no when he says never. That's fairly, even at a gut level, you can tell that I would believe that's true, even from a gut level. And both of them are strong. And he also says, certainly not. He doesn't say absolutely not. Not that there's a thing that says because you use the word absolutely, it means you're not being honest or being deceptive. But we sure see the word or hear the word absolutely quite often when someone's being deceptive.
So I don't know what the validity of that is there, but still, sorry, the hot chicken just fell off my camera. So I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any deceptive cues in this at all. And when he's asked when he says I've lost nothing less than everything, I think he might be right if he doesn't get a gig soon. So because I think he's kind of headed for the money problems. And again, this is really important part of his case, and he's trying to get this spot on. And I'm going to kill that little thing with my Kindle.
Maybe the last we ever see of him.
Yeah. Well, he probably will go into anaphylactic shock.
Exactly. Tax his neck. That's it. You got it?
Yeah. Now we'll be on trial.
Now we're getting cancelled.
Yeah. Send him to WASP heaven with my Kindle. Wow.
This was brought to you by Kindle, probably the best WASP you'll ever need.
Wow.
Are you finishing?
That was close. I'm finished there. I think that pretty much.
I only have a few things. His blink rate goes up in the beginning, of course, when he's asked a hard question again. Did you assault? I think, and Chase, you can change my mind as we get further in. I think every time we see that nervous smile, it's not just a nervous smile. It's laughing at the absurdity of self and where this thing has gotten to. I think human beings love to see people fall from great heights. It's why this stuff is all so interesting. I mean, there's millions of stories, the Daedalus and Icarus thing, the guy flies too close to the sun, falls. All that stuff is deep rooted in our psyches. The other thing we're going to watch with this is guaranteed the comments are going to be just like this. Some people are on his side, some are on her side, and we're scumbags one way or the other. It'll be interesting to see which way this time and who's paying us, because, we obviously we could obviously use the money. Soros,
we're waiting for that Soros check.
We're waiting. So bring us some money.
Come on, George.
The most interesting of all the body language in this entire thing, and Chase, I agree with you, seeing his eyes dart and look around. He goes to places he hasn't gone, up in his visual memory and all those places he's rolling around. But look at his forehead. It's smooth. As he's telling you the story about everything that's happened to him and how devastating it's been. It looks like lifeless forehead compared to everything else he's had in here. Lots of movement in his forehead. Otherwise, it goes flat. And then he goes, nothing short of everything. Nothing short of everything. He's fallen from great heights. And quite literally, Mark, like you said, I've read that he's worth $400 million or whatever the number is. But $50 million could be a drop in the bucket compared to 2 movies. Who knows? So big deal. I'll leave it at that.
It's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything.
Mr. Depp, on April 26, 2015, Jerry Judge, and Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's good.
And he writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We've been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. "Love you, brother. JD." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445, defendants? And in the text that we just saw, when you used the word monster, that Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Okay. Thank you.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think the moving of the chair, the swing of the chair, I'm going to call that an adapter. I am going to say that it's repetitive, so I'm going to say it's self-soothing. He's self-soothing during that. And in fact, during that kind of interlude between one email and the other email, or text and the other text, you're going to see him nodding his head like this. That's a self-soother as well. It's almost like he's got a song playing in his head at the same time. So if you fancy something to do, rip that out, put a tune with it, put a link to it, and let us know what song you think is maybe going through Johnny's head at that point. But there's a self-soother going on there. I don't quite know why. Chase, what do you think?
I think it's probably Metallica, but I'm not sure the exact song. So when he says the monster, I'm going to go full-blown Bowden on you guys.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Here we go.
The definition of monster is a creature affected with a birth defect, malformed animal. And it's the French derivative of this is demonstration, which means to indicate or show it to people, which is a lot more evidence here of him using this dissociative language technique, or this dissociative language tendency, I should say. There is no monster in there. And even people with multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, there's one human. Like there aren't two humans inside of that brain. So it's a dissociative capacity of the brain. I'm not saying he has any kind of disorder here with dissociative symptoms there, but that's common in his language. And I think it's common in something you see in a lot of actors. And I will throw the caveat here. The only reason I knew the definition of monster is from an 8th grade report that I had to write. Scott, what do you got?
All right. That sounds good. All right. Well, I agree with you, Mark, that whole chair thing that's an adapter. It's a self-soothing thing. But the glasses look a little bit odd, but there's reading glasses. And he puts them on when he has to read something, or he's asked to read something, or he's asked to read. And he's under control, but he's squinched up a little bit because he's got to be on guard for the questions he's being asked. Again, this is one of those cases where, as he's being asked these questions and everything seems all calm and smooth, that's when they hit you with a zinger, and you got to be ready for it. So I think he's ready for it. And the monster he's talking about here, I agree with you. It's that this is what happens when he's been drinking and all that stuff. I think he artistically turns into the monster. That's what he calls himself when he starts doing that. We're seeing actually some facial expression. Yeah. So we're seeing some anger here a little bit, not a whole lot, but we're seeing it sneak up in there. So, and not a lot of derivation from other expressions, or not a lot of coming out of that into a lot of other stuff. He's pretty stable in this thing all the way through. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. His eyes are down right here because he's looking at a monitor. Those glasses are blue blocking light things, so they're weird shade. No big deal. This is the first cross we've seen. Cross-examination. So his lips are drawing narrow. He doesn't look the same. He doesn't look as relaxed. He's kind of leaning forward. He's adapting to your point, Mark, with the nodding and all of that. You can see his discomfort. The smirk right here, in my opinion, this is recognition it's not good for him. It leads me to believe, every time I see him do this smirk, that it might have been a defense mechanism he's had his whole life. I know he had a rough life. He went through a lot of stuff in school. His mom was abusive. And that smirk might be, and that sarcastic personality he has, might be his defense against all of that. And it just bleeds out. But you can see when things are not going well for him, it's going to do that. And you can see he's doing there. I'll call this the swivel rate, because we'll see the swivel rate increase as he comes up. And Chase and I can mimic him as things go. That's what I got.
All right.
Those. Mr. Depp, on April 26, 2015, Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's correct.
And he writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We have been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever. All caps. Love you, brother. JD. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445, defendants? And in the text that we just saw, when you used the word monster, that Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Okay, thank you. And on May 14th, 2015, you blow out that text, Michelle, please. You texted Mr. Deuters, need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Miss Heard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Let's pull up Exhibit 196, please. This is on page 2, please.
Chase, what do you got?
I'm going to ride this dissociation train a little bit further down the track, but I'm going to promise I'm going to get off here, give or take. There's more indication that there's some separation between himself and the monster. And this isn't indicative of any kind of disorder by itself. In some cases where there's a lot of dissociation and there's some severe dissociation, the denials of crimes appear 100% truthful that they did not commit that crime, because in their mind, they didn't. It was some other entity. It was some other thing that committed that crime. So that's something to watch out for, but I don't think his dissociation is that bad. If this was the case, which I don't believe, Depp didn't do anything harmful to Amber at all. It would have been the monster had anything actually happened, which I don't think it did. Scott?
Again, his attorney's focusing on the monster. That's what their big play is in this, to create this monster in everyone's mind, to think when he starts drinking, and he does it all the time, he becomes this really bad guy. He's fairly still. His lips are pursed, and this doesn't indicate that he doesn't agree, but you can tell he doesn't agree with what's going on there. That's when you see lips pursed, you usually think, that's an indication that there's an issue there. And in this case, I think he doesn't agree with what's going on. Amber's in the middle of something else. She's not paying much attention to anything, but I think she's focused on something else. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I think Amber Heard is doing something specific. I think she saw something she wanted to make a note about. She writes the note, she hands it over, and there's a little bit of to her when she does it. It's a little bit of self-justified looking thing. I wrote, if we only had somebody who could read handwriting from here, we'd be okay. But he adjusts his coat in either an adapter, a barrier, or a combination, because when they talk about the monster, what they're really saying is Amber Heard said, well, if you didn't drink, if you didn't have this monster, if you didn't turn into this bad guy when you do this, have this monkey on your back, whatever it is, it's an excuse. It's an excuse for bad behavior when you're drinking it or whatever, or something she doesn't, who knows what's going on. But the volatility is caused by some combination of chemistry between the two of them, and that creates some kind of chaos. And they're referring it to it as a monster. And what this guy's trying to do is to get him to admit the monster is real, because they're going to use some other verbiage later that's going to paint him into a corner. Now, we all know that there's a whole discovery process when you're going to trial. So all this stuff is not new. He knows a whole bunch of stuff is going to be introduced, and he's getting backed into a corner. And you can see he's getting more focused. His mouth is narrow, and we associate that with discomfort or anger. And his eyes are focused on the guy and locked down. Big difference from what we saw earlier, that adapter, all of that. He knows that they're painting him into a corner with this language, and he's going to have to come out and defend it somehow. Mark, what do you got?
Yep. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to talk about what they're both wearing, because as I've seen on the media, that seems to have been quite an important thing for people. A lot of focus on he wore a tie with a B on it and then she wore something with a B on it. And that might have been important. Maybe it is important. That mirroring could be important. Of course, the B is emblematic of royalty, of the monarch, the single B ruling over the hive. Absolutely. Actually, maybe we'll come to that. Who is king of the court a little later on. But let's have a look first of all at the way Heard is dressed. She's got that white shirt with the top button done up, but no kind of neck piece on there. And dark suit on. I think that's in order to come across as relatively conservative, if not puritanical. That drinking drugs would be a very, very bad thing. It almost looks kind of Amish or Hasidic. Though, unfortunately, from my point of view, when you show up in court and you have your top button done up and no tie, it means you've had your necktie taken away from you for very important reasons. So never, I would never advise anybody to turn up to court like that, but maybe it's different in the UK and Canada. Certainly, it's a very bad sign when you've had your necktie taken away from you and you're in front of the judge. But equally so, Depp, scraped back hair, so he hasn't got any of that Captain Jack Sparrow floppiness around him. He's got a tie on, he's suited up. There's not too much extraneous kind of wear around his wrists there, only a few rings. So he's really, really toned it down. This is certainly not the Pirate King showing up for this. So everybody playing relatively quite a conservative look here.
And on May 14th, 2015, you blow up that text, Michelle, please. You texted Mr. Duders, need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Miss Heard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Let's pull up Exhibit 196, please. This is on page 2, please. So we talked about the cocaine and the ecstasy. Let's talk about the altercation that you and Miss Heard had in Australia. You testified that you were sitting on a bar stool, right? In Australia. This is before.
So you're fast forwarding to the end of of that argument.
Yeah, we've heard your account of the argument, and the jury will hear Miss Heard's account of the argument. What I want to ask you is some specific questions about you're sitting on a bar stool. You've had 3 or 4, I think you said 3 shots of vodka.
I did 2 or 3 shots of vodka, yes. Yeah.
And you're resting with your hands kind of hanging over the edge like that, right?
Well, after the first bottle whizzed past my head and shattered, as I said, I walked around the bar, grabbed the larger, there was another bottle of vodka, the only one there. The larger bottle, brought it back and poured another shot and did it.
And right, and that was like a what we call a handle of vodka. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's one of the larger bottles with it's got a handle on it. Yes.
Right, and it was full at the time, other than the shot that you poured.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the full bottle. No.
Okay, and at some point before you claim you sustained an injury to your finger, I believe you demonstrated to the jury yesterday, but you were resting with your 3 fingers. Your middle 3 fingers kind of hanging over the edge. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yes, I just had a bottle thrown at me, so I was, when she grabbed the second bottle.
Right, I'm just asking where your fingers were, sir. At that point, your palm was facing down and your 3 middle fingers were hanging over the edge of the bar, correct?
Basically, that's correct.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, again, we're seeing, because he's in cross, he's leaned in more. His mouth is narrow. His focus is hard. His eyes are making good, hard contact in a way he didn't when he was in direct, because he now has a threat. And have a threat. We're going to take in more data. I can't see his pupils, but just about guarantee his pupils are dilated. We can see a little respiration up for a change in him, which we haven't seen to date. His head goes down to the right, and then his forehead's up at hold on. Are you fast forwarding? You can see he's trying to say, hold on, there's more to this than you're giving me. And then he starts to nod on the intake as he's picking up what the guy's asking, makes hard eye contact once again. His blink rate goes really fast as he gets threat recognition. He drops his chin back to doing what he usually does. And he does that quick nod as he makes hard eye contact with someone. And Mark, I think you brought it up earlier. I think who he's making hard eye contact with is the jury. He's playing to the audience. Again, doesn't mean he's lying, means he knows where he should be focusing. Then he illustrates with his forehead up, goes back into some concentration around all the questions they're asking. And then he has one brow rise again, meaning something's emphatic to him as he's talking about having the bottle thrown at him. He swivels, his brow drops and furrows. You can see the stress is rising. This is giving him a reason. His speech is even faster, if you notice. You can see that he's got some fight or flight here. That slow, droning speech pattern he had before is gone. So now you can tell that he's in cross instead of direct. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I don't have much here. There is some interesting stuff going on with the eye contact that he's showing as well. The second step, and one thing that maybe a lot of us do, I definitely teach people, is we're showing less respect and helping the jury to understand the level of respect that this person deserves through the eyes of a witness. And this is a great example of just a witness telling the truth, how they should be telling the truth, how we would teach them or help them to tell the truth on the stand. He's unrushed, comfortable, ensuring that the memory is told as he recalls it, not how he is instructed to recall it by the attorney. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I agree, Greg, playing the audience with this idea of the 3 shots. Yeah, I had three shots. I think, as you were saying before, Greg, there's an edge of sarcasm to that. And yeah, he is, I think, trying to indicate to the jury that this is slightly puritanical of the lawyer here to think it's extreme to have 2 or 3 shots. It's not a big thing. Well, it's really interesting for me. He says, and I did it. Not I drank it, I did it. So this idea of drinking is a very definite action. It's a big statement, something that he does. It's a big statement. And then we get the story of Heard taking control of that bottle and then delivering it, maybe accidentally, who knows how good her aim is, but in the story, delivering it to his drinking hand and cutting off his drinking hand. So there seems to be a narrative here, a story here of him of somebody needing to be in control of the drinking hand and maybe in control of the monster. Is this whole battle around who controls that monster and who can summon it and who can calm it down or say that it can't appear? Because my guess is for the addict, for the alcoholic, there is a certain comfort in the monster always being able to come along. Though there's pain involved, there is some kind of control there going on. Anyway, this is just speculation. I just put it forward as that's the kind of thing my brain gets interested in at this point. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. Well, he's on high alert as this attorney's trying to get him all worked up, and he knows that's what's going on. So he plays it. I think he plays it really well. And we see anger in his facial expression. You got flared nostrils, the shallow breathing, and the pursed lips again. His shoulders are inward just a little bit in protection mode, and his cadence is a little fast. And his answers are short compared to the way they've been before. The pauses are there, but they're not quite as trying to draw you in as hard, I think, at this point. And his gaze is focused on threat, which is the attorney. So that's what I got.
So we talked about the cocaine and the ecstasy. Let's talk about the altercation that you and Miss Heard had in Australia. You testified that you were sitting on a bar stool, right? In Australia. This is before.
So you're fast forwarding to the end of the of that argument.
Yeah, we've heard your account of the argument, and the jury will hear Miss Heard's account of the argument. What I want to ask you is some specific questions about you're sitting on a bar stool. You've had 3 or 4, I think you said 3 shots of vodka.
I did 2 or 3 shots of vodka, yes. Yeah.
And you're resting with your hands kind of hanging over the edge like that, right?
Well, after the first bottle whizzed past my head and shattered, as I said, I walked around the bar, grabbed the larger, there was another bottle of vodka, the only one there. The larger bottle, brought it back and poured another shot and did it.
And right, and that was like a what we call a handle of vodka. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's one of the larger bottles with it's got a handle on it. Yes.
Right, and it was full at the time, other than the shot that you poured.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the full bottle. No.
Okay, and at some point before you claim you sustained an injury to your finger, I believe you demonstrated to the jury yesterday, but you were resting with your 3 fingers. Your middle 3 fingers kind of hanging over the edge. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yes, I just had a bottle thrown at me, so I was, when she grabbed the second bottle.
Right, I'm just asking where your fingers were, sir, at that point. Your palm was facing down and your 3 middle fingers were hanging over the edge of the bar, correct?
Basically, that's correct.
Miss Amber was 7 to 10 feet away, correct?
Once she walked, yes. Once she grabbed the bottle, yes.
Okay, and your testimony, and we've heard it yesterday, but your testimony is that somehow she wound up with this handle of vodka and threw it, and it damaged part of your middle finger. But what we didn't talk about, what I want to ask you about, is it didn't. If it happened the way you said, it didn't damage any other part of your hand, correct? No other part of your fingers, none of the other middle fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were injured, correct?
Objection, compound.
We can take it piece by piece. None of the 3 fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were sustained any injury other than your middle finger. Is correct?
The middle finger certainly took the brunt of it as the tip.
And there's
cut off.
There's no record of any glass being found in that middle finger. Correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure what was found in the middle finger. What I do know is that when I went to the emergency room, that they had to inject me with a block to be able to put it into a bucket and take a wire brush to scrub it all clean, because I had all the makeup still left from Pirates on there. And
makeup from Pirates, okay.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so just a little kind of piece of body language repertoire here for you. His lips purse, so that's like a drawstring purse, forward, like it doesn't do it that big. I'm just demonstrating for you. On 7 to 10 feet. Pursing of lips will tend to mean, there are no absolutes, but it tends to mean disagreement, or there's an alternative, or there are some parameters that should be put around this. So we see the purse of the lips, and lo and behold, he says, once she got the bottle. So he puts a parameter around it in order to be able to agree. So just nice bit of repertoire for you there to look out for in other situations. And then, of course, what I really like is tip cut off. He plays to the jury. He knows that he's not trying to convince the lawyer here. He needs to convince the jury. They're the people with the most power. Now, what can often happen in this situation, because the lawyer can be annoying or feel very authoritative is you, as the person in the stand, start playing to the lawyer and making them one of the main people in this tale, when really the power is over with the jury, and you need to be making sure they're getting the story, they're being convinced, not the lawyer in front of you. They have a whole different agenda, which is they're either not on your side or they're very much on your side. Chase, what do you think on this one?
Yeah, let me just give you a few tips while you're watching this. Never, ever let somebody recap testimony and repackage it, ever. And this is what was attempted here. If you listen closely, this attorney rebuilds the story for the people present in the courtroom. And when you're forced into these closed-ended questions, I would be very careful. Be even more careful if someone summarizes or omits information and then simply asks you a yes or no question. Answer how you want to and provide the details relevant if you're ever in this situation. The lawyer also does a tactic here called covert recapping. When he just says all of the story about the hand, and then he says, yeah, they had to wash off the makeup from pirates. So the lawyer recaps the entire story with, yeah, makeup from pirates, to make it sound almost ridiculous. And this is a technique you see pretty often in well-trained attorneys to trick people. And here are the steps really quickly. A person tells a story, you recap it with only a few keywords and make it sound pretty silly. Then we're triggering something called the recency effect, making the jury or the court more likely to remember that detail when they're recalling that testimony in the future. So never let that happen. That's all I got. I'll just leave it with the pro tip. Scott, what do you got?
That's all.
I agree. Yeah. But you know what? I think he did. I don't think he did a very good job of that, Rick. I don't think he did a very good job of all that. That guy's getting on my last nerve. He's coming on like he's got it figured out, but I don't think he's doing a very good job of that at all. So anyway, Johnny Depp's blink rate is way up compared to everything else we've seen so far. His cadence is faster, and his diction is clean, and it's on point. You can understand everything. He's got incredible, and I know Greg's going to talk about this, but he's got incredible engagement in his forehead muscles. The glabella shows concern, and so many reactions moving and from one to another as it goes. It's like this flow that Greg was talking about earlier. It's really, really cool to see. And he's been animated physically, as this is a gory story and it's a painful memory. So it makes sense that he would be doing that. His breathing rate should, in my opinion, should be a little bit higher than it is, to make a definitive decision about whether he's, actually having a limbic reaction to all that. But his jacket's kind of loose and kind of big, and so is that shirt. So it's kind of tough to make a call on that. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, he starts off with a little bit of what I would refer to, some of that's lip pursing, some of it's concentration mouth. We move our mouth as we're thinking and trying to internalize things. His swivel rate increases dramatically. He's moving around a lot, if you notice in that chair. And his blink rate increases. Scott, you're right. He's got a lot of forehead involvement at the right times, trying to drive his point. He does what I refer to as his baseline. He does the search for change. He does a lot of forehead movement. He looks and he makes hard eye contact, to your point, Mark, right at the jury, right at the right people, cut off. It's on my list of things. He illustrates what happens very clearly with his forehead. He uses his forehead to illustrate a hell of a lot. And then the interesting piece is he takes a little bit of holy ground as he gets to, I had makeup on my hands from pirates, because let's face it, that's about as ubiquitous as maybe not anything religious, but anything in American culture. Everybody knows what pirates is. So he takes a little bit of holy ground, but he also looks a little bit nervous and does a downright glance with some emotion at that point, and I think we'll see why coming up. That's all I'll cover.
Miss Amber was 7 to 10 feet away, correct?
Once she walked, yes. Once she grabbed the bottle, yes.
Okay. And your testimony, and we've heard it yesterday, but your testimony is that somehow she wound up with this handle of vodka and threw it, and it damaged part of your middle finger. But what we didn't talk about, and what I want to ask you about, is if it happened the way you said, it didn't damage any other part of your hand, correct? No other part of your fingers, none of the other middle fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were injured, correct?
Objection, compound.
We can take it piece by piece. None of the 3 fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were sustained any injury other than your middle finger. Is correct?
The middle finger certainly took the brunt of it as the tip.
And there's
cut off.
There's no record of any glass being found in that middle finger, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure what was found in the middle finger. What I do know is that when I went to the emergency room, that they had to inject me with a block to be able to put it into a bucket and take a wire brush to scrub it all clean, because I had all the makeup still left from Pirates on there. And
makeup from Pirates. Okay, a second. But none of the other fingers on your hand were sustained any injury that you're aware of, correct?
No, there were nothing else was severed. No.
Okay. And in fact, it wasn't just makeup from Pirates that was on your hand. It was paint that you had dipped your middle finger into to write, along with blood, to write on mirrors and lamps and assorted furniture in the house, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
It wasn't just makeup. You testified yesterday that it was just makeup from the set of Pirates 5, but in fact, after you sustained an injury to your finger, you dipped it in paint in the house, and you wrote in paint mixed with blood all over the place.
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint in the house and wrote on objects in the house.
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint after suffering an injury.
Yes.
And then you used that finger to write on objects in the house. Yes or no?
Yes, that was after after writing on the walls, the blood had kind of dried, as it were, and so I stuck my finger into a can of paint and also, excuse me, mineral spirits to put my verbal messages onto the wall.
And you used your finger as a paintbrush, right?
Essentially, yes.
And
all right, Chase, what do you got?
I don't have much here. There is a tiny little concealed smile on Amber during this. And the times that you see her smile throughout this 9-hour thing is during his being beaten by questions or something, or being embarrassed. And most of it is him being embarrassed. Anytime something is embarrassing, she enjoys the destruction of this human being. And that's the time we're seeing her all smile. I'll leave Depp to you guys. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I totally agree. He is. He knows that this is antisocial behavior. This is extreme behavior when you use your bodily fluids to express yourself on walls. It's generally considered as, in most societies that I've ever come across, as antisocial behavior. He knows this. This is beyond the usual, or certainly part of the chaos and the madness that in part he really wants to inhabit, because it has a Byronic romance to it. At the same time, it's totally antisocial. And she loves, I think, because she tries to hang her head in shame as well, that this has occurred, she's seen this happen. It's awful that this has happened in front of her. And then we see that little smile, easy to detect there. So there is disdain and disgust that Johnny shows around this action that he's done. I mean, just to show you that this is not normal behavior, last summer, I cut off the top of my thumb, didn't cut it off completely, but I gouged a massive gash in it with a chisel. And there was blood everywhere. I mean, you'll love this, Scott. Yeah, I know you love these kinds of stories. stories. And I was super upset with myself. I was lividly annoyed with myself because it is a rookie mistake. You never chisel towards your hands. I mean, it's basic. It's fundamental. I was so annoyed with myself. But at no point did I walk into my home and write messages to myself on the wall. What an idiot I was. And then even if I had run out of blood, I wouldn't have then got some paint and started to, do it some more. When I tell you that story, you realize it's bizarre and outlandish, and that's exactly what he's done. It's extreme. Greg, what are your thoughts on this?
Yes. So this may be one of my favorites of the whole thing. He starts off by looking, and Mark, I live on a farm. My hands always have nicks and cuts. I guess I should start painting messages on the barn to keep people away, right? They'll know not to come to my place.
Yeah.
But he starts off looking down left, down right, like, where's this going? And then he stammers. We always talk about cadence and stammering as mattering. In this case, it doesn't, because it's his baseline. He goes, no, and then he makes hard eye contact with his head shaking. That's what he does. Go watch every interview with every talk show and you'll see that. But watch him do a stiffened neck transition and a head roll when it gets to that paint thing where, did you stick your finger in paint? And he goes, and his mouth goes, and he's going to say something. And here's why you need an attorney when an interrogator gets you, because you hear that attorney step in and go, objection, objection, objection. They're going to do that at every turn with an interrogation. So if you get arrested, they're your rescuer, and you hear her rescuing him left and right. But what happens then is he swivels pretty hard. She rescues him. His respiration, his blink rate, and his swivel rate are all through the roof. And his face has shrunk. Now, if you go look at him in the beginning where his face looks wider, his face is now very narrow as all of his mouth is drawn and tight, and he's pursing his lips, and you can see the stress in him. And then you see you dipped your finger in paint. Tip off your finger, and he inhales, drops down to emotion, has a quick bolt of his eyes to the threat, and I see Andrew in him as he tries to explain the unexplainable, as he kind of does some weird head roll, and he is trying to figure out, how do I figure out a non-crazy way to explain this? And it's just a bunch of chaff and redirect and garbage running down the way. There's no way he is going to explain this in a way that makes him look good, and he should just stop. I would have just said, look, no, I did something crazy. I can't tell you why. I told you I had a nervous breakdown. Instead, he tries to rationalize something that's not rational. And if he did anything so far in this that makes him look really bad, it's there. When he says dried as it were is when he looks like dried as it were, like a Andrew kind of move. And then I see her. I have one note, Chase, a smug C. That little smile is a C. I told you he's crazy. I think she wins in that spot. That's all I got.
All right. In this, it's okay. In this section, his blink rate is as high as it's been so far in all these videos. And obviously that indicates stress, and especially for this situation where you're being cross-examined with somebody like that, that's going to happen to you. And he still takes time to think before he's answering, but keep in mind, that doesn't mean that he's being deceptive. It goes back to what we've been talking about before. He's thinking about the structure of his answers. He wants everything to be good, everything to be perfect, and sound the way he wants it to sound. Some people are going to think he's pausing because he's being deceptive. I'm not seeing anything deceptive in here at all, not even a little bit. Amber looks like she's reading text or something, and again, that's not emotional downward gaze, I don't think. I think she's just texting, or maybe she's not texting because you can't do that in court, but she's probably writing something or reading something there. So that's what it looks like to me. All right, we good?
Yeah.
Second, but none of the other fingers on your hand sustained any injury that you're aware of, correct?
No, there were nothing else was severed. No.
Okay, and in fact, it wasn't just makeup from Pirates that was on your hand; it was paint that you had dipped your middle finger into to write, along with blood, to write on mirrors and lamps and assorted furniture in the house, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
It wasn't just makeup. You testified yesterday that it was just makeup from the set of Pirates 5, but in fact, after you sustained an injury to your finger, you dipped it in paint in the house, and you wrote in paint mixed with blood all over the place.
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint in the house and wrote on objects in the house.
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint after suffering an injury.
Yes.
And then you use that finger to write on objects in the house. Yes or no?
Yes, that was after after writing on the walls, the blood had kind of dried, as it were, and so I stuck my finger into a can of paint and also, excuse me, mineral spirits to put my verbal messages onto the wall.
And you use your finger as a paintbrush, right?
Essentially, yes.
And now, Mr. Depp, we're gonna take a look at some pictures shortly, but you'd agree with me that there was quite a bit of damage to the house in Australia after this incident, correct?
There was quite a bit of damage to the house during the entire incident, yes.
And you don't remember the television breaking, do you?
I remember I believe there was a coffee cup stuck into the screen, or a plate or something like that.
And you don't remember the window breaking, do you?
I don't remember a window breaking.
But you do remember that there was quite a lot of blood everywhere, including on floors and sofas.
Well, that's how I'd noticed that I was leaking. There was heat in my finger, and I felt this warmth and this liquid, and then I noticed that the tip of my finger was gone. And at that point, I think I went into some sort of shock or whatever is closest to a kind of nervous breakdown.
Yeah, you testified that breakdown. You could have also defaced a painting by drawing a penis on it, didn't you?
I don't know about that. I don't remember drawing a penis on a painting.
Given the state you were in, it's entirely possible that you did that, even if you don't remember it to this day, correct?
Drawing a penis on a painting was not the first thing on my mind. I had messages to write, reminders that were for Miss Heard.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I'm just going to go through a couple of these leading questions. You don't remember the TV breaking, do you? You don't remember the window breaking. You do remember blood everywhere. Then, very, very, I don't know. I don't want to say cleverly because I don't think this is a very good job at a depot. Mm-hmm. But he says Depp says nervous breakdown, and he covert recaps it to the word breakdown. So that's what it's not a nervous breakdown, because that implies there's some psychology there. It's just a breakdown that's an unstable person. So I think that's maybe deliberate. And then you could have also defaced a painting. Is it possible you don't remember anything to this day? These leading questions can make an attorney can do good for Depp because it makes the attorney appear to be hostile to the jury, to the courtroom. And it's really working that way. Like, you just watch this video and you hate this guy. He's horrible. But the only time, again, we're seeing Amber smiling is during the demise or the embarrassment of Depp. And if you look at all of these smiling about injury that Johnny Depp has been doing so far, and look at all of the stuff that he's doing, every time he gets angry, he's focusing the anger on himself. Everything. So like I was talking to somebody today and they're like, no, it's not always on himself. He destroyed the kitchen cabinets and stuff. And I'm like, those were his kitchen cabinets. That's self. He's focused on self, his own property. So it's kind of an inward focused destruction and anger. He won't even go see his own movies. So I think that this speaks to his view of just not having much of a buy-in for himself. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to be short on this one, but he's back to the narrative. He's trying to tell the story. When he's asked a couple of questions, he avoids the questions. He actually chaffs and redirects a bit. He just kind of spills out words that have nothing to do with the question to avoid the answer. His blink rate is up through the roof. He's rationalizing, trying to say, look, I had this nervous breakdown. That's a rational enough reason. You could easily say, I don't remember because I was so out of it as a result of shock. Shock alone, if you've ever had like neurogenic shock or that kind of thing, you know that you don't necessarily remember. I drilled through my thumb one time. I never forget it. I was like, I don't feel so good. And the blood's going everywhere. And it was the first time I've ever been in a place where my Army training helped and I put my feet up and didn't pass out. It was one of those kinds of things, but it was pretty horrible. It sucked. So he could have said, hey, look, I was not thinking, but he didn't. He kind of stammers. He does something, his cadence stops. It doesn't stammer. No. It stops. Boom, 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 as he navigates his way through it. So I think he probably has some shadowy memory of all the chaos that was going on. And that would probably be appropriate. Now, if we assume that he has taken no drugs and he's had 3 shots of vodka, this is a hell of a tear for 3 shots of vodka to go through and do all this. So Scott, I might answer your question from earlier,
Oh, yeah.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, well, lots of great stuff here. I just love the idea that a TV with a teacup coming out of it isn't broken. That is just straight out of Hunter S. Thompson. That's a real Fear and Loathing idea. I think that's fantastic. I don't remember a window breaking, and we see Heard do an eye block. She shades her eyes. I don't know why, but I'd be interested in that. I'd be interested in what happened there. What does she think happened there? I don't know why she eye blocks on that. Nervous breakdown, he directs to the jury. So he knows that story of nervous breakdown is one, I think, that could play well with the jury. And I think, the lawyer here is a real pain, but that's the lawyer's job, really, to get the rise out of him and see if he can get him aggressive and obnoxious, and this monster might come out in the middle of this whole piece of theatre. But I think the lawyer notices here that he's playing that really quite well to the jury there. I think I see Heard smiles throughout this. I think, or maybe I'd like to think, that I think she just thinks it's very, very funny. It's just hard not to laugh at. It is genuinely humorous what the lawyer comes up with. That did you paint a picture of a penis on the artwork? It's not expected. It's completely obscure and bizarre and out there. And I wonder whether she truly finds that amusing. I don't know whether she does, but I'd like to think so. I certainly see an eyebrow raise or some eyebrows there of confusion and then amusement at one point as well. It is quite nicely starting to descend into the kind of chaos that I know Johnny Depp seeks. That's a brand that he truly wants and enjoys, that feeling that he could be at that Hunter S. Thompson level, and undoubtedly is. He's one of the great hellraisers out there, truly. Great story. Scott? Yeah, Scott, what have you got?
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I think this just proves my theory that he'd be one hell of a hang on a long weekend. Yeah, at his place. That'd be the place to be, apparently, if you're trying to get stuff off your mind. So since you guys covered everything about him, I'll focus on Amber. She's behaving differently here than she has anywhere else in all these videos. Her chin is up, and she's almost looking down her nose at him, like people do when they're affirming something. And I think she's doing this to let him know that she knows what he's saying is true, what the attorney's saying is true. And she's almost looks like a hype man back there. Every time he says something, she's like, yeah. She's not quite that demonstrative with it, but that's the feeling I got. She was just saying, yeah, he's right. He's right. All this is true. So it's probably true, however way you think it sounds. So who knows? Up to this point, it's what it sounds like happened to me. And her chin is way up at this point compared to the way it's been up so far. So that shows, I think she's feeling pretty good about what's going on right there. All right, that's all I got on that one.
Now, Mr. Depp, we're going to we're going to take a look at some pictures shortly, but you'd agree with me that there was quite a bit of damage to the house in Australia after this incident, correct?
There was quite a bit of damage to the house during the entire incident, yes.
And you don't remember the television breaking, do you?
I remember there was I believe there was a coffee cup stuck into the screen, or a plate or something like that.
And you don't remember the window breaking, do you?
I don't remember a window breaking.
But you do remember that there was quite a lot of blood everywhere, including on floors and sofas.
Well, I'd noticed, that's how I'd noticed that I was leaking. There was heat in my finger, and I felt this warmth and this liquid, and then I noticed that the tip of my finger was gone. And at that point, I think I went into some sort of shock or whatever is closest to a kind of nervous breakdown.
Yeah, you testified that breakdown. You could have also defaced a painting by drawing a penis on it, didn't you?
I've never, I don't know about that. I don't remember drawing a penis on a painting.
Given the state you were in, it's entirely possible that you did that, even if you don't remember it to this day, correct?
Drawing a penis on a painting was not the first thing on my mind. I had messages to write, reminders that were from Ms. Heard.
But you testified yesterday that you told Dr. Kipper that Ms. Heard had, in fact, been responsible for your finger injury. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
But in fact, in subsequent communications to Dr. Kipper, you referenced more than once that you chopped off your own finger to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I think the key word is chopped off my own finger. When you say to someone, I've chopped my finger off, that's just going straight to the fact. You don't get into, she did this, I did that, that. My finger's been chopped off.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 398, please.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Going to be very short here. There's not a lot in this video. He gets into a semantic discussion. I agree with it. Happen to agree with him. If I cut my finger off, months later, I may say, yeah, I cut my finger off. There's sarcasm, and some smartassery in here. And if this weren't court, I bet it would be, you would get the best of his wit and all that stuff that goes with it. It's just, he can't do it in court. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah. So just consider this for just a moment. If you broke your arm, how would you tell your friends? I broke my arm. If you got into a car crash, what would you say? I got into an accident. If you sprained your ankle, you wouldn't say I was fouled in basketball and Jimmy sprained my ankle. You just say I sprained my ankle. So that's, I think, what was there. There's more leading questions, and it's becoming a little bit more hostile. And I think this is great, and it's for Depp. It's gaining more sympathy in the courtroom. And there's just some socializing with the IU shift in the pronouns here. And I think his short laugh is actually going to be pretty persuasive in contrast to the hostility of the attorney questioning him. So that's winning a lot of points with the jury. Scott?
Yeah, I agree with you. You don't get into the intricacies of how something happened when you're in the middle of getting it fixed at the very beginning there, when you go, what happened? Well, you say, I cut my finger off, or you're right, or I sprained my ankle or broke my arm, whatever it is. Nailed that. His flared nostrils let us know he's on high alert, and his anger is growing as we see this go along. This is the first time we actually see the real Johnny Depp here, I think. So from all the other, the persona at this point is gone, and he's talking from himself. I think he feels confident enough at this point to start doing that. Quite often you'll see somebody like this who they'll try to stay in their persona. It seems weird and everything, but at this point he's put that aside and he's being him. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I'd agree. He's under a lot more pressure now, so we're seeing more of him. We see that from the little adapter on the mic there. I don't think he's done that before. Or certainly, if he's done it before, it's because, again, it's ramping up with the stress. There's no reason for that adapter. He knows where the mic is. He knows the strength of his voice. So that's stress, that's anxiety happening there. Mirroring back with that lawyer, he's now playing with the lawyer using the word fact when the lawyer uses the word fact and in fact. So he's now mirroring that lawyer, and there's a bit of competition around that. I think the laughter there is, again, that laughter of absurdity. And again, I think that's the true Johnny Depp going, how do I know what to say when my finger's been cut off? You say whatever you say at the time, and then he can't believe that he's talking about what one says when one's finger is cut off. Who legislates for that? Who arranges beforehand? By the way, when your finger gets cut off, here's the way you should talk about it. No parent ever gives you that talk. No caregiver gives you the instructions of how to talk about it. So you just do what you do in the bizarre circumstance. And I think he's laughing at, this is a truly absurd, bizarre circumstance. It's an unusual circumstance, and an unusual that I'm having to deconstruct it in front of people right now. But that's court.
You testified yesterday that you told Dr. Kipper that Ms. Heard had, in fact, been responsible for your finger injury. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
But in fact, in subsequent communications to Dr. Kipper, you referenced more than once that you chopped off your own finger to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I think the key word is chopped off my own finger. When you say to someone, I've chopped my finger off, that's just going straight to the fact. You don't get into, she did this, I did that, my finger's been chopped off.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 398, please.
Fight you're talking about? I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
now we're talking about Australia. Okay. Yes.
You hear that? When you said the day I chopped my finger off? Let's play it again.
That'd be great, thank you.
Fight you're talking about? I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
Are you sure that's
Yeah, let's do it one more time.
what
You
I'm
actually
saying?
don't.
Or is it the day that I got my finger chopped off?
No, you say the day that I chopped my finger off. So let's play it one more time, because I think I left out the word that. It says the day that I chopped my finger off.
Fight you're talking about? I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
now we're talking about
off.
Australia. Okay.
I'm not so sure. In fact, earlier you had quoted Jerry Judge from the airplane tape is calling me. Wait till the asshole falls asleep. And I'm positive that those words never left his mouth, because he would have, if I would have been making those noises in the bathroom, he would have ripped the hinges off.
Maybe they left his mouth when you were passed out, sir, respectfully. Let's listen to this one more time.
I don't
I'll
think
sustain
he was,
it.
Move to strike.
I'll sustain as argumentative, and I'll move to strike. All right?
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, when he is showing skepticism, there's a really powerful right brow up at skepticism when the guy's talking, and then he looks kind of she looks amused for the first time. He's actually suffering here. He's actually starting to look like he might be getting painted backward in a corner, and she looks actually amused. You can see kind of it's a little bit of glee there, and then he shows enough concern right in through here where you were talking about earlier, chasing the glabella with those bunch of muscles right through there. And he may be compromised. He chaffs and redirects and tries to take it and bundle arguments that take this one under, because he says, look, you said this in the past, and this guy couldn't have possibly said that about me. So he's trying to sink that. When the guy goes and says, maybe he did when you were out of there, you see pursed lips of disapproval, some thinking, and no, that didn't happen. I don't think so. Chase, what do you got?
Agree with you. And based on the hours of testimony I've watched here and every previous interview that I've watched, she is, in my opinion, responsible for this injury to the finger at a minimum. So if this is true, and she did cause this injury, the smile here is nothing short of horrifying. And Depp used the wrong phrase. She's watching him suffer through it in delight and pleasure when she knows that she caused the injury. And Depp's entire testimony was about Amber being abusive and hurting him. And what you're seeing here, if my opinions are correct, they may not be, is her enjoying him being hurt yet again. And right at the end, there's a final contempt facial expression right at the very end of this clip. And I want to see if you can determine what she's feeling contempt about here. If you can, throw it in the comments, and I'll give it a heart for you. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, lovely. So look, in white noise, in distorted speech, you can hear just about anything you want to. I had a listen to it just out of interest. I couldn't make out what was going on there, to be honest. Stick your ear to an air conditioner and listen for long enough and you'll hear Paul is dead. So, just by the end of this, because it could be one or it could be the other. There's a move to strike, I believe, at the end, and we see Johnny Depp put his fingers to the side of his mouth, just kind of clean the mouth after he's eaten, the kill on that one. I think that's an indicator that he feels he's scored a strike on that one, regardless of Heard's expression, which I guess he's not even seeing. He's focused on the lawyer and he's focused on the jury there. But I think he scored a hit with that one, with those little kind of wipes to the side of the mouth, clean and clear. Scott, what are your thoughts?
All right, I think you can understand what's going on there.
Oh yeah,
I've cleaned up several things for police departments where there was a couple situations where what was being said as a crime was being committed needed to be brought out. I haven't been in the music business for a long time and having all the stuff that I can do that and used to doing it. I'm used to listening to those things and listening for those things. So for me, it's fairly clear. So when you're looking at Johnny Depp, you can tell he's into music because when he listens, he looks down and closes his eyes at one point. They're not closed the whole time. Some people do close their eyes. Some people don't close their eyes. But he's really focusing on that because I don't think he's listened to this much before then. Maybe not. But this could be cleaned up a lot, and you could hear a lot better if they had done that. So I don't understand why that hasn't been done in this case, because it's fairly simple to do, and there's always somebody that can help you to do that, to get that done. So I don't know what's up with that. All right.
You're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay. Yes.
You hear that? When you said the day I chopped my finger off? Let's play it again.
That'd be great, thank you.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
Are you sure that's
Yeah, let's do it one more time.
what
You
I'm
actually
saying?
don't.
Or is it the day that I got my finger chopped off?
No, you say the day that I chopped my finger off. So let's play it one more time, because I think I left out the word that. It says the day that I chopped my finger off.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about
Australia.
Okay.
I'm not so sure. In fact, earlier you had quoted Jerry Judge from the airplane tape is calling me. Wait till the asshole falls asleep. And I'm positive that those words never left his mouth, because he would have, if I would have been making those noises in the bathroom, he would have ripped the hinges off.
Maybe they left his mouth when you were passed out, sir, respectfully. Let's listen to this one more time.
I don't
I'll
think
sustain
he was,
it.
Move to strike.
I'll sustain his argumentative, and I'll move to strike. All right?
Do you recognize this picture of Miss Heard as a picture that was taken directly after the December 15th, 2015 incident?
I don't know when it was. I don't know when the photograph was taken. I don't know much about it.
Okay.
I was out of the picture.
You can take that down. In any event, you don't disagree that that there was a headbutt that evening. That I know that there's disagreement about the cause of it, but you would agree that that you headbutted Miss Heard that evening, correct?
No, I would vehemently disagree with that, sir. There was a lot of. I was trying to restrain Ms. Heard, and once I had restrained her. I would say if she's trying to still move around and kick at me or trying to get loose, any sort of movement when you're like this and your heads are together, this close together, it's not impossible for them to bump, but a headbutt is that's pretty extreme.
Okay, let's take a listen to.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
You agree that you headbutted her that evening. I'm actually surprised that the council didn't object to this. And these leading questions are getting a little bit out of control. And this is one of the first indicators that you see where people are in a mutually abusive relationship, where the abuse is going both ways. It may not be physical on both sides, but there's still some level of abuse going back and forth between two people. It's a kind of a toxic relationship. It's not just one toxic human being. But you can see Amber straighten a bit here. And right at this moment, her chin comes up. Right at this moment, you'll see her chin come up at this moment of victory, this challenge moment, or just making a point. I think, Mark, you were saying that earlier. Just marking that point and saying, Scott, I think you said it. See? Or was that Greg? This morning.
It was me. Smirky.
That's all I got here. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, here his cadence slows down and his volume and tone are a little bit lower as well. His arms and gestures are close to his torso, and that indicates he feels threatened. And in this case, I think probably what happens is they clocked heads during that struggle, and she's turned it into him headbutting her, which when my brother and I would fight where little things like that would happen, and he'd say, I did this or did that, and that would have happened, but it wouldn't be like whatever the thing was that happened would have happened. I would have hit him with something, but only because I was spinning around with it and accidentally hit him with it, but not on purpose. So I think that's what we might be dealing with in this case. And most of the illustrating is done with his head, which has been his baseline so far. Most of is not when he's demonstrating something, when he's illustrating something. He's not much of a hand user when it comes to that. He is showing concern on his forehead and his brow at the beginning, and as the stress grows, and his tone gets a little bit higher, and his nostrils continue to flare as the anger grows. And a couple of places we see his jaw clench. So that's another thing that lets us know he's getting a little bit angry. But he's showing good constraint here at this point and control. The Amber's movements are a little bit more fluid, and they're almost jumpy and jerky as she's writing down whatever she's writing on. And she's pretty excited here. I think it's the most we've seen her so far. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. She's the most animated we've seen her because a piece of evidence comes up. My assumption is it shows some kind of bruising on her face or something like that, some kind of injury. And I think what's happening is she's going, okay, evidence, Johnny's reaction, evidence, Johnny's reaction, evidence, Johnny's reaction. And she wants to see, is this having an impact on him? Because my guess is this is an important moment for her. My guess is she's hoping that this is going to get some kind of visible reaction from him. What we get at the end of all of this, I'd agree again, Scott, is on extreme definition of that is we get clear anger from him. He doesn't like the way that this is going. He's aggressive towards the way that this one's going. Greg, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm going to leave Amber Heard alone. You guys have nailed everything she did. For me, there's one thing that's concerning in Johnny Depp's body language. This is the first time we see this piece of body language where he tilts his head and kind of does some little snake thing off to the side. It's awkward. This is a really ugly interchange. If he had butted her, honestly, even if he restrained her, I'm a Southern boy. And if you restrain your girlfriend, you're probably going to get a visit from two guys named Bubba who are going to whip your ass. It's just the way it works. Mm-hmm. I mean, her brothers are going to come see you. That's the way it works, you know. So there's not a whole lot of restraint in my relationships. I don't grab my wife and decide I had enough of this. You know, it's just you're asking for problems. Mark, like we said, two kids doing that, they're going to get hurt. Whether it's intentional, where they headbutt it, don't know. Wasn't there. I'm going based on what I see here. Is it the reason that he does this is the crux of the entire matter? Now, I don't know whether there's another reason, But the crux of this entire case is, did he in fact physically abuse her? If he did, then all bets are off and this case is thrown out, because now it's not defamation. He did hurt her. So then he goes to, there's some rationalizing, and he gets to that condemning at the end with the guy, and he answers exactly the question the guy asked. Is this picture, he's taken up the opportunity to do to this attorney what the attorney's been doing to him. Is this picture taken on this date? I don't know. He's asking, do you recognize this picture as taken on that date? But it's interesting to me that a guy is going to admit, he's going to admit that he has done some restraining of someone, because that alone in some states is enough for you to go to jail and to be considered domestic violence. Don't know about the laws in Virginia, not sure of it, but there you go. And then he goes to passive voice for their heads bumping, which makes you think, well, there probably is a bunch of this struggling and tussling, and the next thing you know, their heads butt and something happens. So here we are. And then the thing that makes me the most annoyed in the entire thing is the guy from South Park as an attorney. Okay, that makes me nuts, hearing an attorney use those words. Where did that come from? And I think he's being snarky back to Johnny Depp. So here we got it. I think, Chase, you hit it dead on. Regardless of whether there's physical abuse, there's a whole lot of volatility in this relationship, and neither one's good for the other one, clearly, you can see, based on the way this thing is going. That's it for me.
All right. Do you recognize this picture of Miss Heard as a picture that was taken directly after the December 15th, 2015 incident?
I don't know when it was. I don't know when the photograph was taken. I don't know much about it.
Okay.
I was out of the picture.
You can take that down. In any event, you don't disagree that that there was a headbutt that evening. That I know that there's disagreement about the cause of it, but you would agree that that you headbutted Miss Heard that evening, correct?
No, I would vehemently disagree with that, sir. There was a lot of. I was trying to restrain Ms. Heard, and once I had restrained her, I would say, if she's trying to still move around and kick at me or trying to get loose, any sort of movement when you're like this and your heads are together, this close together, it's not impossible for them to bump, but a headbutt is that's pretty extreme.
Okay, let's take a listen to let's listen to Exhibit 598, please, Your Honor. This is another recording that I believe is just between the two. I just want to confirm with my team, but for now, we just asked to play minutes 6:05 through 7:36 of 598.
598A and evidence of 6:05 to 7:36.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Who is loudest is most responsible.
My 16-year-old daughter heard you saying that she would rather not hear.
By the way, because I'm louder.
Okay,
by the way, my family, my friends, everyone around me saw all the bruises and broken blood vessel under my eye, the bruises on my head, the missing chunks of hair, the split lip, the black eye, the swollen nose, all that. Because you're stronger. It does not mean because they heard me that I'm somehow more responsible. It just means they heard me because I yell in a fight. You do provoke. I yell. It doesn't mean I'm more responsible or badder. However, I am exposed via that. The distance between Cafe Cabrones and the house is significant, and I know that does not mean that they got an accurate representation of our fight. But if you told them stuff, great, cool. Thanks for exposing me. As I said to you before, don't do it again unless you want me to really also tell them my side of things. Because trust me, trust me, you know I have a different side than you. And if I show them pictures and stuff, I'm sure they'll have an even more different side. And in fact, if I tell them even more stuff, they'll have an even more clear picture of what I think are both sides.
Maybe I should show them this.
That's true. You can do mineral spirits. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever. You can do whatever. By the way, do it. I promise you, do it. Do whatever you want. You don't want me to do that. No, you do never speak to you again. You do whatever you want.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, you can see this is probably one of the worst looking things. Now, let me back up first. Somebody's recording this conversation. Not sure the other person is aware they're recording the conversation. The person recording a conversation can be glib and do all kinds of stuff if they understand they're being recorded and the other one doesn't. It's why we make things illegal, why you're not allowed to record. Thank God. I just looked up at Light Scott to make sure we were recording. But why you're not allowed to record people without their knowing, because you can bait them in, lead them down the path, just like we're watching this attorney try to rephrase things. So anytime I see that one person knows and the other one doesn't, I'm a little suspicious then. You see his blink rate and lip compression as he's trying to control some emotion. His mouth is open, his eyes are rolling, and then he's thinking, what's next? Puts his hand to his throat. That can mean he's feeling threatened, he's feeling endangered, can mean nothing. But in this case, we've not seen it ever. So something feels threatening to him is my guess. And then he brings up the mineral spirits about her throwing them in his face. That probably ties back to where he put his finger in. Who knows, unless it's just a regular practice to have mineral spirits sitting around and, in their relationship, don't know where that goes. But this makes you feel like there's a whole lot of crazy going on at any given time. But it feels like it might be being manipulated by a person who's owning the narrative, because listen to the difference in their tones. One is driving the conversation, the other is responding. That's all I got. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, usually if you hear one of those recordings and you hear the other person start speaking in a way that they're like throwing legal definitions in, making sure their tone is clear, using the other person's name a little more often than normal, then that's what we're hearing here. Depp's hand is kind of right here the whole time, and this is a little uncharacteristic what we've seen the whole trial, kind of covering the throat or covering this suprasternal notch right here, this little notch down here. A little protective gesture. I'll let, if you guys want to get into that. But the blink rate goes up, and towards the end of this recording is when it happens. His blink rate goes up in response to probably stress around having to answer these questions. But I want to talk about Amber really fast. There's an increased breathing rate. So she starts breathing faster. There's full bodily and facial avoidance. So everything is looking away from him. There's fidgeting, unwilling to look at Depp, and she's likely feeling embarrassed about the recording. But this could also be her avoiding eye contact because she's ashamed of what she's doing by leveraging this audio. So here might be a way that you can take a look. If she makes solid eye and body contact and stares at him during every moment where she's got him, and she's going to do something that she knows is going to be damaging, then this means that this recording was used for something that it probably wasn't originally meant in the audio. Scott, what do you think?
He's a musician, so he listens a lot, and he listens to how people say things, how they phrase things, especially coming from his introverted background. I can't believe he didn't say to her, why are you talking like this? What are you wearing, a wire? What the hell's going on here? That kind of surprised me when I heard that, because it seemed so obvious at that point. And before, when she had done this, she was doing the same thing. You nailed it. She's bringing up specific points and using phrases and things and building this picture. What about this? It's really, really odd. And as we're looking at him, he is concerned. He's looking at it or not looking at that, but he's showing concern in his brow. He's looking down, listening. He's looking up and listening, and she's not having any of it. She's not looking. You nailed that, Chase. She's not looking at him at all, because I think you're right. I think she's embarrassed about that, and she knows that's wrong, and she shouldn't have done that. And she's trying to avoid the eye contact, because that'd be really tough to do at this point. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think he knows coming up is a recording that could look bad for him. We see the adapter on the microphone, first of all. You can just see around the corner of the computer screen there, you'll see two whites of his fingers there, and you'll see them gently stroking his sleeve there. So he's got a self-soother going on. And on top of that, Chase, absolutely, the suprasternal notch there, his hand goes up. Sometimes you might think some people, they get hot under the collar. It isn't that. Usually, if it's that, there'll just be a vent they'll do a venting action and then they'll move away, or they'll maybe vent somewhere else as well. This is definitely protection there. He feels anxious and vulnerable around this particular conversation recording here. Now, what's interesting for me is that neither of them deny the results that they're talking about. Just what may have been the results of what maybe have been violence. Nobody denies that at all, and neither admit to how it came about. So, for example, in the case of the spirits, which is used in oil painting, by the way, Greg. So that's why the can of spirits is around. It's a paint thinner for the art of, drawing, the usual kind of drawing penises, over lampshades and stuff, the kind of art. So it's there for that. And there is the indication there that a can was thrown and it hit Johnny's head. She doesn't deny that at all, as much as he doesn't deny that there may have been violence that results in the action, but nobody talks about it. So nobody denies the results, and nobody admits as to how those results came about. Kind of looks bad for everybody. Kind of just the best you can make out of it is these two should not be together, and thankfully they aren't together anymore. It can't go very well ever for these two, but they're in court. It's equally as bad place to be, terrible place to be.
Let's listen to Exhibit 598, please, Your Honor. This is another recording that I believe is just between the two. I just want to confirm with my team, but for now, we just asked to play minutes 6:05 through 7:36 of 598.
So 598A and evidence of 6:05 to 7:36.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Who's loudest is most responsible.
My 16-year-old daughter heard you saying that she would rather not hear.
By the way, because I'm louder.
Okay,
by the way, my family, my friends, everyone around me saw all the bruises and broken blood vessel under my eye, the bruises on my head, the missing chunks of hair, the split lip, the black eye, the swollen nose, all that. Because you're stronger. It does not mean because they heard me that I'm somehow more responsible. It just means they heard me because I yell in a fight. You do provoke. I yell. It doesn't mean I'm more responsible or badder. However, I am exposed via that. The distance between Cafe Cabrones and the house is significant, and I know that does not mean that they got an accurate representation of our fight. But if you told them stuff, great, cool, thanks for exposing me. As I said to you before, don't do it again unless you want me to really also tell them my side of things. Because trust me, trust me, I have a different side than you. And if I show them pictures and stuff, I'm sure they'll have an even more different side. And in fact, if I tell them even more stuff, they'll have an even more clear picture of what I think are both sides.
Maybe I should show them this and this.
That's true.
From the mineral spirits.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever. You can do whatever. By the way, do it. I promise you, do it. Do whatever you want.
You don't want me to do that.
No, you
I'll
do
never
whatever
speak to you again.
You do whatever you want.
All right, well, let's throw it around the room and sort of sum up in 30 seconds or less what we think about what we've seen. Mark, what do you got?
Well, yes, it is chaos and madness there, and that is the court of the king, isn't it? So somebody who wields power and can give out apartments and have people around that will, when people should be calling the police and, will just not do nothing, but certainly keep that relationship together in some ways, is always going to breed more chaos and more drama. So I think to an extent, Depp is getting the rock and roll that he's after. And at the same time, to Greg, to your earlier points, and I think we made it about our last Heard adventure, this is what happens when you fly close to the sun. Heard is described as radiant. She is described as one of the most beautiful people that you can come across. And if you are that Sun King and you want to get closer and closer to the sun, you might get burnt. It might be even more chaotic than you thought. Anyway, this is all going to go on for much, much longer. So I'm sure we'll talk about this more. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this is just a story of the narcissist and the introvert. And that's really what we're seeing here. And as a pro tip, if like 40 people from 5 different circles of friends who don't communicate with each other all warn you not to date a certain person, consider it. Just consider it. And this cases went from defamation to defecation. She even took a giant number 2 on his bed. And that's the kind of person that is. And maybe that illustrates the kind of relationship that we're seeing. Now, I want to introduce a new behavioral term that I just invented this morning while I was watching these videos. But a lot of what we're seeing here with Amber Heard is a behavioral tourniquet. Everything is just shut off as much as can be. And there's just tiny little things that are able to leak out, but not enough for critical mass to happen. So that's what a tourniquet does. Nice. But here's one rule of thumb you can always look at, especially in court or depositions. Who in this scenario is controlling their behavior more? And take a look at that. And that should give you a good idea of where to start at a minimum. Greg?
Yeah, so I will say this. I think the most dangerous thing you can possibly do is to be cloistered or sequestered with people. You've all been through it in the past 2 years with this crazy virus we've been through. And if you have a very small cloistered group, you're going to find enemies, friends, cohorts, all the same things you would do in a large group. But you may only have 1 or 2 people involved. And the richer and more famous you become, and when you become an icon that cannot walk the street, you have to be even more guarded because you're going to have that. The 4 of us could easily go into some kind of decay if we had to look only for all of our enemies, friends, and everything else within this group. You need to remember that in your daily life. So these people have been, and they may be fire or there may be gasoline and matches to start with, but they get closer and closer and closer and more locked down. And then, in every relationship, there's entitlement and there's expectation. If an expectation is not met and you think it's an entitlement and you ramp up and things go there over a birthday party or whatever, and then that person doesn't give you the feedback you expect, things escalate and escalate and escalate. And then there's certain levels of behavior that are acceptable within any given culture. Restraint probably is a bad idea and probably could be considered violence in some way. Headbutting is certainly violence if it's done intentionally. So we'll find out what the courts think, and that's the verdict. What we're seeing is what we can read and what we believe. What we think is there's a hell of a lot of volatility in here. And, when I watch this, it is my opinion that, yes, she took the tip of his finger, if you're asking that question. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this is a great example, like Chase was saying a couple minutes ago, of the narcissist versus the introvert and how they progress through a situation like this, how they act and what happens. And especially when they butt heads, which is going to happen quite often, I think. So you always hear opposites attract and all that. Well, in a lot of cases, that's true, but in this case, I think it's too opposite. The personalities are too far apart to be able to function together well. And I didn't see much in the form of deception on him at all, if any. So, I saw some laying back, some trying not to give out information so it would sound worse to the attorney asking the questions. But I think he's being fairly honest, really honest. So I believe him, and I believe you're right, Greg. I believe that whole bit about the finger, I believe he's being honest about that. I don't think he cut his own finger off. That's ridiculous, especially being a musician. You wouldn't want to do it. It's one of the last things you want to do, especially being a guitar player, even though it was his right hand, not his left hand, which is where you'd use for chords and stuff.
Today we're going to talk about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, and we're going to focus on Amber Heard because she's the one on the stand right now. And as we go through these videos, keep in mind, and remember me saying this, there are people watching this that have gone through similar situations and situations that are 10,000 times worse than this. We know that. We understand that. So also keep in mind as we go through this, we're just telling you about the body language we're seeing in these people. That's it. We're not for her. We're not against her. We're not for him, and we're not against him. We're neutral. We're just telling you about the body language we see in the videos we're watching. That's it. Now, having said that, here we go. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, a couple of things, guys. If you are a survivor of domestic violence, there could be some triggering things in here. So just beware of that, because there's some testimony that gets up against that. The second thing to tell you is that we are very cautious and keep our show standards. So we do not cover the most graphic portions of this. So if you ask why not, that's why not. And we'll go with that.
Get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things? So where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
Okay. And
all right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for us to look at baseline. We always say baseline matters, and baseline on the stand is better than baseline off the stand, because you can see what's normal for the person under whatever level of duress that was. Her cadence is pretty fluid. It's interspersed with her using some ums and ahs, but those ums and ahs are as she goes from transition from one data point. When she's giving you a packet of data, that's pretty fluid. Then when she goes ah, she's moving to something new. She does that as she starts to say something where she says, thankfully, I think she's going to praise herself, and then rethinks that, redirects to a different way of saying it. We see her brow rise a lot, and we've seen her in past videos with grief, and her grief muscle, that thing we usually see as an arch, is only a couple of small lines. Here we're seeing all straight lines across as she's doing requests for approval. And then she uses her mouth and withdraws her lips an awful lot, but she's not condemning. She's not saying anything negative. It's just the way she expresses a lot of what she's saying. I've watched her in other interviews. She does exactly that. When she's required to think about something, you'll watch her eyes out of focus. They're not making contact with anyone. She's going to an internal, and she starts to think. She tries to say words down. She puts her brow down. And that's it, guys. I mean, this is her baseline. We're going to see she uses her illustrators. She even says the company was small. We see her hands illustrating what she's thinking. And so we expect to see that as she goes into the next piece. Scott, what do you got?
All right. She looks and she sounds relaxed. She seems relaxed. And she's wearing those dumpy little clothes. Like, they're not little, they're a little bit big for her. Whereas before, when Johnny's been on the stand, she's wearing these things that make her look a little bit more attractive. Not that she doesn't look attractive here, but her clothing is the style is a lot different than it normally is. Her body language is smooth. It's not jerky. It's not stiff for the most part. Everything seems to be moving, not loping, but close to it, because she's talked about this before. When she's asked, where did you go to school? And you can see her searching as her eyes dart back and forth for her answer. The one that she's prepared, she's gotten ready for it. And then she delivers it, and it's fairly smooth. She's told that story since she got out of high school, and for the last, how many years that is. But when she answers, she's looking right down the barrel at the jury. So that's who she's playing to. That's who she's acting to. And her answer is rehearsed, of course, but I don't think she went over it very many times, even though she's gone over it her whole life. And I'm sure her focus was on what's coming up in the later videos. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so not only a baseline for us, but a framework for the jury to see her by. So the question from the examiner is, so what type of thing, and then she stops and then goes, so where did you go to school? It's a where question. Where did you go to school? If you ask me that question, I would say I went to Western Fayetteville Upper School, and it was just up the road, about 15 from my home. That's where I went to school. But what she does with that question is to create not a geographical answer, she creates an evaluative answer. She says, I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school. So she's first of all putting down not where she Catholic schools, and many of them. But, so that's not an answer to the question. She's setting up for the jury, here's how I want you to see me. As somebody who gets scholarships, as somebody who goes to Catholic schools and goes to many Catholic schools. Why several but? And then a look of disgust, so wrinkling of the nose, and maybe a little bit of anger as well around that. Well, you know, maybe there's some issues with her changing schools. I don't quite know. Could be there. Be interesting to investigate. She then goes on to talk about wealthier part of town, other side of town. So she's on one side of the town, the schools are on another side, a wealthier side. Again, disdain, disgust, some snarls of aggression. Well, it's interesting, but this disdain and disgust and aggression kind of goes throughout a lot of her testimony. And again, I would say it's a bit of a baseline for her. There's a bit of a general baseline of a negativity, an unease with the world around her. That could speak somewhat to a personality type. There's been, you know, I think one or two people on the stand talking about her personality type and therefore, or the ideas of a personality or some personality disorders with her. I'm not going to go into any diagnosis of that. I don't have the ability around that. And there's some who say the person on the stand didn't have the abilities around that. But there is a baseline body language there of a general, let's just say, unease or negativity about the world. Kind of interesting to see that. Oh, she has disdain, disgust, a little bit of aggression around administrative, answering phones, modeling agency. I mean, so you kind of go, well, does she dislike all of these things? Or is that just a general temperament that she has? I'm thinking probably a general baseline temperament of pain, negativity, stress, or certainly we might say she's not super positive in this particular situation, maybe. Or maybe it's a general malaise with the world. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. This is a great baseline development. When Greg is saying baseline, what we mean is we're observing behaviors during circumstances where deception is not likely. And that's what we're looking at when we're seeing a baseline, because we're not looking at like, oh, this body language means that. Now, a lot of people think that that's what body language is. But once you get to a good point, we're not looking for individual body language. We're looking for changes from baseline mostly. And this is a solid baseline development, which is bad news for Amber, as you're going to see here in a few minutes. Her baseline is using an eyebrow flash for exposition or data revelation. There's not a lot of hesitancy. There's a use of her hands, this 1 o'clock eye accessing movement. So her eyes move that way when she's accessing some of these pieces of truthful data. And this is potentially a retreat position of her maybe moving away or running away. If I was seeing this first and I hadn't watched the trial before this, that's what I might think, that the 1 o'clock is going to be the accessing forever, but that's going to change here in a bit. And I want you to watch for that and see if you can see it before we talk about it. See if you can spot that before we talk about it. When does she look away from 1 o'clock? There's even tone and cadence and this chin boss. If you're a subscriber, you hear us talk about this pretty regularly. That means shame or grief. This muscle right here, it's called the chin boss. I think there's a more scientific name. I can't remember what it is. But she uses this muscle to accentuate a lot of points. So you saw it during all of this truthful exposition here while she's talking, that muscle's moving. So keep an eye out for that. At some points, the chin boss is completely gone and then shows up in a spike. That's where that makes sense for us to comment on. And that's where you're going to probably see a lot of us comment on the difference and change in baseline behavior.
Get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
Okay. And do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was it's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. Oh, never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it was an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still.
Chase, what do you got?
Well, first off, we've got hesitancy, which is outside of her baseline. There's a lot more hesitancy here. And hesitancy is one of those things we look for aside from deviation from baseline for deception. There's a retreat to internal dialogue. And when I say that, the eyes are moving this direction, which suggests that she's moving to internal dialogue. She's rehearsing something, going over something that's rehearsed. The facial expressions are more overplayed than I've ever seen in my entire life. And keep in mind, I'm not just some dude on YouTube. I've been doing this for well over 30,000 hours of my life, analyzing stuff like this. There's bottom teeth showing, which is outside of her baseline, and it suggests a little bit of anger and combativeness maybe. This chin boss movement you'll see here is pretty common, so I'm going to ignore it most of the time unless there's an aberration. And she's aiming at the jury during all these critical points, making eye contact with multiple jurors, making sure to hit every single person there, looking around the jury just during these critical points. During the points that a normal testimony, when it's emotional and life-changing, the person would be focused behind their eyes. They would be living in their head, reliving a situation. They'd be way less likely, and I'm talking about likelihood, way less likely to be doing this kind of spraying eye contact around the jury. I think it's interesting, after a year together, at this point, and what she's talking about in the story, this jar of cocaine didn't magically appear. She had to be okay with it for a year until this point. There's a lot of disgust and contempt at Johnny and his tattoos on her face, that you can see the disgust facial expression where everything kind of moves towards the middle, squeezes everything in the middle. There's some contempt, this one-sided smiling on her face. And there's vanishing and reappearing sadness that is not characteristic of honest recall, in my opinion. And every time her visual field gets close to Johnny, it just starts dragging towards Johnny. Her eyes flutter. So they start closing rapidly. And we do this unconsciously to not see something or to avoid something in a conversation. I think this is telling, as in other times when she's recalling things that are known facts, she has no problem looking at him whatsoever. So even stressful, emotional stuff, she can look at him. And also, she's been with him a year at this point and is just now noticing these tattoos. A little bit strange. Scott, what do you got?
All right. She looks a lot different, or she's acting a lot different body language wise in this video than she did in the one before. She stiffens up some. Her movements are small and jerky here, where last time they weren't. The downturned mouth, that indicates sadness. And but the forehead doesn't engage the way it should for that emotion. We don't see any grief muscle at all. We don't see anything else outside of that shows us sadness. Her eyebrows are up. That's Greg's request for approval. And that goes with that quite often. You'll see that as well. Her cadence speeds up, which means she's talking faster. Her tone is strong, and her volume is actually louder. And we see a lot more engagement of the brow and the glabella muscles right in here. And when we talk about the grief muscle, what we're talking about is when the glabella and the brow muscle come together and they push up as the top of the forehead sort of comes down. It's really, really tough to do. Greg can do it with no problem. And that shows us an upside down horseshoe shape in there. And that's what we refer to as the grief muscle. So most of her illustrators are made with her right hand, but then toward the end, where she gets a little bit more animated, she brings up her left hand and starts and she starts talking about the more graphic, or more as it becomes more violent, and she becomes more angry and more frustrated. And all of her illustrators are on point. They're timed correctly. There's no lag or rush between words or emphasizing with her eyebrows. All that stuff is spot on, but it's spot on and it feels a little bit odd. Now, most of the time in this, everything is as it should be, but something in my gut just says something's not right here. And I think most of the women watching this will feel the same thing. And you'll feel that way because your brain, like I was saying earlier, is different than the female brain is different than the male brain. It gathers information gets a lot more detailed in the information, and it sorts it differently than the male brain. We know that's a fact. So I think more women will see this and have the women's intuition feeling of something's not right here. If you do feel that way, let us know in the comments if you feel that way. All right, Mark, what do you got?
I'm going to focus during this on something I don't normally focus on, with tenses, because I don't remember that I focus on that a great deal. So I'm going to focus on historical present tense, because there's a shift that she makes to historical present tense. She's talking about the past, but she goes into the tense language sense of it's happening now. she says, I ask him about the tattoo. This is what we call in drama an inciting incident, because this is the thing that causes the cascade of other events to happen. And instead of saying, you know, I asked him about the tattoo, she says, I ask him about the tattoo. Now, why in drama is, especially in dangerous acts, in drama or novels, is going to historical present and useful. The storyteller, if you go to present tense, you survive the violence or not. But if you the past tense and you're the storyteller, we know you survive. Of course, we know Amber Heard is there, and we know she's giving stories here about violence and about the past. But if she goes into historical present tense, there is that sense of, oh, what happens next? What happens next? So look, is she going, and she'll do this throughout, by the way. We'll see this come up a number of times. The question becomes, is she doing it to be dramatic in the telling of a true story? Is she telling of a false story? Is it just a slip up? You know, is she just moving tenses? That happens in culture, that happens with certain personalities as well. Or there's another option here, and you need to keep your, I guess, your mind open to these options if you've already gone one way or another on Amber Heard. We do know that trauma does cause problems with storytelling. We know that trauma causes problems with pronoun shift, and we know it causes problems with tense shift as well. So there is the option that there is real trauma here, and that is causing the tense shift there. I'll tell you a bit later on what one it seems to move towards more. But just think about those options as we go through, especially if you've already made up your mind. Because if you've already made up your mind, here's a great opportunity to open your mind to other ideas, because other ideas won't ever change your mind. You know, if you've already made up your mind, it's made up. It's just an option here to do a bit of critical thinking, pay attention to other ideas that you're hearing there, and then go back to the idea that you already had, the mind that you'd already made up. So, tense shift, we're going to see a lot of that happening. Why is it happening? That's the big question. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so Scott, I'm going to jump to Greg's intuition here. I'll tell you what you missed on here, what you feel. There's no illustrator for him slapping her, not one. She illustrates how small the company is. She does all that, but there's no illustrator of violence. There's nothing there. She starts off with that request for approval, talking to the jury. And then she does that disdain face, what we're all saying is kind of in her baseline, where she does all that lip withdrawal and all that. And she does just as much of that when she's talking about the tattoo as she does when she's talking about him slapping her. Well, hold on. Either one of those is more eventful than the other or not. And we're going to see a pattern that rejection and other things, we're going to see a lot more animation in her than the actual violence, the fisticuffs or whatever you're going to hear in here. She goes into that storytelling with a lot of words and details, and she uses an elicitation technique. She does a provocative statement. A provocative statement is intended to get you to ask me a question. That's all it is. If I say it was a jar of cocaine, a whole jar, then you say, where did that come from? I'm getting you to pull part of the story out. And we use that when we're collecting intelligence, because if I say something provocative and you ask a question, it starts the conversation. Then there's a really interesting piece, and Chase, you hit, she pauses and stammers when she's giving content, and that's outside of her baseline. But who slapped her across the face? Slapped me across the face. Not he, not Johnny, not anyone. Your vanishing perpetrator. It was just random. Somebody slapped her across the face. There's some uncertainty and throwaway facts or fading facts, as you would call them, Scott. And there's just nothing there. When she says, I laughed, there's a tongue jut, a pronounced tongue jut. And then she starts going down the well for emotion. I don't see any of that as looking like a person who's been slapped around. And we'll see more of that as we go through. But I see less emotion about violence than I do about rejection or a tattoo, or about the same amount. That's unusual when you're hearing something about violence from someone. That's all I got.
This year. Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was it's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it was like an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking and there's music playing and he's smoking cigarettes and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke. But he didn't. He said, you think it's so funny? You think it's funny. You think you're a funny. And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything, I didn't react, I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, what are you doing? You're crazy. I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking.
All right, well, I'll go first on this one. Here's where she really stiffens up, and her illustrators just disappear almost completely. If we remember from what Albert Ray talked about in his studies or went over, as someone who's being honest and more likely to use more illustrators. These are illustrators, people emphasizing specific words or phrases. Now, although her voice gets louder, her cadence speeds up, and her tone is just a little bit higher. And she's talking about something graphic and it's action-packed, but we see almost zero illustrators and gestures. Almost nothing, which is odd for her, because in a little while she just blows up into almost one of those not clowns, but those balloon people you see in the parking lot that are just flowing everywhere. She gets that big. Let's see what else. In this, we're seeing all the right facial expressions. We're seeing anger, contempt, disgust, frustration, hopelessness, disagreement, and then one quick shot of happiness while she's talking about not freaking out. So this is loaded with everything we need to see from a body language perspective that shows the emotions are congruent with her story, with what she's talking about. Everything looks as it should. but they're so on point they seem odd. They're too on point. That's what gives you that odd little feeling where you go, why do I feel like or know like something's not right here? What's giving me that feeling on this? In each section of her story, from paragraph to paragraph, you see facial expressions, and they're huge. Like Chase was saying earlier, man, they're big. However, facial expressions don't go from one to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other, and change like that. They morph into the other ones. We're not seeing any morphing here. We're just seeing them change like flipping switches on this, because she knows now what to do for those emotions, what facial expressions are supposed to be, or that we expect to see, that we usually see in those kind of things. One right after the other, just blocks, just sections, no morphing at all. So if you're getting that weird feeling about that, ladies, women, that's what I'm talking about. It's going to start feeling even worse. It's going to get even worse here in a few minutes. So keep watching for these throughout this video. When you see her expressions not morph, they just click from one to the other. Pay close attention to that. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, remember we talked about a baseline about a year and a half ago. We covered her for a 2016 deposition, and all these lines indicate, just a straight line indicates in her that she's asking for approval. And then she has two lines, just two small lines when she's showing grief. You can go watch our other video and see it very clearly. This is the best resolution they had this one in, so this is what we get. Again, she's illustrating, yes, Scott, but she never illustrates the slap. There's never an impact. There's never that violence thing, which makes me think, why? Of all the things I would illustrate, it would be a draw or slap or something. She uses that transition language. Remember the ums and ahs as she's getting into the situation where she doesn't know what to say. She uses ums and ahs. Otherwise, she has slower cadence than she did in the beginning. And she does that same thing you pointed out last time, Scott. It's interesting. She has a request for approval and drawn down sides of the mouth. That's odd. We usually see grief and other emotion that's associated. It looks wrong. Then the only place I do see any real concern and grief and anger is when she said, I didn't move to defend myself. The illustrators are missing for these slaps. The illustrators are missing for everything else, but she's explaining the couch wonderfully with illustrators. She's taking her hands and showing you the real estate of where she's at. And she edits to tell you why she was able to be slapped off the couch. You can see, I got slapped, knocked off the couch. Well, how does that happen if you're sitting in the middle of a couch? She goes out of her way to say, well, I was sitting on the edge. That seems like an edit you needed to make, that if I slapped Chase and he fell off the couch after he shot me, he would say, Greg slapped me and I fell off the couch. He wouldn't say because I was sitting on the edge. That wouldn't be the way the story went. It's just not the way we go. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, well, so her story is, I lose balance. So it's not even, so again, she's back into that present past tense. There's a moment before that, second slap. I know he's not kidding. Again, present past tense. Now, again, the question is it because there's deception going on? And yeah, there's a whole lack of illustrators there that we would expect to go with that. So you put that together, doesn't look good. But there is this idea that trauma, real trauma, will produce those tense shifts. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, because you need to find clusters of information, not just one piece of information. If I go, look, based on this, tense change, clearly victim of trauma. Well, maybe. It's possible. Look, lack of illustrators, clearly a liar. Well, maybe. We don't know. We got to put the whole thing together, and we've got a whole bunch more videos to go. So if you made up your mind, suspend for a little bit. You may well find out that you were absolutely right, according to us, by the end, or maybe there'll be something new that'll come out of it for you. What is interesting for me is there is a very big difference in her voice and fading facts, as Scott says. So fading facts is when stuff just kind of just peters out at the end, like that. And that is often a sense of somebody not being confident, let's say, in their answer. Many reasons why somebody might not be confident, but we find it shows up quite a bit with deception. Anyway, she does that on what she wasn't saying. So she says, what I didn't say was, what are you doing? You're crazy. She doesn't even finish that word. Now, at the same time, she's telling us what she didn't say. So maybe the fading facts work in that. Maybe the tone shift works in that. But on its own, well, we need to put it with a whole bunch of different factors there. Another factor to bring in, I, as a woman, have never been hit like that. I, as a woman, so she's very clear about that, have never been hit like that. Well, does that mean as a man, that's okay? Like, men hit other men like that, but as a woman, that's not expected. So there's some real clear clarity around an expectation of what should happen around men and women. I would say the same. Some good kind of chin boss action there, some good lip compression, some good sadness in some of the right places. But my worry is still around this tense shift, because even now I'm starting to go, well, when's she going to do it? When is she not going to do it? What is the pattern of tense shift here? And it's going to start for me to get even more chaotic and even more difficult to really work out when I think it's going to show up and when it's not going to show up. So wait for that. Chase, what do you think?
Totally agree. And this tense shifting is actually going to get predictable in a few minutes. It's going to come up during very specific times in a minute, because she's getting more used to it. And I think this present tense, when there's a shift to present tense, it's shifting to the screenplay. I do this. I do this. I experience this. There's a screenplay going on there. And this downward turned mouth with the raised eyebrows is the traditional clown face, and wanting to share that grief or share that experience, and getting somebody else to share some kind of emotion. And she's layering in truth and deception here. There's more vanishing perpetrator, slap me in the face. It's really strange. The first slap is past tense. The second slap is present tense. Then there's a shift to past tense again when she's discussing how she felt about it. Then she goes back to present tense for the third slap, then back to past tense for her reaction to that slap. Then we go back to present tense for realizing the worst thing has just happened to me. Then there's a shift to past perfect. I wished so much he had said he was joking. And this is a major problem. I have been doing this a long time. I've analyzed a bunch of videos. I've never seen this much tense shifting in my lifetime. On record, I'm saying it here. I've never seen anything like this. Past, present, over and over like this. And then facial expression shifting rapidly between emotions. I've never seen anything like this in my life. So I would bet that there is a very, very high likelihood of deception here in this story. That's all I've got.
I'm going to bet that this trying to grow a mustache thing is probably the worst decision I've made in the last 15 years.
It's going to be the major amount
shift to present tense for that. It's the worst decision you're making.
I think what you should do is go put on one of those filters so it'll look like it's just part of the filter.
That's what I'll do when we come back. I'll have that on for a few minutes. Yeah.
No one will know.
They'll know.
Yeah, they'll know.
Thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, "You think it's so funny. You think it's funny. You think you're a funny." And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. You know, I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. and he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking.
Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold-colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Baroka, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, it's really going to start falling to bits there. It's tricky to watch this one because it really does descend quite quickly. Starts off with, I believe. That's not very forceful. She believes that it was the tabs of, I think she says, Barocca. I've never heard of that drink, but I guess it's little tabs that create some kind of juice or drink or something. They come from Paris, apparently. She doesn't really need to tell us any of that. I mean, she's worried this will be quite confusing to us because to an observer, what you'll see there is two glasses. Apparently one is a shot glass. And I understand there's some foreshortening there and one glass will look a little bit bigger than one. But even so, to an observer like myself, I've seen a few glasses, and to an observer like myself, they look a fairly similar size. It looks like both people are drinking pretty much. I mean, I know it can be confusing. She's told me it can be confusing. Okay. And she took me through how you go to Paris and you get stuff. And it kind of went on and on that I stopped listening to a lot of it at one point because it didn't seem pertinent, but clearly it is pertinent that we need to understand that she's not having a drink. Yeah, that's what we need to understand, that he's got a shot glass and it's got Johnny's liquor in it. If I'd been with somebody for a while, I probably know what the liquor is. I'd probably know, though it's kept in the freezer or the fridge or whatever it is, I'd probably have a good idea what it is because I'd be a drinker as well, like her. She has a drink now and again. Actually, from what I've heard, she has a few now and again. That's okay. I got no judgment about that. But it would be easier to say, so Johnny and I were both having a drink, okay? But that's not what comes across here. Johnny's got a shot glass and it's got Johnny's liquor in and she's got something from Paris, something completely different. She says, look, that's his drugs tin and it's got Coke in it, dime bags of Coke. And what are those lines? Well, they're cocaine. And there's 4 of them. Well, either Johnny sets it up for his 4 nostrils or Johnny sets it up to do a couple of lines and then very quickly a couple of others. And those are all possible. Or Amber's taking Coke as well. And that would be okay because, when you're partners, you tend to kind of do some of the same stuff. You have a drink together. If you do Coke, you're probably going to do some drugs together. Hopefully, as it descends into more drugs, you might calm it down a little bit or invite some people round to be a little more social, to take the edge, for there to be some more social responsibility when people start getting a little bit off their tree. Because if there's no social responsibility going on and you're, off your tree a little bit, then it can all go a bit wild. But anyway, at this point, I don't buy this story at all. I don't buy it at all. It's not a good description of what's going on. It doesn't make a lot of sense. There's too much overemphasis on trying to tell me the details, so I don't buy it. Look, for anybody who's into just lobbing in a really great conspiracy theory here as well, just because you may as well have some fun. If you want a great conspiracy theory, you could say it's all been set up in a Masonic hall. Have a look at that photograph and tell me why they set up the evidence in a Masonic hall. And send the money, please. Freemasons, please send me the money. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so Mark, I think the reason we know something is going on is because she dramatically shifts baseline. First of all, that she starts to separate herself from Johnny the monster. Now, this is, like you said, early on in their relationship, but she's separating herself from him. At the end of her description of what this is, she does some eye blocking and some requests for approval and a lip compression. She has a condemning face at cocaine. Maybe she's afraid of the perception of something that will happen because there's something hidden in there because her transition is much too rapid, more than normal, to your guys' point earlier. Then she starts rambling to make herself appear to be somebody else. That's out of baseline. She starts to give you too much detail. Well, I bought these in France, and this is a thing that people do in France. And well, I don't care about what they do in France. What's in those things? One is a bottle of some kind of drink, non-alcoholic, and the other is alcohol. Then, as she shifts gears to start to make herself a better person and to do some social signaling or some kind of, as she starts to virtue signal and say, look, I'm not the one, she starts this thing of I don't know how many times it happens, Chase, you may have counted, I think it's 5 or 6 in a sentence or two. And she's never done that before. So there's some way she's trying to distance and it makes her uncomfortable and it's filler for her. So immediately I would jump on that and say, hold on. What do you mean? And I would start taking that story apart. That stumbling over words and using filler words is there for a reason. Scott, what do you got? Chase, what do you got?
So here's a quick tip. If someone's telling you a story, process it through this lens. What is being concealed in that story? And in this instance, every flaw, every bad behavior, every possible hint at ever having made a mistake in her lifetime is absent. She's giving us a story of a flawless Disney princess who lived with Satan. And Baraka, just as a quick tip here, is like airborne in the U.S. It's like an immunity support effervescent. I have some in my kitchen, actually, that dissolve in water like an Alka-Seltzer. I'm pretty fancy. If you didn't know, I have Baraka here. But there's a large there's a large spike in uncertain language toward the end of her statement. This is the beginning of our discovery of her stress and deception baseline. So this is the big spike in what we're really looking for as interrogators and behavior profilers. Scott?
All right. The attorney says, tell the jury what's in the box. And she tells the attorney what's in the box. And she goes into detail about it. Not once does she look at the jury during that. However, when she gets to the part where she starts talking about her vitamin energy water, which is, you're right, I had to Google it. I didn't know what Baraka was, whatever it was. It's a multivitamin, as you know, and it gives her energy, and it's a health food. That's the way they see that. Also, she's coming on like she doesn't think alcohol is good. She sounded like, oh, that's alcohol. And she doesn't, and like Mark was saying, she doesn't know what's in it. Really? If she's going to say, well, hey man, what is that? At least if she's dating the guy or married to him at this point, you're going to know what's in there. And she acts like it's bad. She didn't want to tell him that she didn't want to keep it in her freezer. Come on, man. And then she's sitting there next to damn Scarface with all that blow lined out on the table. And she's coming on like, I don't know what, I'm drinking healthy water. I don't know what he's drinking. That's all I got, because I can't go any further than that.
Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different. Different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, they're Barocca, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could. And Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was an embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is another one of those trigger situations. Something is going on in her head that equates him saying that you disappoint me, that I don't like you, with violence. I mean, at this point, she says he grabbed me by the neck, and she actually holds her hand up in the right way. First illustration of violence we've seen. Then later she goes, he pushed my neck, or my throat. Don't know which of those is the accurate piece. Did he push her? Did he hold her up? Don't know. But based on what she's saying, he slammed her up against the wall, but he said bad things to her when he did it. And the bad things that he said to her are ego damaging, and that seems to be a volatility thing because she's showing a lot more emphatic emotion about that issue of being told that he was disappointed in her than she is about any physical violence. So I want to watch really closely now and say, what's causing this? Is this a trigger event for her in some way that triggers something in her head? And guys, not saying it didn't happen, but there's a lot of odd body language and a lot of shift in her cadence. Remember, in her baseline, concise packets of information about issues was normal for her. With stammers as you transition, she stammers in the concise packet of information here. So it makes me want to go, hold on a second. You changed. Why did you change? Chase, what do you got?
Yeah. During that concise packet, there's I don't remember, starts, and we don't say starts. If something's happening to me, I'm not going to say Greg started choking me. I'm going to say Greg choked me. Like kind of hesitancy again, and then two more uhs, and then more hesitancy. That's all within this statement here. There's a shift to present tense only for the abuse. And I think the embarrassment story is truthful here. The abuse shows a very high, in my opinion, very, very high likelihood of deception, talking in the above 95%. And she's unable to look at Johnny until she talks about it hurting her feelings. And that's when she does that. When he told her that she was an embarrassment, which I think probably happened. And the deviation in baseline is only around the abuse and not around the mean comments and how those comments made her feel. Scott?
Yeah, once again, it's I'm good and he's bad. And she's portraying herself as the protector here. She's protecting the monster's children from the monster at this point. So going back to Mark's original thing, it's good versus evil in this case. And she's good and Johnny Depp is evil. And it sounds like a high school student who's been in trouble and been sent to the office. That's exactly, she talks about protecting people. And then she wouldn't have said that around little children, but she would have said it around adults who could help. So this is getting out. This is, I think it's out of her, about to get out of hand for her here in a couple of minutes. And she's performing this whole thing for the jury. And she wants to make sure she's doing well. So she looks over at the attorney as she's giving these things. That's when because the attorney knows the story she's supposed to be telling. She's familiar with it. Her gestures and illustrators are in line with what we've seen so far. And she relies on her right hand for most of the action in this, almost completely. And during this mixed truth, because I agree, I think part of it's true and part of it's not true. I think some of this happened, but it wasn't quite as dramatic as she said, if any of it did. And she's blown a big story up out of it. And once again, the situation we're hearing about that doesn't manifest are the body language cues and tells that let us know she's experiencing the emotions she says she's experiencing. What she says is happening. Doesn't look like she's experiencing the right stuff from what her body language says. There's no grief muscle again. Overall, her gestures and illustrators are too smooth and too calm, and none of them hang. When the illustrator hangs, when someone's talking and the illustrator hangs there for a minute, they're thinking. They're up in their head. I saw Bigfoot and he came out of the woods and then this, so you'll see that happen. But in this case, they do hang in a minute. But you should see a little bit of pause in there, a little bit of hanging in there, and you don't see any of it at all, except for in a couple of minutes, and I'll explain that when we get there. Having said all that, she calms down a little bit. Her voice gets a little bit calmer, things get a little bit more smooth, and then I think what we're seeing her explain, along with his body language, I think part of it happened, part of it didn't, and I think she's making what did happen a lot more dramatic than it was. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think if you wanted to bias towards her being a victim of violence here, you would say, hey, she really starts to produce illustrators here. And I hear what you're saying, Scott, around they may not be quite right, but I'm going to bias towards, in this particular case, okay, victim here, illustrators, she's passionate about it, slams me up, tells me, goes to the present tense there, which there are good examples of people who, under these abusive situations, go to present tense there. However, contrary to that, you could go, well, she's being illustrative because she knows this is where the passion has to come out. And this is where the violence happens. So I really got to sell this here. So that's why the illustrators come out. And that's why they might look a little bit odd, because they're more produced. And you could go, well, she goes to present tense because she knows the dramatic nature of that. And as an audience, when we're hearing that, we'll go, what happens? Will she get out of it? It's more exciting for us. But here's what I can say for sure, is that the idea of embarrassed, embarrassing, embarrassment, embarrassing, all of those are used. And so there's huge layers, excuse me, of that word. The embarrassment and in being embarrassing and somebody being embarrassed is the biggest part of this story. And then when she goes back to the violence and says, it hurt my feelings, have a listen to which hurt has the most stress on it. The first hurt, it hurt, has a little bit of fading fact on there, which is Scott's idea of it just kind of peters out, maybe not as confident, therefore maybe not as honest potentially. And then it hurt my feelings. There's a lot of stress on that. So here's what I'm going to say is most likely very accurate about that. There was a lot of embarrassment around this, or feelings of embarrassment, and embarrassment is very, very important to feel, to the feeling of you've done the wrong thing. You look bad in front of people and people don't think good of you. That's incredibly important. And that hurt is the most important hurt, given whether there's physical hurt going on at the same time or not. That's the really important hurt. Now, which is it? Is it both? Is it physical hurt and mental hurt? Is it one or the other? I don't know. I got some good suspicions, but I won't say at this point. But certainly the hurt of embarrassment is acutely important and painful here.
And Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying. But the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. And at some point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me, and we have an argument about me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, you know. I just slid.
All right, I'll go first on this one. So now let's pay attention to the word remember. We've heard it peppered in and out here so far through these videos, just a little bit here, a little bit there, and now we're going to be listening for it. And let's listen for the things described and how she describes things when she uses the word remember. Not a whole lot here, just a couple of times, but coming up, we're going to see it go crazy with that word. When we hear that word, she's looking right at the jury most of the time. I remember. Pay attention to that too. So we're beginning to see her body language change here as she becomes more animated. There are words and phrases that she uses and gestures she uses energy-wise to get things up and get things happening. She's starting to get this thing. She's got to get it rolling because there's a lot coming up here in a couple of minutes. It's supposed to get very graphic here. However, things are as they should be at this point. Everything looks pretty much the way it should be. Everything is congruent. Her illustrators are on point. Everything energy-wise is where it should be, and everything is working together. Everything, she's got this one going very well. Everything looks good. So let's talk about PTSD just for a second. I'm not an expert on it at all, but I know about it. I've read about it. I think I have a basic understanding of it. And I think she's trying to make it sound like she has PTSD because what she's done is she's been told to, or she's read about it and said, here's what PTSD is, and we're going to mix this in here to make it sound like this guy's giving you that from the way he's acting towards you. Like I said at the beginning, people have this from situations like this. We know that. I'm just telling you what we're seeing or what I'm seeing in this video here. That's where I'm going with this. When she talks about having flashes and scenes about what happened and loss of memory, those go right down the line for PTSD. Also, when she says she can't remember things in a linear way. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Look at this haircut and this bad mustache and these glasses. But I'm smart enough to know when somebody has heard something and they're parroting it. One of my favorite things in the world to pay attention to is sentence structure and how someone structures a thought or an idea as they start going through trying to relay that idea to you. As she's doing this, she knows she has to throw in that word linear somewhere. And you don't say in a linear way, you say in a linear fashion. That's the way it's properly used. I don't think I'm not saying she's an idiot or anything like that. But I can tell you when somebody reads a lot, and again, I can tell you when somebody's parroting something they've heard. Greg and I were in Louisville talking to some people at a neurological department there as we were going to do some studies. And I can tell you pretty much after talking to somebody for 15 or 20 minutes what they're reading or what kind of reading they're into or what they like to pay attention to, what they like to read about. And I nailed this one guy in philosophy all the way down to his author, who he had just been reading, by just talking to him for a few minutes. It's sort of a parlor trick, and I can teach anybody how to do it. And in this, what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing in her talking, she doesn't read a whole lot. She's going to say she reads a whole lot, but she doesn't, because her sentence structure is that of a high school student's almost, when she starts talking and starts describing things. The structure to it, my structure when I talk really, really fast, and it's really hard to understand me sometimes because I'm trying to get all the information out that I can. Having said that, I do pay attention to when people structure their sentences when they're creating an idea and how to do that. She's gotten information. She's been reading over it the day before that or that day, and she's remembering these things she's supposed to say about the flashes, about remembering scenes, and not remembering things in a linear way when it should be linear fashion. That's what we're hearing here. That's what's happening here. So I'm not saying she doesn't have PTSD, but I'm saying she's acting like she has it, and she's trying to pretend like she doesn't know what it is and that these things are part of PTSD. That's what I think's going on there. Chase, what do you got?
I tend to agree. if somebody reads this book, this is the book that you diagnose mental disorders with. It's got every possible disorder you can think of. And then they fake having a disorder. That's a whole different thing. And it's a huge accusation. This is just my opinion. That's called malingering. I did 2 years of study on this, and this was my textbook, The Clinical Assessment of Malingering and Deception. And it's made for court trials and depositions, surprisingly. In this, we see a lot of these indicators, exactly what Scott was just talking about. And I don't think you've been through that class, but you know exactly there's the standardized behavior for that kind of thing. And we're seeing it here in this video. So the first thing I had in my notes here was start paying attention to every time she says, remember here. And let's talk about a few red flags that are present here. There's drinks in front of me, present tense. I remember there's an argument in past tense. We get in an argument. He grabs me, present tense. We had a brief interaction. There's hiding time and past tense shifting there. What I distinctly remember, we're hearing that word again, and it came up right when the physical thing started happening. And what I remember, again, slid across the floor. Then there's hesitancy. Then there's distancing language. Then there's an eye flutter, but only at the points of abuse. The eye fluttering, where there's a rapid closure of the eye when we want to get rid of a thought, we see that there. But we also see it during periods of deception. So the accuracy of her memory is a little bit flawed, but becomes somehow superhuman, 100% accurate when recalling only times of abuse. And this is clinically written here in the forensic interrogation methods and the forensic psychology methods of detecting this kind of stuff. Maybe I'm no expert, but there's a sharp movement into internal dialogue at the exact moment that she's recalling the physical altercation, a physical event. Her eyes moved down here. I was not a huge believer until Greg actually convinced me of this, that you ask somebody to recall something or to rehearse a line in their head, and they'll move down that direction. She narrates her sliding across the floor in third person with her hand, and it has done every single other demonstration. I've watched every interview that she's done. I did this for 10 hours yesterday in first person up to this point, with the exception of the comments regarding the abuse. So everything is in first person as she's experiencing it until the abuse starts being brought forward. And then she's narrating in third person, like she's showing you something from a movie or a screenplay. That was a lot. I apologize. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So let me get this right, Chase. If I was kind of acting the part of somebody with PTSD, I could take a look at some of those manuals and books and kind of look at some of the behaviors that happen and kind of perform those behaviors. And I might stand a chance of looking to the layperson, something like a jury or something like that, because they're meant to be, there should be no experts in there. They should be just kind of ordinary people. Just looking at it, I might be able to come across as having experienced trauma. And if I was doing that kind of research as an actor, I might have come across, just by Googling around, a study that says that people who've experienced trauma and have PTSD do a lot of tense shift when they talk about the violence being perpetrated. And so I might start doing that. I might start doing that. But if I did start doing that, and I'm an actor, I might kind of slip up now and again and get it wrong, because I'm having to make it up as I go along, because I haven't been written a script. Because you hope as an actor that you get really good writers and they do all the research and they write you really good scripts, and then it's all kind of accurate. And then people, give you an award, they give you an Oscar because they go, that was really good. You were just like somebody with PTSD, and you take the award. And what you don't say is, they wrote it really well. It was just me. Imagining the situation, saying the words that somebody else wrote, just looked like I was that. I wasn't. Anyway, because that might be happening here. That could, I'm not saying it is, but it could be happening there, because she says, she says, I shoved past him, just stamp off. She goes into that present tense. So she's okay about putting her own aggression in present tense as well. And so that's probably a good thing. If she puts all aggression in the same tense, that's probably okay. I'm with you on that. I don't recall, I wish I did. And then she says, what I distinctly remember. Well, sorry, you can't have both. You can't have, well, I mean, but maybe you can. Maybe you can. If you've looked at PTSD, maybe you can have both things. You can go, and especially if you're kind of getting that idea across to an audience of some sort, they might forgive you just a little bit more. Okay, if you put yourself across, it's just flashes. It's just, imagine it's just flashes that happen. So I wish I could recall that thing. I can recall this thing really, really well, by the way. Well, after she says what I distinctly remember, we get a lip lick to the side of the mouth, which is totally off baseline. We haven't seen that from her before. It feels to me like that's stress. I don't think, she says, I don't think I had got very far. Maybe I had got back to the room. Hang on. I shoved past him, just stomp off. And now what she distinctly remembers is, I don't think I'd got very far. Maybe I'd got back in the room. Okay, so how did that happen? Because when I shove past somebody and stomp off, like, I'm gone. Like, I'm not coming back again. I'm gone. But she's back in there, and we don't know how. But when he shoved me, okay, hang on, now we've gone to past tense. This isn't making any sense, because that should be in present tense. So now I'm totally confused. But I guess, if you've had trauma and PTSD, then all bets are off. I guess it's a bit of a scramble. I went flying across the parquet floor. I think she says parakeet floor, but it's parquet. It's a parquet floor. So there's shoves and there's throws. I don't know what it is, whether it's a shove or a throw. It probably can't be both. So maybe you want to pick one of them. It looked so easy. Well, I think you said this, Chase, but that's the wrong angle now. It can't have looked so easy. It would be if somebody shoves me across a parquet floor and I slide across it, yeah, I would say it was so easy for that person to shove me. I wouldn't be the external camera angle, doing a nice slow pan around that. This one's a dog's dinner. It's a complete mess. It's all fallen to bits around this. And I think if there is an act going on here, and I think we've got some good ideas that there could be, it's not being sustained very well, unfortunately. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, so everything we're saying is our opinion. In my opinion, she's done some homework here. That sounds like a checklist. Hey, let's see. Got that? Yep, got it. Nope, yep, got that too. I've been around a lot of people with PTSD, and it can happen to a person from something very minor. It can. And other people, it may take something horrendous to give them PTSD. If you're a rage-filled person and you do something rageful, you can't keep things together in order either. So I'll just leave it at that. That's my opinion there. But let's hit a couple of things. Remember, I told you she does a lot of that weird face, condemning face, just to punctuate. She does it here the same for the room with the sunflowers as she does for this argument. So that's just telling you that's just the way she punctuates. Doesn't mean that something really happened. Words, however, really matter. And she says, shove past him, strong shove, stomp off, with an emphatic lower jaw when she does it. There's a lot of emotional eye accessing there. And then she gets to that thing where she says, we had a brief interaction, and she actually shows disgust and a tongue jut. Something's up right here. I'm going to also give you two things to watch from here on. I think she's done her homework. She does a one shoulder shift as she illustrates with the other hand when she says, maybe I was in the room, maybe I wasn't, because I think she's in some heated moment here. And so putting that story together is a little tough. She does more illustration at sliding across the floor than she does at being hit or shoved. And she does more illustration at shoving and sliding across the floor than she does at fists and at slapping. Start paying attention to that. It makes me think that the further she has to reach to give you harsh details, the less likely she is to be illustrated for it. Could that be a result of PTSD? Don't know. Never seen anybody that was that way, but it comes out in different ways in all people. This just makes me suspicious. I'll leave it at that.
And at some point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, like, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me, and we have an argument about me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, I just slid. I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him. He's screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's a back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills.
What do you got?
Yeah, tenses are all over the shop now, as far as I'm concerned. Shoves, has, holding, wondered, has, bashing, just all over the place. But at some moment, I'm up in his face. Well, okay, at some moment, there's all this stuff going on. Then at some moment, well, I want to know, like, how are you up in his face? How did that happen? I remember slapping him. Okay, so we do have some remembrance of that. Stormed off, slammed the door. well, that's aggressive, not protective, I would say. If I were worried about myself, I wouldn't be storming off and slamming doors. I would be running away and locking myself somewhere, maybe quietly. I would be more silent, more, no, that's just me. It's not her. So I'm worried about that. I don't know if I eventually barricaded. Okay, so eventually you might have. So what happened before? If you eventually did, like what happened before all of that eventuality? And by the way, if you don't know, is it possible that none of it happened? Well, that's my worry about this, because in cross, I mean, that's a disaster for cross-examination, because it's just all over the shop. And so there's some of what we're hearing there does make some kind of sense, not particularly in this one. I mean, we may have heard some stuff before that had some kind of sense to it, but this stuff under cross-examination, I don't think is going to go very, very well, and there might be a good reason why it's not going to go well. Scott, what do you think?
All right. She's displaying tons of facial cues, lots of things that she should be doing. Anger, disgust, contempt, worry, frustration, you name it, and it's in this clip. I'm under the impression a lot of it is truthful. For example, when she says she barricaded the door, I think maybe she locked the door. But I think she's adding all these things onto it, and that's why it seems and feels like we were talking about earlier. That's why some people watching this are going to say, this just doesn't seem right. I know it looks right or something, but I don't know what it is. I'm not sure what it is, but something's just not right here. I think that's what it is. Her cadence is a little bit faster. Her tone is high, and it's kind of restricted. And her gestures and illustrators land right where they should for the emotions she's displaying in this case. Lots of micro expressions and flat out full on expressions of the emotions we should be seeing. But I think she's not being as dramatic as she should be, I think, as she is in these other ones. If somebody's doing all this, if all this is happening, you say, I barricaded the door. I'd say it twice. I had to lock the door. I had to put stuff in front of it, man. I had to barricade the door. I'd talk about putting stuff in front of it. What did she barricade the door with? I mean, that's what I had to push the dang dresser in front of the door to make sure it didn't stay. And I wouldn't be going to sleep. If I had to barricade the door, I wouldn't be going to sleep. Then she's not sure you can't get in through somewhere else, but she's barricading the door. Why didn't she go out through one of those other exits? It makes no sense to me. Makes no sense at all. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, if you're worried about your personal safety on the Maslow's pyramid, you're not worried about anything else above it. That's priority number one. I'm just referring to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I think, Scott, exactly what you were saying. I had the same thought this morning, writing down these things in my notes. Barricading versus locking a door is an extremely adding on these details that never happened. And this speaks to the diagnosis that she received of histrionic personality disorder. And if you're on anti-anxiety, antidepressant medications, and you're mixing that with a lot of cocaine or grapefruit, believe it or not, grapefruit is horrible to combine with a lot of those medications. Yeah, you're going to have panic attacks. You're going to wake up at night, and you're going to need to take a couple of sleeping pills and maybe a bottle of Malbec, as she calls it. And so let's go through this really fast. I remember she's shifting to present tense, talking about shoving me. There's present tense in the throat, present tense holding me there. All her internal thoughts are crystal clear in her memory. Every single thought that she's ever processed, it's almost, I'm exaggerating a small bit here, but it's like she could recall the thread count of the living room rug, but doesn't know whether or not there was a fight. And she's saying, in my recollection, it hadn't been that long. Back to present tense. There's throat up against the fridge. I remember slapping him across the face. Now there's that term again. I remember, which she used in her testimony 187 times. And then she's back to past tense recall. I didn't count that myself, but Sadie actually counted that. The Prime Minister of Behavior. Sadie, we love you. Shows a lot of disgust for this doctor. She's saying, I'm being medicated as if it's against her will. And she kind of glances over at the jury to kind of just say, I'm getting medicated by this person. And she wants you to see this helpless person. Of course, she willingly took these medications. The entire final 30 seconds of this video is horrible, in my opinion. There's shifting artificial emotional expressions on the face every few seconds that I have never seen. This rapid thing Scott was just talking about a few minutes ago, this rapid shift of facial expressions. And then there's unusual recall with this deliberate adding of very specific details, just exactly to feed a narrative. And there's force feeding of that same narrative of the helpless and perfect victim. I'm willing to bet, in my opinion, she got some legal advice that, honey, you need to go all the way on this. You need to go 300% what you think you could. And if you're worried about perjury, all of this is going to be extremely hard to prove. No one's going to be able to prove it in the opposite direction. And I think maybe she was given some bad advice, because this is going to be horrible, I think, if Depp has competent counsel during the cross-examination. That's all I got. Greg?
Yeah, the cross-examination on this is going to be brutal, in my opinion. Number one, because they've had all of this that she's putting out, just like you said, Chase. The more details you put out, the more there is to your story and the easier it is to attack. Number two, they get a week of watching game tape before they come back in. This is going to be brutal, in my opinion. But here, word stress matters. I agree with everything you guys have said. I'm going to add a few little nuances. Word stress matters. When a person stresses a word, in my old world, we would call that a source lead. When somebody said something, I go, they said something for a reason. She says, he shoves me. He shoves me. That usually indicates there's been something happened before. When you say me and you emphasize me, there's probably been a little shoving back and forth. My guess is that's how all these things got to where they got. She feels prepared, and she's editing as she's speaking. When she says, he has me up against the throat, this sounds like Ravnsburg's mantra, dash, steering wheel, phone, whatever, his little thing. She's doing the same thing. And then she gets out of sequence and she says, now, he had me up against the wall, then it was the fridge, and then she says, well, it was that area. We were moving in that area. That's excessive. Hey, the guy slammed me against the wall, had me by the throat. I don't need to hear that he moved you from the couch to this to that. Again, more details. He let go of my grip. Does she mean he let go of his grip? Again, words are coming apart. We know that happens when a person's getting a little disjointed and they're walking through. Then she goes to the reason why all this is happening. He was medicating me. For obvious reasons, I hope. I don't really understand what that means. You should be able to tell I'm sane, I think is what that means. Here's the last thing I'll leave you with. There is a almost 100% guarantee that if you have PTSD, one of the traits you'll have is hypervigilance. And that means that you're always concerned. You're always feeling on edge. You're always having all that problem. I've never known a person who had PTSD who would want to take sleeping pills and sleep near the imminent threat that caused them to be there to start with. Just, I don't see it. So we're on the same page there. That's it.
You nailed it. Yeah.
I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, it hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him. He's screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's a back door, there's a patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. It sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "Do you want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking. And he holds up this bottle to me, and I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail. And he is telling me that I can't control him anymore. And that if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, it's starting to get more honest in places now. Obviously, the stories are all over the place, and I'm not even going to get into that. There's disgust, there's disdain, and there's anger, and more delicate chin boss action there, which would suggest to me some real feelings there of disgust and disdain and anger and sorrow around no one liked me. He wishes he'd never married me, never met me, and no one liked me. I think there is some true feeling that she has around that. And then she eye blocks, she turns away and says how childish it all is. And I think that's, probably the most honest thing or the most insightful thing that has been said, because it truly is childish what's happening here, because I think we are seeing, in my opinion, something of this wounded child that's showing up now, this wounded child that feels Nobody wants her. Nobody loves her. Nobody even likes her. And the pain of that. Now that's getting extrapolated potentially out into all kinds of behavior and all kinds of stuff that is very, very troublesome. But quite honestly, at the core of this is a real true pain for that little girl that's truly there at this point. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, so you're dead on. She starts off by softening her body language. Her head kind of tilts. And when you take 13 pounds of dead weight and tilt it to your right, it softens your body. Your body kind of crimples a little. The inner brow tips pointing up indicate sorrow. And whatever causes the sorrow, it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. You're going to have those inner brow tips rise. Her eyes go down right to that emotional eye accessing. If you have never seen this before, sit and think about an emotional moment in your life, and you'll find your head drifting down to your right. That head then is going to pull your body out of line and all that. She trails off when she says, and she does your fading facts, Scott, when she talks about childish, because she knows how childish it sounds. Here's something big. And we're going to see this three times in the videos we're going to watch. And this is an indicator of something big about to happen. She does this. She scrunches her mouth to the right and bites the inside of her mouth. And it happens 3 times. It happens here just before the first major altercation downstairs, before she breaks this bottle. We're going to see it 2 other times. This, to me, makes me think, yes, there's violence, and yes, she's engaged in it if she didn't start it. Now, when we hear her talking about sliding or being controlled, and him talking about restraining, if she started the violence, you would expect he's going to do something to restrain it. I'm not protecting him, just saying violence starts somewhere. And we see it in her here. We see that weird thing, and we're going to see it 2 more times as we go through this. Just pay attention to it. When he said, "Do you want to go, little girl?" When she does that, she bites her lip, she breaks eye contact, takes a deep breath, and then she goes, that. She pauses a little bit. I think that's its own now kind of mindset. And then she goes into that disclaimer again, and she says, "I can't tell you the order things went." Flings, there's no illustration whatsoever when she says, "He threw me." But she does show helplessness, palms up and that. And then she goes to a calm voice. Go on, go on, go on. None of that seems to fit. You would expect more animation. You would expect people to be more aggressive. A couple of things to notice here. The attorney is sitting with data intake, just paying attention to what's going on. But if you notice that you see some concern in the brow of Johnny Depp, and you see his mouth narrowing. This is really the crux of this brawl where he lost his finger, however it happened. So this is going to be an interesting one to pay attention to. Chase, what do you got?
Let's talk a little physics here for just a second. Picking up Amber, throwing her across a room and onto a table is pretty difficult. And then her testimony is that maybe he landed on top of me because I grabbed onto him. Because he is so strong that when he throws another person, it picks himself up and flings both of them across a room, and they land onto a table. I thought that was pretty surprising, listening to this whole thing. And then it's back to the word starting. He's starting to tell me this. But I think there's some truthful recall that she was hurt by the comments about people not liking her. She's shifting to present tense again, right at the point where I shove him. She's saying, I shove him. And the conflicts in her memory are at the exact points when she wants to insert details about the timeline in the narrative. Then she's back to present. He throws me, I land, present tense, gets on top of me, whacking me in the face. We struggle, present tense. He holds up this bottle, present tense again, makes a mistake. He holds up this bottle. She's narrating as if she's the one holding it. She accidentally, I think, shifts into first person of the aggressor here. She's the one holding the bottle. And actually, she accidentally slips here and says, "Did you drink this whole thing?" He's not asking that of her. She's the one asking that of him, while I think she's the one holding this bottle. I don't think he's holding the bottle at all. I'll go out on a limb here. I think she's holding the bottle, and I think she's the one pressing him. "Did you drink this whole thing?" And she shifts back to present. He's taunting me to take the bottle. Back to present tense. there's a deceptive mix of truth with deception being the added violence here, in my opinion. And I think there's a blend of three things. We could call it a verbal braid. We could do it a French braid, maybe. It's a truth, half-truth, and deception, all being blended together so that it's hard to see where one stops and the other one starts. But I think if we're watching closely, listening to those shift in tenses, and we're listening to where these unusual gaps in memory and unusually detailed recall of memory are occurring, it's a pretty good bet that we're going to spot some of this stuff. But if you're seeing these rapid changes in facial expressions, like Scott was saying a minute ago, very, very unusual stuff. Scott, what do you think?
Yeah. Y'all have covered most everything, so I'll go short on this one. But in the beginning, we're seeing plenty of disgust and contempt expressions. And disgust is the one you see when your nose is all wrinkly and your lips are sort of pursed and they come up like that. Sometimes your teeth will show if you've got a blend of emotions going there, like anger. We'll see that sometimes. Most of the time, her contempt shows up on the left side. I don't know why that is, but for most people, it's on the right side. I think it's the right side. But for hers, for some reason, it's on the left. She does some on the right, but a lot of it is on the left. That's the only asymmetric facial expression when you see something like that. The things she's talking about are the things that he said to her and about her that are negative. Again, she's the good person. He's the bad person. He's saying bad stuff about her. This personality type will not have that. They won't let you. They won't let you do that. It happened. He did it, but they will not let you get away with it without taking revenge on you for that. I think that's a lot of what we're seeing here as well. All right, that's all I got.
That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. It sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "Do you want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking. And he holds up this bottle to me, and I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on. And kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid.
Mark, what do you got?
Yep, really simple. We've got childish teasing going on and then unmoderated anger going on. She says, so stupid. Again, you couldn't be more accurate, more correct about this. It's the most adult thing that's being said here, which is to do childish teasing around somebody who isn't going to moderate their anger. Both parties here, this is a really bad combination. And so, of course, we get what we get in this. We've got two people who are unmoderated and childish. They with somewhat of maybe an arrested development, or, you know, there's certain drugs that get taken or a lifestyle that gets led and not having people around to help with that moderation. It's a really bad combination. Anyway, that really sets him off, she says. Well, that's very unspecific, isn't it? What do you mean? What do you mean sets him off? What happens during that? So again, I don't like the unspecific nature of that, but I think what's being said here is actually very, very honest and perceptive about the situation that's going on. Scott, what do you think?
All right. I'll talk about Johnny for a couple minutes. He's adapting in his chair. We talked about that in the last show, how he sways back and forth a little bit. And then when he touches his head, that's similar to when somebody kind of sneaks an adapter when they're talking about something they're uncomfortable or they're being put on point, and they'll talk, say, well, I'll tell you what I think about so-and-so. And an adapter is something used to get rid of that built-up stress and or tension. And when you push on your face right there and let go, you'll feel that muscle kind of relax in there. You feel your face relax. Or when you push on your chin or your mouth, those types of things. And his eyebrows shoot up with that exacerbated facial expression. That lets us know he's really uncomfortable with what she's saying. And the eyebrows also indicate the concern, along with his deep breath, that this really bothers him. So we can add those as adapters here as well. But overall, I think he's really ill at ease here. So I agree with you, Mark. I think this has probably got a lot of truth in it. Chase, what do you got?
Got a lot of the same stuff. There's a lot of present tense here during very key points. I'll let you look at that. But there's also a shift to internal dialogue when her eyes move down and to her left. There's gaze aversion where she's looking away during very key points here. I'll let you take a look at what that is. But the emotional impact is perfectly timed with the eye contact to the jury. Perfectly timed so that she delivers to the camera, which is the jury. She delivers to the audience the exact emotional impact at the exact right time. And a lot of this is deviation. There's a lot of confirmation glances, unnecessary detail, and repetition of the word floor right here. So we see repetition to make sure that I'm forcing visuals into a person's head. I'm forcing this person to visualize or think of something or construct an image in their head. That's all I got. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm not going to add much. I agree with you guys. She touches her face once as she's trying to change direction when she says that really set him off. And I agree with you, Scott. Watching Johnny Depp, you can see he does a heavy inhale, heavy exhale, and hard eye contact. I associate that kind of with frustration. So I think that's what we're seeing. That's it.
All right.
And kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid. I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown. I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is after There were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like a, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of this sink, surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me-ish, kind of front off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area.
All right, I'll go first on this one. We see another huge one-sided shoulder shrug. And like we talked about before, that indicates she's not totally comfortable with her answer. It doesn't really mean it's deceptive. There are no absolutes. That means just because somebody does something, scratches their nose or bites their mouth, it doesn't mean they're being deceptive or telling the truth. It's just one of those, a cue you look for to add to a group of cues to make sure things are going in the direction you think they're going. The biting of one side of her mouth seems to be an adapter at that point, but it falls right in line with all the other cues that she's displaying to show she's tentative, unsure, and uncomfortable. And she's displaying plenty of anger, disgust, and contempt cues, and a lot of what we've seen up to this point. And also there's that word again, remember. Here it is one more time. And let's pay attention to how it's being used up to this point. It's just here and there right now. It's not very often, it's sparingly, but it's getting ready to go off the rails with it here in a couple of minutes. So this is important. So start listening for it and start counting them when you hear them. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so that biting the side of the mouth, I agree with you, is typically an adapter. It's bigger than an adapter with her here because she does it 3 times in 3 videos, and they're all pre-violence. If I am a child and I always do that and I get away with it, I'm probably going to do that the rest of my life. And that's not an acting thing. She didn't learn that somewhere, and that's part of a character she's prepared for. That's probably something as a little kid they would get after her and she'd do, and they'd think it was cute or something. Don't know. But what I will tell you is it shows up 3 times. All 3 times are pre-violence. Something that's an indicator in her case, just her case. Other one, she rubs her face, and you would think she's got tears there or something. There was no tears in her face as far as we can see. She does one of the best denials I've seen in forever, meaning the worst. I honestly, one shoulder rise, don't think I did. Well, that's about as far as you can go to saying I did without saying it, because we associate one shoulder, as Scott said, with not feeling certain or uncomfortable with what we're saying. And it's very pronounced in this case because she does this most of the time. I honestly, there's a qualifier, so she's distancing and qualifying at the same time, and then says, don't think I did. So she's got another cutaway. That's a long sentence. She threw a bottle, clearly. I mean, this is now starting to look like maybe Johnny Depp's telling the truth. So we just have to follow it. She goes, I just remember inside of her mouth, she bites that thing, and then I'm almost certain she threw a bottle at him here, and that's what started whatever happened here. Then she does a tongue jut at the end of him flailing or throwing her around. I'm flailing. She does a distaste. After some bottles broken on the floor. Well, that sounds a lot like, yeah, that's passive voice. There's a whole bunch of broken bottles. Then she goes in that, again, forgive me, and she does a whine in her voice. She does a tense shift. There's more illustration about the bar and where she went than there is about the violence going on. Again, if I'm going to use that many illustrators, be that illustrative of what's going on, I'm probably going to do some of the other piece. And then finally, what we see is what I always refer to as going down the well. And I've seen it in the interrogation room plenty of times. A person starts finding a way to feel worse and make themselves more emotional and curl up into a ball. And they do it all the time as a way to avoid the question, a way to avoid other things. And then I see her eye block, close her eyes, as she starts talking about the struggle in the bar area. She's going down a well to prepare for this next thing that we'll cover, but that's the second time. Something's up with that specific piece of body language. Chase, what do you got?
This is a rare time that I will stake my reputation on this. This is deception. You don't hear me say it often. In my opinion, this is deception. This is what it looks like. More remembering, she's saying there's some broken bottles on the floor. Completely forgets. We'll memorize the type of wood the floors are made of in the house, the exact color and type of tiles, the table that she was thrown into, how many towels are in the dryer at that exact moment. I don't know how many details she can get except for how those bottles got broken. I think that we're skipping over some details here. And I think she's obsessing with how destructive he is. And this is likely distancing language that she's the one who probably created this mess. And it looks like she's making accusations of the things that he is saying that she did. She's just redirecting every single accusation backward. She redirects again to her problems with sequence. And this is the only time we see this is when the detail needs to be inserted. It flashes, there's an eye contact flutter avoidance where the eyes are just fluttering like Greg's screen right now, just avoidant.
Never had that happen, ever.
And she's saying, I remember retreating, shifting back to the present. There's a bar behind me. I'm trapped. He's throwing these bottles one after the other. I remember bottle breaking, terrified, couldn't move. I believe that's when we got in the struggle. When she's saying all this detail, this added detail and pretend confusion are a very classic case that's often seen in cases of malingering and faking or pretending memories. It's right here in the textbook. And they teach this. It's well reviewed. It's peer reviewed in multiple, I'm talking more than 50 academic articles that talk about this specific behavior, and 3 or 4 more of the behaviors that she's exhibiting here in this video that directly goes into fabricating stories and fabricating a mental illness, which is what we're seeing here. Yeah. Mark, what do you think?
I think Mark's already been.
Oh.
No, you haven't?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Shoot,
so.
man. I thought I started. Okay,
no
sorry, dude.
No. Yeah, look, well, I got not much to add, actually, Scott, because, Chase, if your reputation is going down, then mine's going with you. Because I have up here, big cluster of deception. And then over here, cluster of deception. I mean, it is just a massive, massive cluster of deception going on here. The only things I have to add into the list that everybody has given here is, look, we said right at the start that this disgust and disdain and some of the anger is a bit of a baseline for her, and I think that's about personality, or potentially, in my opinion, personality disorder potentially. But she masks it with her hand. She shows disgust and disdain, and then she does a mask and blocks, and then it shows again. So just another piece of deception there that we catch her in. An out-breath, big out-breath. E at the start, there's an indecision as to how to go about even talking about this stuff at the start. So there's clear self-monitoring around here, a clear understanding of, I'm going to say something that might not be accurate, and I really need to slow it down, work this out, protect myself, shade some of the feelings that I'm going to have. So a big cluster there, and what a massively different story than Johnny Depp's. So there's nothing really that aligns about the two. Now, of course, one person could be lying and the other person could be telling the truth, okay? But they were both there at the same time, and there's zero, I would say, alignment about this story. Zero alignment, which is really odd. Huge deception. There, I'm going down with you, Chase.
I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown. I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like a, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of this sink, surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me-ish, kind of front off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area. I'm on the countertop. It had me by the neck, and he felt like he was on top of me, and I'm looking at him in his eyes, and I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny, and I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping, my arms were slipping on the countertop. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how. Sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. Please. I don't know. Please, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand this. God, the next thing I remember.
All right, I'll go first on this one. Obviously, Johnny is experiencing anger, and we see that with his flared nostrils and that deep sniff he's taken. And as for Amber, this is somebody who's trying to relay panic. She's panicked here, but she's not panicked because of what happened. She's not relaying the panic she went through. She's relaying the panic she's in now because she doesn't think anybody believes her at this point. I think she's realizing this thing's out of hand and it's gotten away from her. And she's panicked because, like Greg is, because the jury isn't buying it as she tries to create this monster. That's why there's so many breaks in there. She doesn't know what to say. She's decided, I'm going in, man. I'm going to go in with all this crying and stuff, and it's not working. We're not seeing any tears. There's no runny nose, nothing like that at all. And I think Greg's got some things about the tissue that she's using, but we're not seeing the things we should see. And that's mainly the tears and the runny nose and a red face. So she's trying to relay panic, which she's panicked, but she's not panicked about what she's talking about. She's panicked because she thinks she spent all this time doing this, and this is the crux of what's supposed to have happened. It's peaking here, of how violent and how horrible he is and what he's done to her and her personality. We're supposed to watch her break down, but it's not working. Because if you watch this and you didn't get a little bit of maybe not a giggle, but if you didn't think that was really, really, really odd, then I don't know what to tell you. But keep in mind, we're not saying, we're just talking about the body language we're seeing here. This is my opinion, nothing else. We know other people have gone through this and have it a lot worse than she's had it. Similar experiences 100,000 times worse than this that do experience this. But I don't think that's what we're seeing here. I don't think she's experiencing that. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just going to hit a couple of things because I think you hit a lot of them, and I want to leave a couple. You do see him showing stress movement and breathing and upset and eye contact. She's going down the well. She's doing that thing where she works herself down into a darker and darker place. I'll leave the eyes are black and all that stuff to you guys. She does cover her face like you would expect for a person who is going through something emotional. However, when a person's going through really emotional situations and really boiling down, typically they're going to break eye contact. They're not going to make hard eye contact as they're telling you the story. She does that. The other weird one for me is she raises her thing to wipe her face and she goes here. It's up here between her eyes. It's not patting an eye. It's not covering her nose. If I were going to put some chemical, menthol, any kind of mentholatum to make my eyes water, I would probably dab it right in the middle of my nose, not in my eye. Not saying that's what she's done, but it seems out of place. It seems like something is not right in terms of the overall delivery, and then she does this patting in between her nose. People have asked, did she snort something? Possible she put something in her nostril to make her nose snot up and all that kind of thing. But she shows little private time around something so emotional. And then the other weird one, she immediately goes from that terror face back to her baseline, that kind of negativity face. It's immediate. It's that quick. We don't see that usually. We see lingering and hanging on from there. Chase, what do you got?
So back to present shift again. I'm on the countertop. Holt had me by the neck. There's past tense, a backwards past tense shift to past with no pronoun. There's no he had me by the neck. And when people have less pronouns, they're more likely to be deceptive. And that's proven. I felt like he was on top of me. Well, was he? We don't know. And now it's back to the present moment. I'm looking in his eyes. I think this is partially truthful from seeing him at other times. So I'm thinking that she's pulling in data from a different experience into this current experience here. She's overacting the sadness, and this is a line that she wants them to really feel. She's making eye contact with as many jurors as she possibly can. The sadness disappears and reappears from her face, which you do not see. We've all conducted tens of thousands of hours of these interviews. I've never seen it. Don't know about you guys. Sadness disappearing and reappearing suddenly. Super weird. And she says, my head was bashing against the back of the bar. No perpetrator there. She doesn't talk about who was doing that. So that's distancing language. She's describing basically a scene from Die Hard. There's no injuries. She's describing somebody who was punched, slammed onto a bar, thrown across broken glass naked, walked across this broken glass naked, and then emerged without a single scratch on their body. It's Bruce Willis is what we're seeing here. And then again, there's no tears whatsoever, shifting emotions that are back and forth. And then she mouths the F word with her apology to the jury with a disgust expression. And I'll let you be the judge of what she's really disgusted about. Is that inwardly focused or maybe outwardly focused? But right at the very end of this clip, you'll see this little elbow movement here with both of her elbows, and that's a ventilation gesture. You're more likely to see that after a person is going through something that's very stressful. But keep in mind, deception is very stressful, especially when you know that there's a camera on you and that whatever you do in that moment is going to live in perpetuity. I'm feeling it right now because I'm on YouTube.
I'm not. My camera's letting me down.
Stay with us, Greg. Stay with us. We're almost there. Yes, I agree, Chase. It felt like he was on top of me. Well, yeah, that feeling may well be true, but it doesn't mean the actual physical act was actually happening. Though the feeling of somebody on top of you could absolutely be true, doesn't mean it's actually happening. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him, it was Black. Now, this for me is really important, that at this point in the story, Johnny disappears. She's creating this narrative, this idea that Johnny has gone. I've never been so scared in my life. It was Black. So she's entered in now. This is past tense again. So again, now I'm worried. You remember right at the start, I was saying, hey, you know, if somebody's experienced trauma, they can be in present tense talking about history. This is the moment when she's never been so scared in her life. And it's now fully in past tense. So it doesn't make any sense. This would be the moment where you'd go, I'm scared for my life. Yeah, it's Black. Yeah. Now, what is this idea of the blackness and Johnny disappearing at this point? I think this is a strategy. She should know, and her counsel should well know, that Johnny Depp, the jury are going to be biased towards Johnny Depp. They are. Of course they are, for all kinds of reasons. The best jury in the world is going to like Johnny Depp more than they like Amber. If we were to gamble on that, you know, there's so many reasons why that shouldn't be true, but I think it's a fair gamble that it's going to be true. And so we need to give that jury an excuse to go against him. If Amber's to win this one, we need to give them an excuse to go against him. Well, what if he's not there? What if it's not Johnny? It's just like Johnny's body. It's just his body is there. Johnny's gone and he's kind of possessed. It's almost demonic possession, or he's disappeared. Well, as a jury, we could then go, yeah, I think he was, you know, domestically violent, but it's not really him. So we haven't really said anything bad about Johnny Depp because we don't want to say anything bad about Johnny Depp. I think it's potentially a really smart tactic to try and get some kind of bias back from the jury and maybe the public as well. So interesting. But of course, I think what happens, because it's now in the world of demonic possession, it's now hit the level of horror movie, and she has to create this melodramatic story, melodramatic performance to make that horror movie level of, I looked into the blackness and Johnny was gone and all there was the abyss in front of me. She's got to create a big performance around that, and that's not, I think, her style. That's not the way she does really well as a performer. So it doesn't really work for her, in my opinion.
I'm on the countertop. It had me by the neck. And he felt like he was on top of me. And I'm looking at it in his eyes. And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was Black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was Black. I couldn't see him. And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny. And I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping, my arms were slipping on the countertop. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how. Sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. Please. I don't. Please, I don't want to do this.
breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand this. God, the next thing I remember.
All right, let's throw it around the room and talk about in 30 seconds or less what we think is going on here, what we've seen up to this point, sort of a wrap up. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can see all kinds of reasons why she could be being honest and all kinds of reasons why she could be being deceptive here. There is a huge cluster of deception around that really important story about the bottle and then this melodramatic horror movie at the end. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like it at all. Chase.
I will say one thing, just to consider. People that are highly dissociative, and a lot of her memories that she's talking about, I don't feel like I was there. I couldn't hear anything. People who have a higher dissociative capacity are less likely to go in my experience and in my training, less likely to go into first person when they're recalling trauma. Just maybe a likelihood. And I will just wrap with this. If you're not a subscriber and this is your first video, we have never, ever been this certain and this convinced about a person since we were reviewing somebody and we were all convinced they were telling the truth. And that was over a year ago. So this is an unprecedented, just about unprecedented event for a lot of us here. Greg?
Ah, Mark.
That feels like a bias, doesn't it?
I saw it. I saw it.
You go, oh, you did do that. You did that for Greg. You don't do that for Chase.
It's funny. It showed up on my screen to say you're muted. So I got it at the same time. Yeah. So, yeah. Look, what we're not saying is she's lying about every element of what she's doing. What we are saying is we looked at a good, solid baseline, and we looked at deviation in baseline as she's storytelling. The storytelling got a little more elaborate as she went, and there were some really good indicators that something is going on in two of those very violent moments. If I go back and take my original premise, she is more demonstrative about having her feelings hurt than she is about being punched, dragged around, or flailed around, or flying around. Then we have to worry about which parts of those are real. And so for me to look at no slap indicators, no punch indicators, but a lot of indicators around throwing bottles and throwing cans and those things makes me think there's a hell of a lot of volatility. Don't know who started what, where it went to. But then when she does that one most pronounced, as far as I remember, did not throw a bottle, honestly, then I think, okay, well, maybe Johnny Depp talking about his hand on the bar and a bottle hitting him sounds a lot more practical. So she didn't win any friends or among this group. We are pretty certain there's deception at every turn. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with all you guys. And it seems like she was being more honest. We saw less deception when she had less movement, which is really odd as well. The more calm she was, the more we saw less deception in most of them. There's a couple of them that didn't work. But when she's all flailing around and acting, man, it's all over. I think it's a great study in seeing someone act like they have something wrong with them when they don't. I think it's a great study of seeing someone put good against evil and try to create that thing. I don't think her lawyers, as much as she's probably paying them, are that good because they wouldn't have let that happen. I don't think and we know this, they would have tightened that story up. They would have gotten everything tight. And there's nothing tight about what she was talking about in there. Nothing. I don't know if they were treating her because she's a movie star or whatever, but I don't think her attorneys were that good. We wouldn't let somebody go out there and do that. You kidding me? And you can see it. Not that we couldn't tell they were going to do that, but we would have made sure. And the next day after they did something like this, we said, listen, man, don't be doing that. Here's what you got to do. Try to do this. I don't think she had any correction on anything either. So I think she's really getting the short end of the stick as far as attorneys go in this case. But I still think it's a great study in good against evil and somebody controlling themselves. Like, as for a guy who's not supposed to be able to control himself and get out of whack and all that, he sure is under control in court while she's saying all these things about him, true or false, he sure is under control at that point, and that's fairly impressive, I think. Now, keep in mind, as we've talked about all these things, we're just telling you what we see and what we think about the body language we're seeing in this. We know there are people who've experienced things similar to this and hundreds of thousand times worse than this that they'll never get over. We know that. So keep that in mind before you go in there and go, you guys don't understand this or that. We understand. We get it. I promise you. So if somebody's treating you that way, get some help. Make sure you get out there and get some help for that. Don't let anybody do you that way. No matter how you feel about it when it's over and you think it's fine or whatever, you get that taken care of. That's very important. Very important. Nobody should be treated that way. Nobody. Today we're going to talk about Amber Heard. This is part 4. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, guys, this is as close as we're going to get to live on anything. This is the first 2 hours of Cross, and this is Depp's attorneys taking her story apart. And if I have to tell you what this story is, you've probably been in a coma.
And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So I'm going to be a little long-winded on this one because there's so much here. And then I promise I'll try to keep it as tight as I can. First of all, her head is like some kind of a switch. When she looks at the jury, this should tell you how involuntary a request for approval is. Doesn't mean you're lying, but when you raise your brow and you're trying to get approval, it simply means you want approval, whether you're lying or whether you're just trying to get somebody to agree with you. Every time she turns her head, it's like she's got a little switch right here, and when her jaw passes a certain break point, her forehead goes up as she looks at the jury. Doesn't happen as much when she's looking at the attorney. Kind of interesting. Then when she gets to this place where she's saying that she's rejected and that he is denying her and that he's done with you, see her go downright eye movement, which we associate classically with emotional information. And then there's a whole lot of blink rate increase there where there's a flutter or a blink rate. She eye blocks and she does full-on head avoidance as she's looking away from that attorney. This is the core issue. That denial of her is here. Then I see her go to legitimate sadness with a kind of a slack lower jaw and her head kind of leaned down. I'm not talking about when she's reading. I'm talking about when she's feeling all of this pressure. Remember, her baseline is that disdain thing, but she does some resignation with her lip drawback when she hears herself saying these words. And then she never says, I didn't beat him up. She says, I couldn't hurt him. That might be the issue. I'm disappointed I couldn't hurt him. I could hit him as hard as I want. And then she goes back to it. She does that down her nose. Hard to like somebody who's looking down their nose at you. She does that. And then she turns her head away. She exhales in exasperation, and she says, I couldn't hurt him, and does that one shoulder rise. Maybe she equates that whole thing with, if I can't hurt you, then it's not domestic violence. When she does a lip compression, then she starts to navigate words. I'll leave it at that because there's so much. One last thing. There's so much else here. When she says no, ma'am, if you're not Southern, you probably associate that with her being polite. If you're Southern, Texas, you probably associate that with a emphatic. No, ma'am. No, sir. That's emphatic. That's the way people talk down here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, not seeing Johnny's eyes. Let's look at that. In fact, let me just look on Johnny Depp here. So there's been a lot of media speculation around why he's not up and why he's not getting eye contact, and a lot of media speculation that he can't look his victim in the eye. And of course, what the prosecution here do is try to deal with that in this moment as well, and bring up this tape where he says he's committed not to look her in the eyes. And so they've reframed this idea of being antisocial into the idea of being committed to a cause, which I think is a really good spin on that. True or not, I'm not quite sure. Well, he says that anyway. But here's what I do know, is that his eyes tend to be down because he's writing or sketching. And both of those things are classic ways to keep your cognitive mind at the forefront and that primitive reptilian brain in the background, so you don't get triggered emotionally by what's going on around you. So it's a class technique that I train other people in as well. If you're in an environment where you think you're going to get triggered by what's being said and get emotional, just write down what people are saying, sketch out what people are saying. Now, in the recording that we hear, I think it's interesting that Heard says, I, Johnny Depp, a man, I am a victim too of domestic violence, and he goes, yes. And how strong that yes is, good downward intonation, jumps in on that with a lot of power, a lot of exclamation. I think he's feeling at this point positive that is the truth and seen by this. So, good indicator there that he does truly believe that he is a victim of domestic violence. Now, at the same time, he doesn't deny the idea of I too am a victim of domestic violence. So once again, we don't hear a denial that he's any part of domestic violence, and we don't have a denial from Amber Heard. But this is consistent with what we were talking about in the last video. Nobody seems to deny it in any way. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, they did a great job with these questions. I will say that. There's some of them that have problems, and we'll talk about that, but at the moment she's saying, I was saying it to the man that beat me up, there's immediate mouth closure following her answer, which suggests, especially with her baseline, some stress or deception. And this is a calculated answer. And so she has a baseline in court here at the deposition of injecting data. And like I'll ask her a question about one thing, she'll inject data about something else. And the problem with thinking like a lawyer instead of a person who was victimized is that it comes out looking like a story or a pushed narrative. And right in the same moment, there's a complete absence of emotion that we saw initially in response to all these events. So when truthful people are on the stand, they will show the same emotion, whether being examined and during cross-examination. You'll still see the emotion there. And right at the moment where we're hearing, you didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim. There's a huge inhale followed by a postural retreat. Greg talked about the eye flutter. These are stress behaviors. This is what we're looking at. And there's a missing perpetrator here. She's not talking about the severity of what happened to her or how bad this other person is. And this is more indicative of a made-up story because it's focused on the suffering of the victim and her shame about doing that. If this is deceptive, the shame of doing that softens the manufactured malice of the aggressor. So I'm ashamed of this. I'm just going to focus on my suffering and not make that person out to be the worst human being ever. The large exhale is probably due to this question being a little bad. This last question here. There's no anger. There's no confusion present here. Only the story, just the story. And what you're seeing here is not testimony of a victim. In my opinion, you're seeing delivery of a narrative, this constant looking to the jury to answer all of these questions is very strange. And you don't typically see that unless the person's more focused on a narrative than they are with their own suffering. So with her tendency to insert all this data that we just talked about, this is the part where we would see it right at the end. This is the part where the real truthful data would come in. And one of the diagnoses, I'm sorry for going long. I promise this is the only one I'm going to do this on. One of the diagnoses that she potentially received is revolving around histrionic personality disorder. And to help you unpack this as we go along, we're going to unpack 8 or 9 videos here. There's 8 diagnostic criteria for histrionic personality disorder. In each one of these clips, I'll give you one. So verbatim from the diagnostic manual, has a style of speech that is excessively impressionistic and lacking in detail. Strong opinions are expressed with dramatic flair, but underlying reasons are usually vague and diffuse without supporting facts and details. Straight out of the diagnostic manual. And we'll get another one next time. Scott, what do you got?
All right. When it starts out, she looks right down the barrel of the camera. And I've never seen eye engagement this odd before in court. I mean, her eyes get real big and she just bang, looks right down the barrel of the camera with her mouth open. And we see those eye flutters or the eyelash flutters or the eyelid flutters. And that's, I think, deals with personal pain because that caught her off guard when she said, he said you'd never see his eyes again. So I never heard anything that cool before, and I don't think she has either. I mean, who's heard that? I mean, Greg said it was probably from a movie or something. But yeah, but that's pretty hardcore when somebody says something like that and you're not ready for it. So when she brings that up, I think it's a little bit embarrassing for her, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit painful for her. And when she says, "As far as I know, he cannot look at me," she looks at him twice. I mean, she looks at him 2 times. So I think the attorney's playing hardball with her. And it's got her upset and addled. And they're going back and forth. And it's sort of a contest to see who can be the snarkiest and the smartest as it goes along. We're seeing all those expressions that let us know she's trying to look like she's sad and trying to look like she's hopeless. All those things. And those are just attempts at those expressions. She's trying that really hard. So after the recording, when the attorney says, "And the man you beat up," right, Ms. Heard? Then her chin goes up. Her head goes back and that chin comes forward. And then she does that thing where she turns her head to the side and then blows out air. I've never seen somebody who wasn't lying when that chin went over there to the right or to the left, wherever it is, when it goes toward the shoulder. Usually it's that one shoulder shrug and the chin goes toward it. There are no absolutes, but every time I see that, I think that person, I go right to that. And I've been right every time when I've seen the head go to the side and the chin to almost touch the shoulder. I don't know why that is. Greg and I were talking about somebody else one day. You got home and said, "What do you think about this guy?" I said, "I think this guy is being dishonest," and that was the cue that we talked about there for a second, Greg. And just before she says, "I know that he's suing me," we see her mouth wide open with a chin jut, and that indicates she's trying to control control the situation or control herself. And it happened it was so odd, but it happened so naturally. I think her brain, when somebody verbally attacks her, that's her reaction, is to just blow up. But I think she's controlling it. But I think her face automatically goes into that thing where her chin comes down and out and her mouth opens up wide. I think that's why we keep seeing that. All right, that's all I got.
And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, "Why are you here?" Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
March
always...
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so vocal clicks, which are the things that go like this before somebody talks, and we're going to hear a lot of those from Amber Heard, and we hear a lot during this. Now, what does that mean? In my view, when I hear those, I'm always looking out that there may be some stress around what's about to come. Does it mean somebody's being deceptive? No, not at all. But with other clusters of information that we're going to get, it starts to become a larger probability. And that's what we're dealing with here, is the probability that somebody is being deceptive, not the actual fact that it's happening. Another one that I would put in that cluster. She does not state that he hit her with rings on. That's never stated. What she says is, I've almost never known him not to wear rings. Well, look, I'm not saying she hasn't been hit, and I'm not saying she has been hit. But if you had been hit, my probability would be on saying he hit me with rings on. That's where my mind would go. That's where I'd expect other people's minds to go. Now, we all know with violence going on, all kinds of things can happen in somebody's psychology. But all of that said, we've got almost never and a double negative. Now, there's nothing wrong with a double negative, but there's easier ways to say yes than not no. Okay? And if somebody's taking the difficult way around to something, that suggests to me they're making a journey that they don't really need to make. And why are they making that journey? Why are they having to circumnavigate such an easy route to a yes to that? So alarm bells go off for me on that one. Scott, what do you think?
I think this is a situation where the witness prep got a little bit out of hand. I think she went too far into it, and she's trying to do exactly what they said. She's repeating the answer, so it sounds odd. The whole thing just sounds weird. And nobody said, "Hey, listen, man, you need to dial it down a notch from when they took a break or something," because that's just too much. I mean, her answers sound odd as she's going through that. She still answers all the questions. They're still short, tight, to the point. And I think she's beginning to realize her snarkiness isn't working on this attorney, and that's starting to bug her a little bit. And she's not sure how to go forward since it's not working, so she can guard her ego properly, or the way it should be guarded, so she doesn't end up freaking out and blowing up on her. So that's what I got. Chase, what do you got?
So with this witness prep, Scott, I think the reason that so much coaching is involved in this is because there's one thing they can't tell her. Just tell the truth, which is what a lawyer should be telling their client. Mm-hmm. But let's break this one down in reverse Quentin Tarantino order, which means in regular order. She smiles, corrects the expression to artificial sadness, then looks at the jury to display it to them. Then she looks back at the counsel with a cold, emotionless face. This is in like 2 seconds, this rapid shift of emotion. And right at this moment, Mr. Depp hits you in the face multiple times. This look to the jury here is horrifying to me, personally horrifying, watching it this morning. It was before the sun came up. It was dark in my office. I was a little scared. There's a weird, awkward smile while putting her head down. Then she looks back at the counsel with no emotion, then back to the jury with a sad face. In my opinion, body language and behavior profiling is a lot like meteorology. It's based in science and gives you likelihood, where we deal in terms of likelihood. But this is a rare occasion where I'm going to say there's a 99 and maybe 100% chance of precipitation here, I mean deception. There's no emotion, no willingness to insert details on top of her answers, which is her baseline. And the jury, I think, are all unconsciously processing this nonverbal behavior. So in reality, there in the courtroom, the jury is processing her behavior through this mammalian part of our brain. We've been communicating nonverbally for a million years. And they see these little rapid shifts in emotion, and it sends a signal which gives us what we call a gut feeling. Since that part of the brain doesn't speak English, we're like, something is off. But it's likely nobody can really put their finger on it because the mammalian part of our brain doesn't really speak English. So when we see something off, we get that gut feeling. So part 2 of histrionic personality disorder, this obviously has nothing to do with this case, and I'm not diagnosing anybody. I'm just randomly inserting this in here. Diagnostic criteria 2 displays rapidly shifting and shallow expressions of emotions. Criteria 2. And that's all I got. Greg, what do you got?
Yes, I'll add on top of your clusters as I go through this, but I got a handful of things to talk about. Number 1, there's that swivel switch. turns her head or brow rises every time she looks at the jury. If you don't think she's working the jury, then pay attention to the fact she looks at the jury when she's asking a clarifying question. That would not happen if she was not working the jury. Now, is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. And she's probably been prepped by her counsel that she needs to make a contact with that jury. I'll also tell you, I think, Mark, you hit a couple of things dead on right there where these vocal tics and the lip compression come out around an emotional issue. I think she's containing, and I think what we're seeing here is well prepared to prevent her from doing what she did on the stand in 2016 or on the deposition in 2016, where she was snarky and talking down and aggressive. You don't want that coming out here. So if I'm the person who's prepping her, I'd say that's correct is a fine answer. Don't be snarky. That's correct. That's incorrect. You can see that she has there are a handful of things that we know that we can read. She has contempt, and this is not her usual drawn back left side of her mouth, is full bore contempt when she looks at that attorney. She does a light sway. We're talking about clusters now, so we start to see things. She does a light sway as they're asking her questions about punching. Mark, again, you hit it dead on. She avoided anything about did he hit you with rings on? Well, he had rings on. Okay. She also used a provocative statement saying there were many or several incidents. And a provocative statement is a way to get your part of the story out by having the person ask you the next question. John Nolan, confidential, he's a master. He was my instructor to teach me all of that. So you look at those pieces, you start to say, okay, we've got clusters here now. She's avoiding a question. She says that's correct. We see she's locked down. She does that provocative statement, trying to give you more information, trying to take you off path. She does some discomfort in her movement, meaning it's rigid, it isn't fluid. We associate that with fight or flight. So all that together, now we start to say, can we tell she's lying? No, but we would certainly want to go after her, and this attorney wants to go after her. That's it.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
the testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
always...
March of
2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way back on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
All right, I'll go first on this one. All right, but this is one of the largest micro expressions of anger I've ever seen. And when she says the word after, her entire face shows anger. You can slow it down and take a look at it. It's huge, and you saw it. You may not realize it, but you did see it. And she shows her lower teeth, that chin juts outward, and her brows furrow. Everything, she squints, everything shows anger on that. It's very brief, really, really brief. It's micro expression. And it actually happens twice, right there when she says after, and then right there, right after it. And then on the word concern, we're seeing anger as well. And all the hallmarks of anger in that spot. And I think this is a fantastic study of full facial micro expressions, because these are, every now and then you'll see them, like in the O.J. Simpson case. What's that little fella's name that had the long hair?
Cato.
I can't remember. Yeah, Cato Kalin. We saw him with some anger as well in there a couple of times. I remember, I think it was Ekman that put a couple of things out, or maybe it was Joe Navarro put a couple of things out, pictures where he just captured that anger face. But I remember that like it was yesterday. But that's what this reminds me of, and I'm going to pull those actually and use them for training. They're so good. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so if you think this is a good one, wait till next video. In the next video, there is one of the most profound anger faces I've seen in forever. And it's to your point, Chase, it is rapid. It moves so quickly if you're not paying attention, or if you don't stop the video, you'll miss it. But in this one, here we are with a swivel switch again. Turn her head, brow goes up. Turn her head, brow goes up. She says that's correct and qualifies in the closet. Well, I don't know why in the closet matters, but that's to her baseline, because she gives us more information when something is actually going on. She said, I did, and that's in baseline. She does that kind of scrunched face. That eyelid flutter that starts is recognition that she's about to have to answer a question about wearing a backless dress after she had been beaten up. So I think she knows that, she sees it. And then when she tries to get away from the question, she narrows her eyes and does a feigned misunderstanding so she can say, I don't know what you mean. She purses her lips, makes eye contact with the jury, and then goes back to the attorney with, I've not had the opportunity. And she raises her shoulders in helplessness. That's all congruent messaging. So we think, well, that's at least looks truthful. A lot of this other stuff doesn't. But then we see another uncertainty as her brow knits, and she says, I assume you have the photo. Well, yeah, that's not what you want to see, but of course she does. And then that's it for this one. There's so much going on in this story, but she is working the jury the way she's been told. She's doing correct, I did, very short answers to prevent doing the wrong thing. And Mark, I think this goes back to your cognitive control thing about doodling or doing something else. If you can remember, I always say curl your toes in your shoes, the mere fact that you're remembering what you've been told brings your thinking brain back online and keeps you from switching over into limbic thought. Chase, what do you got?
If these sketches ever appear on eBay, I'm probably going to just splurge and get one. But again, here we're seeing this weird face making for the jury display, and I do think, in my opinion, and this is all my opinion, it's a display. When this picture comes onto the screen of this backless dress, this ability that you're witnessing here is either the only human on earth who can go through several emotions in mere seconds, or the most talented emotional manipulator that you might ever see. It's my opinion. It's jury, sad victim, attorney, cold, calculating. Jury, smile, back to the attorney, cold. Just during that one piece. And that's all I'm going to focus on, is this rapid shift of emotion. And what we're seeing here is not really testimony. We're seeing a performance that's directed at an audience at very specific times, looking at them, scanning the jury, which you can see in this video. See if you can spot it. There's a moment there where the jury's being scanned during a question to see how they're responding to that question by Ms. Heard. And let me give you a number 3, diagnostic criteria 3 for histrionic personality disorder. This shows self-dramatization theatrically and exaggerated expression of emotion. Number 3, verbatim. Was I the last one?
Nope.
Oh, sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Lovely, thank you. So let me tie a few of those things together, because we've talked a lot about the anger, the contempt, the disgust that we're seeing popping up, but we have to recognize that that's part of her baseline. And one of the first videos we did of Amber Heard, we saw that popping up when she wasn't under stress. And so you might think, well, great, that's probably a good thing for her, that it's part of her baseline and we might be able to discount some of those elements a little bit. Well, unfortunately, probably not, because there's a study out of Switzerland. It's just one study, so you can count it or discount it, but it found a massive correlation between the emotions shown in the face of anger, contempt, and disgust, and something called borderline personality disorder. Now, borderline is different for different people, and so you won't see this in everybody, but in this particular paper, they saw a good correlation. Now, I'm not conflating borderline with histrionic. They're two different things, but you can have both of them at the same time as well. And so all of this is pointing towards potentially quite a difficult person to be around. Not impossible, but difficult to be around. And so I think we should keep that in mind, that there may well be. The thing is with emotions popping up in people's faces, when they pop up now and again, most emotions don't last really much more than, I would say, 10 minutes, because it's quite hard work for the body to deal with. Okay. When they pop up for longer than 10 minutes, we tend to call that a mood. Somebody's got into a bit of a mood. It won't be high intensity, but it lasts a long time. And moods can last for hours or parts of days. But usually when somebody wakes up the next morning, that's why it's sometimes good to sleep on it. When somebody wakes up the next morning, a whole bunch of calcium has moved to another side of a neuron, and things are kind of forgotten about. And you can't kind of be like, well, what was that problem that I had yesterday? You can't quite remember it. Now, if the mood goes on for a long time, days and maybe weeks and even months, we tend to say that that might be an affective disorder, and we'll start to see the same behaviors in people day after day after day. And then we might start to move it towards, well, maybe it's a personality disorder. So I just wanted to bring that up. You will see all of these things in her baseline, but that might point towards an affective disorder or a personality disorder, in my little opinion there.
Where are you, Mark? Where are you?
I am in Banff. I'm in Banff in Canada, in Calgary. If you could see out the windows there, you would see magnificent mountains, snow-capped, with incredible trees. But what you're seeing here is basically any Fairmont hotel that you've ever been in your life. You'll recognize these lamps from any Fairmont that you've ever been in.
Almost home.
Almost
like
home.
my hotel a few weeks ago.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. Was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Art 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
You testify that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
And you testified that you were also in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your...
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for...
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, we see this thing happening with the liquor bottle there right at the beginning. There's emotional accessing and there's hesitancy there, which is a little unusual. Not a giant mountain of behavioral clusters. And then there's this discussion of bleeding. And this is a different yes than any of the others. It's shortened with some more emotional accessing there. And the cross is talking about medical treatment, the attorney. And Heard scans and calculates the emotional reactions of the jury to the information that's presenting itself during this question about medical treatment, which I find very, very strange behavior. So the third mention of this R word thing, there's a backwards head retreat. And I think the questions could have been a little bit better here. Something like, can you explain why you didn't need any medical attention? So more open-ended we're helping the jury to see the personality of the person that we're talking to. I'm going to leave some of the other nonverbals alone here. I'll give you a histrionic personality disorder, point number 4 here, completely randomly. Uncomfortable in situations where he or she is not the center of attention, may do something very dramatic, such as make up stories or create a scene where they aren't the center of people's focus. And that's all I got. Scott, what do you think?
I think I almost spilt this water. Okay, each time she says that's true, we see contempt. And there's a little muscle right here called the buccinator muscle, and that's what pulls that part of her mouth back. And on the third time when she says that's true, both sides are pulled back. Now, some people are going to think they're seeing Duper's Delight. It looks a little bit like it, but it's not. But if you're slowing it down and going frame by frame and all that, you'll see what looks like that. It's not. I promise you it's not what it is. Because what's happening is when we see her emotions, they're flipping from one to the other like a card. Bang, 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 just pull them out really quickly. We're not seeing that morphing from one to the other. Usually when you go, or not usually, every time you see a true emotion, you'll see the emotion, you'll see it blend with the next emotion as it changes into that emotion. We saw this on the last, in part 3, where it was just boom, boom, boom. She was just clicking through these emotions like flipping through cards, and they would just change automatically. And she's changing them. She has a face she's showing the attorney, and she has a face she's showing the jury. And you can watch that thing change when she's looking that way. Bang, it changes as she gets where Greg's talking about halfway through. Those eyebrows go up, and she looks over that way. It's fascinating how she's trying to pull that off, but she doesn't know not to. If she watches this, she will. But so when the attorney says, you didn't take any pictures of those injuries when you were in Australia, did you? Again, we see micro expressions of anger, 2 of them. And at the same time, with her mouth open really, really wide as she breathes out, or she breathes in at that point, and that chin comes down, and we see some teeth there. It happens really, really fast, but you'll see it if you pay attention. And I'm going to say what I think her brain is doing is reacting the way it normally would when she's being attacked by somebody verbally, be it a boyfriend, be it a husband, be it a friend, whatever. When somebody attacks her, she automatically just snaps into that reply of an attack. And I think that's just like a flinch for her at this point. We'll see that in this volatile type of personality, but she's controlling it. But that's what when you see her mouth wide open like that, and those teeth come out and that chin come forward, that's what we're taking a look at, or that's what we're seeing at that point. I'll stop there. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so that one of the best anger micro expressions, full-blown expressions I've seen in a long time is at 25 seconds. When she says, I don't think, there's real anger there. Let's talk about what anger looks like. Her brows are drawn together and down, her lower teeth are exposed, and her eyes are narrow. So she's focusing on you. There's anger there when she's responding to that question. Then she does something really interesting. Chase, to your point about all this emotional change, she does confusion in the brow, then back to anger, and then back to confusion. There's 3 times like that. It's rapid. And I say all that movement in her face I think is real based on what she's feeling. Scott, I think you're dead on. She would usually be very aggressive, I think, and she's been coached to contain all that. And when all that happens, it's got to go somewhere. Well, hopefully you do it in your hands or your feet or somewhere else. But in her case, I don't think this will piss her off, I'm sure. I don't think she's sophisticated enough for that. I think that emotion is coming to the surface and it's going where it goes. When she answers, when she starts off by saying, yes, that's true, to the question you testified that, she does a vocal tick or vocal click, to your point, Mark, in this one, which is an odd place, the only one. And then after she answers the question, she does smug face, that little thing where she is looking down her nose at the woman. Then she goes back to contempt. Well, after the confusion and the brow change, she does the head wobble. That's not a yes and not a no. That's a head wobble. She doesn't know how to respond, and she's moving her head around. That means something in some cultures, but it doesn't in ours, so it has no assigned meaning. It's her confusion. Then she directs contempt again at that questioner and some anger as her chin's up. Yeah, chin jut, you pointed out, Scott, and the narrow mouth. You can't miss that. And she finally answers after saying, yes, that's true. She went from yes, that's true in the last yes to just yes. So something is going on. Do I know that she's telling the truth or lying? No, but what I do see is a pattern. There's a vocal tick, there's anger, there's telegraphing of her emotions, stuff travels through her face rapidly, and then she shows anger, and she closes it out with a shorter answer. All those are indicators. What do they mean? Not sure. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, we'll see that head wobble, the yes and the no together in a video coming up at another important point, I think, Greg. We get that vocal click. Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true on the second one. Now, no vocal click before that's true, but a big chin raise there. So with everything that everybody else has put into that, I'm really not sure that anything there is particularly true. Now, when we get on to, did you seek medical attention. And we all understand that there are all kinds of reasons why somebody who may have been through a real trauma will not seek medical attention, okay? We get that completely. She says, and it's very rational for this situation, I didn't want to tell anyone. Okay, I think that's a very fair thing to say. But she says later on, I didn't need to. So I didn't want to tell anyone. That's why I don't seek medical attention. And then later on, I didn't need to. Well, this seems a deviation from the first story. And I'm not saying you can't have both at the same time, but I'm saying it's a little bit overly complex. And we know these situations can be complex. But personally, I want to go, well, which one? Which of the ones was it? Was it I didn't want to tell anyone, or I didn't need to? Because both of them at the same time feels a little overly complex to me. Now, I know you'll be able to think of all kinds of reasons why that complexity could happen, but it's fitting into a pattern for me of complexity where it doesn't really need to be. And so I worry that if there's complexity where it doesn't need to be in other places, that here's a place where complexity doesn't need to be as well. And here might be a place where there's deceit or a story or it's not quite accurate. So looks not good to me. I don't quite buy it. That's what I've got on that one.
Well, we're going into this next one really quick, and people can take just a second while we're doing this to hit that subscribe button. What do you guys think of this one video, 1 to 100? What do you think the likelihood of deception is? Just this one clip that we just looked at.
Yeah, put it in the notes. Yeah, you're talking to yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to you guys.
Oh, us.
I'm about an 88. I think 88. I'm going with 88.
Yeah, I don't know. On a 1 to 100, two-thirds of the way there. There's just so much shit in her face normally that some of this is part of her baseline. All that negativity in her face, to Mark's point, makes it difficult to say when she's doing contempt for her. And I think it's normal for a person to have contempt for the attorney who's questioning them. I just don't think she's sophisticated enough to block it and to hide it. So I would go two-thirds of the way there. I wouldn't go as high as 88, in my opinion.
I'm going to go, but that's a tough one, man. I think I'm going to go a little high, man. I think I'm going to go, I'm 75%. I think she's, too much going on there. And I agree with you, Greg. She's getting ready. She wants to attack so bad she can't hardly stand it, and that's driving her nuts, man. But I'm going to go with 75.
Okay, so I'm going to hedge down from 75, somewhere in between Greg and Scott there, just because I can probably fit in there. There's nowhere left for me now. Here's what I think. I'm not going to say deceit, but there's a struggle going on. It feels too much of a struggle going on, and that's what I don't like. Do I know it's deceit? Do I think there's a struggle?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, struggle.
And that struggle could be her overriding her desire to say,
I think
start
so,
doing that. Yeah, like we saw in the other. So this is where body language alone is so paralyzed compared to controlling the conversation, asking the next question, using an elicitation technique or interrogation ploy to psychologically prod them. We have no control over that part. So, I think it's a good question, Chase.
Yeah. What'd you say, Chase? What was your percentage?
I just wanted to know what y'all thought.
Hell no, we're going to put it in.
I think it's a good thing to put in. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your percentage, Chase? What was it?
88.
Okay. Well, I'm up there close to you. You're a little bit higher than me.
Well, I like you more than everybody else now, automatically.
Jesus.
We'll leave that in too.
The last you ever seen of me.
You testify that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your as a result of that.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
but you
I
went
didn't
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, what comes up for me is Greg in my head on this one. When I've heard you in various interviews with subjects and interrogations, going, here we go, negotiating, and this is what's happening here for me is there's negotiation of the parameters. Okay, I don't think so. No, I don't think I spoke to Dr. Kipper. I didn't speak to Dr. Kipper. The idea of partially in there. I mean, there's lots more in there. It's just full of negotiation. Now, does this mean deceit? I think in some cases it does. Certainly there's a struggle going on, but maybe in a court, we should expect some of this negotiation and semantic, where we get a lot of semantic negotiation come on later on. We should expect some of this negotiation. However, I want you to look over the whole of these videos and think, does she negotiate some of the parameters when she doesn't really need to? I think in some of these cases she does, and in some she doesn't. I think I've got a case further on where I think it's very fair that she negotiates the parameter. But by the way, and I just want to call out, I'm sure as we all do, I think it's Camila Valquez who's the questioner, who's the examiner.
Oh man,
here.
she's awesome.
I mean, if anybody comes out of this, never were star and never wanting for it, like that's a lawyer who will always be on demand. Yeah, I think always going to be on demand. What an incredible lawyer! What a brilliant example of calm, assertive. A little bit snarky when she needs to, just to kind of twist the screwdriver a little bit, but just incredible. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. She's negotiating a question at every turn. She does a single shoulder, and I'm going to hit just very few. If you're always going to say that is correct, that is incorrect, that is true, that is not true, you suddenly don't start stammering around things where you need to negotiate. That tells me what's going on inside your little head. And that's why source leads, when you're talking to a person in the interrogation room, and they always give me short one-word answers, and they suddenly give me a long answer, guess what? There's the bear trap. And that's what she steps into here. And she thinks that she's going to dance around it a little bit. And this attorney does a great job of locking her down. So she starts with, that's correct. She does a single shoulder rise at one time out of baseline when she says, I didn't talk about my injuries. Well, why would be my question. Why? And she gives just rambling information to try to cover that why so that she doesn't have to answer anything. A little bit of chaff there, a little bit of spitting out information so that you'll let her move on. She edits as she speaks when she says, I don't think, I didn't. I'd stop right there and say, which is it? You don't think or you didn't? Which is it? Which is it? Which is it? And you lock her down. Of course, she's got an attorney who will stop that from happening. One other thing, if you're her and you're drinking a glass of water, this is free advice to you. If you're on the stand and you're drinking water and somebody asks you a hard question, don't gargle the water and damn near choke to try to help them out by answering their question. Take your time, finish your water, set your bottle down, and answer the question. Give yourself time to think. Interesting, she didn't do that. She tries to avoid the question by saying, I would need to read in full. She does kind of what I would call a prim face, like a little schoolmarm face. And she goes, well, okay, then. And you see the uh-oh occur in Amber's face. It's a beautiful moment. Scott, what do you got?
Right. I think we're seeing all the cues of someone thinking while they're trying to appear at ease. And I think it's because she's in cognitive overload. She realizes when the attorney brings up this, the health document, there's going to be trouble there. It's going to be against her. So what she's doing, she's trying to think and run these scenarios of what she's going to answer by what she thinks the question is going to be. Mark's Hotel Room, may I help you?
Room service.
So she's running these scenarios of how the answer might end up and what her answers are going to be before it even finishes. That's what's putting her in cognitive overload. That's why she starts stuttering. And when she says she went to the doctor for a concussion check, she shows a stress mouth or disappearing lips or lip compressions. Some people call it. I call it stress mouth because that's what you see, for example, in congressional hearings when someone, especially when their integrity is questioned, you'll see those lips disappear. They'll compress them and they'll completely disappear. And that's what we're seeing in this case. I call it stress mouth because they're under a lot of stress at this point. Also, her eyes are wider than they've been up to this point in this series of videos we've been watching. And that's because she's keeping her eye on the attacker. Also, watch how many times she doesn't look at the jury during this. Check that out. And that gets worse as we go along, when she nails her with something. But I think she when she goes to the doctor and she's supposed to have been being beaten, she doesn't show me the injuries. I understand that, like Mark was saying earlier, about not talking about that. That makes sense. Some people don't want to talk about that. But I think we're seeing her in panic mode, and she's trying not to derail herself as she gives these answers and try not to give anything away. But I think she's in cognitive overload, and it's just like I get when I get on here and I get to talking too fast and words start running into each other. That's what's happened to her. She's trying to think about what she's going to say next. Chase, what do you got?
I agree with you guys. I've been crossing stuff off of my list here nonstop. And that's one of the things, like, if you don't know this, we don't review this before together. We don't compare notes. We don't do any of that stuff. So when you see a lot of us kind of looking down and doing that kind of stuff, we're crossing off what somebody else is covering. But right at this moment where there's the words concussion check, right at that moment, the lips tighten around the teeth. They start stiffening while still leaving the lips parted. And I was struggling with this morning, going through these videos, and I had to call in the big guns. So I spent 20 minutes on the phone with Joe Navarro this morning, sent him this clip, had him analyze it, go to this exact thing, because I needed some feedback from the Godfather here. So this is from Joe Navarro here. Communicating severity is what this means. It's hard to fake, and it typically indicates negative emotions, that a person is going through or thinking about negative emotions. And I told Joe I would say this just to basically brag that I had his number. Joe's response was, the biggest brag you can do on YouTube is that I picked up the phone. But that's from Joe, not from me. But let's quickly talk about what I mean with this small movement of the muscles on the face. When somebody wants to fake something, it's going to be big. It's not often going to be small because they want it to be seen by other people, especially if the jury's 30 feet away. And right at this moment when we're hearing, I didn't talk about what happened, she literally told the doctor that she bumped her head while standing up. You know how I know that? Because it's written on the medical paper right there on the screen. Very strange behavior here. So let's move into histrionic personality segment number 5, or quality number 5. Considers relationships to be more intimate than they actually are. Direct quote from the DSM: will refer to physicians early on in care by their first names. Interesting that we saw that here, and it's literally written inside the DSM. So that's all I got.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
but you went
I didn't,
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to the photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes.
And this is your breakfast table?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it?
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
doesn't stay
residue.
on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see 1 cigarette.
The one that's not smoked?
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine. Sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
Chase, what do you got?
These are some rapid and quick answers. And then we're seeing after these in the beginning here, we see some backpedaling, some not answering questions at all. So one thing I will continuously tell, since you're subscribing as we speak, you're going to hear this quite often. What's being concealed in the story? Is there emotion? Is there detail? Is there sensory detail? What's being concealed or removed from a person's story? So instead of just looking at the verbal stuff, the nonverbal stuff, what's being hidden in the story? Right when she says, not that I can tell, no, this is the most strongest indicator of anger that's not the anger facial expression that I could possibly see. And this is a dominant shoulder retreat. The dominant shoulder starts moving away from the person that's asking questions. Because I think as this next question is loading, she knows where it's going. And there's a lot of lower teeth exposure here. And right when she's saying, I have a habit of communicating to my best friend, there's some closed eye talking going on there, which typically indicates in some people pretentious feelings of or self-pride. And you haven't shown any pictures to that jury. We hear that elicitation statement in there again, John Nolan. This is another bizarre expression, kind of flash to the jury. You can watch it right on her face. You can see it. The video is going to come up as soon as we're done. It flashes to the jury. And I want to talk really quickly about true and false facial expressions. True facial expressions will fade off of the screen or fade off of a person's face over time. A false facial expression is more likely to drop or fall off the face quickly. But throughout this whole thing, she's failing to answer questions. A lot of these questions are kind of like designed to sound snarky on purpose. I'm not sure. I think they could have been worded a little bit better, but I think she's doing a great job either way. Staging photos question is like, I think a way it could have been asked is like, is your testimony here today that you didn't adjust a single aspect or detail of a single object on this table before taking this photograph? And that might elicit a different response. So let's get to histrionic behavior profile indicator or diagnostic criteria. Number 6, this person is suggestible, easily influenced by other people or circumstances. And keep in mind, there's 8 of these. You only need to have 5 to have a diagnosis by a licensed psychologist, which is not me. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's some great examples of elicitation here. And I think the examiner here is doing a tremendous job of playing Heard here. Heard comes in with a bit of a snarky comment, which is basically around, you wouldn't know how to snort coke at all. You're so prim and proper. You know, you lawyers don't do any of that stuff. And so what happens is the lawyer plays into that. And so I think the lawyer well knows the residue that's being talked about here, which is the residue that happens once the line is gone. There will be something left there. But she plays into the idea of she doesn't know what's going on here and goes, no, it's like because your nose gets really close, which then that innocence, that naivety, which is a great elicitation technique, then elicits from Heard a whole diatribe about, no, my sister came round and, facilitated Johnny enabled him taking drugs. Like the whole family are involved in Johnny taking drugs. And you notice that this may sound like she's going off on a tangent, but the examiner is letting her run with this. The examiner has got exactly what the examiner wanted from her by playing the innocent here. I think that's really quite interesting. I saw that eye block of superiority there, Chase, and thought of you. I think it's a great example. Here's what I'm most interested on this. No pictures of Johnny with cocaine, but pictures of Johnny passed out, or as he calls it, napping. Now, we've already heard from Amber this idea of taking cocaine is pretty cool, because she sends pictures to her friend going, yay, it's the morning. This is me on my morning. Okay, this is a cool morning to be had. But she doesn't take pictures of Johnny doing cool stuff like that. She takes pictures of Johnny passed out or asleep, I believe, because that's embarrassing and not cool. When you get to a certain age and you can't handle your drugs like you used to be able to do as a young rock and roller, it gets a bit embarrassing. And so these are, I think, opportunities for Amber to get evidence of the old man, of the disheveled, past it rock and roller, which will obviously raise her status as his goes down. And think about a personality that might like to raise their own status. And if they can't have their status high, well, they just need to lower other people's and have evidence of that to bring theirs up. Interesting stuff. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, one thing that you'll notice in this case that is missing, she has been very engaging with the jury up to now. And you'll notice she starts off engaging the jury with that switch. She looks over, her brow rises again. And then she forgets that as she starts to get in a bind. She shows some absolute contempt and some disgust as she engages the attorney after she first looks over to these guys and goes, well, clearly you don't understand, or whatever her words were there. And she's trying to bring the jury along with her, but suddenly she steps into that trap. And I think, Mark, you're dead on. The attorney uses naivete, which means I'm feigning not to understand a complex thing, so you explain it to me. It preys on our natural instinct to teach. So what you're doing is that she then starts to spill information, and she has a rational response for why there is no residue left and that kind of thing. And then as she's moving through that, you can't miss that she forgets to engage the jury for a long period of time in there. That means she's fallen into this and her brain is working on whatever the problem is. And I think she starts to realize then that she's fallen into this. You watch her stretch her neck in some awkward kind of craned around, let me see, as she's trying to answer, that's correct. She moves her neck around to say, let me see, and her whole body moves in an awkward fashion and she's stiff. Means her brain is starting to register there's a threat. You see her shrink. She does a shrinking target, what you guys have always called turtling, I just call shrinking target. And she actually asks a question that I think she's asking for real clarification when she says, what do you mean by that? Because I think she's doing a little bit of squirrel in the road. I think her brain is going, what do I do now? When she's asked, do you have pictures of Johnny? She does. It looks like she's looking at the jury, but she isn't. What she does is she first goes to her visual accessing side and starts looking for, hey, do I remember pictures? Are there possibly pictures? And you can see that's when she's scrambling in the road, and then she purses her lips in disapproval. This is a place where it looks like to me she's fallen into it, and she's kind of in a bind, and it's maybe the first place we're seeing her actually starting to come to realize that this woman is actually a threat. The rest of it, I think she's been pretty prim, pretty, direct with her and kind of short and snarky. And I think here she fell for something she shouldn't have. I agree with you, Mark. Scott, what do you got?
You guys got almost everything, so it's about to be fairly quick. So we're seeing all the classics of facial expressions here, everything from happiness, sadness, fear, worry, anger, contempt, disgust. We've seen the chin juts and plenty of micro expressions. And I think she's so focused on the attacker at this point, which I think she's seen the attorney as. She at this point, she's not even, after that first section, she doesn't even look at the jury. She's just answering right to the attorney. So she's seeing her as the attacker. So that's at that point, I think that's what we're seeing there. Now, I think what's happened is this is almost turned into a ping pong game. It's trying to see who's the most snarky and smartest as they go through this. So I think Amber's in the corner. She's got her head down. She's swinging as hard as she can, and it's not helping her at all. And she's still trying to control that anger. Since we're talking about micro expressions, there's this a woman named Melinda Ozell, and I found her on LinkedIn. And she does these great, and I know we're all friends with her, I think, on LinkedIn, has these wonderful little videos, short videos that tells you exactly what these little muscles are around your face, the orbicularis oculi. She goes through everything, really short. Some of them are under a minute, and explains what all these little micro expressions are. That's her specialty. So if you get a chance, check her out. Melinda Ozell. As a Googler, you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, we good?
Yeah.
All right.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to a photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes.
And this is your breakfast table?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
doesn't stay
residue.
on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see 1 cigarette.
The one that's not smoked?
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine. Sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
You testified under oath that, quote, "The entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, "The entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
There's nothing to strike here.
No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, "The entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it over time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those.
So that's a no, right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'll try to keep this one as tight as I can. She starts off with a real hard contempt face looking at the attorney. She conditions the question. Here we go again. Instead of saying she donated, she said, I pledged. Then she goes to eye blocking. The attorney puts her on notice and starts to illustrate and tell her exactly what to do. And then one of my favorite parts of anything we've seen is she gets to this emotional head tilt where her eyes are down to the right. Lips are drawn and her eyes are narrow. That's pre-conflict body language all day. If you can't recognize that, you're probably going to get in an argument with someone today. Then she conditions the question again with I pledged. Then she goes to hard eye contact with low blink rate because she realizes this is a threat. And then this is her saying what she thinks she's going to be able to get away with, and she doesn't. She goes to full-on rejection. Desmond Morris tongue jut for rejection, her chin out in defiance. She changes her cadence, and then she's full of contempt and sarcasm as she's working her way through. Her blink rate increases, and then the final blow is she conditions the question, softens the question, and distances the question with, I disagree with your characterization of that. Now, what's happening here is all that stuff that these attorneys have caused her to put in place to cover up 2016 Amber has slipped. And we're starting to see 2016 Amber slide out of here. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, one thing you'll notice is she's using the same tactics around avoiding truth around donation as she is around all the instances of violence. And right when the judge says, let's move forward, right here, I want you to watch this. I think Heard thinks that her games are working and wrongly assumes that the sustained objection means that her attorney won. I do think that that's exactly what we're seeing. She sits upright. There's condescension on the face. The chin goes up. This is a challenge behavior. She's showing genuine joy in the game that's going on right now with this word salad testimony. And we can upgrade this maybe to Mark's favorite word. It might be a word, lasagna. But under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Miss Heard? So we hear that from the opposing counsel. And I want you to watch the eye flutter. This is strange because it really stands out here. And this helps her to delay the process and continue the game of deception that I believe she is genuinely enjoying, in my opinion. And when she says, I disagree with your characterization of that, there's a dismissive head tilt. She feels, I think, entitled and almost proud to have learned these new methods of linguistic manipulation. And those words are from her attorneys. I would bet on it, at least $4. On a side note, this stone cold attorney sitting next to Depp is finally showing some emotion. This is the first time we're seeing him do anything. I think the entire courtroom is in disbelief right here at how someone could weave such a deep-rooted web so openly and blatantly. And it might help us to ask ourselves the question, what kind of person would be comfortable doing all of this? So finally, histrionic number 7 or 8 here. Personality disorder indicator, uncomfortable in situations where she is not, or he, the center of attention, does things dramatic like creating stories or a scene to make themselves more of people's focus. And one more is using themselves or their body to gain attention from other people. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think she knows she's busted. And that's where her nose goes up and that chin goes out and she looks down her nose at the attorney. And almost every blink, like you were talking about, Chase, every blink is a double blink. It's really, really odd. It's really, really odd because she does the eyelash flutter, the eye blink flutter and all that earlier on. But this time, every one of them is a double. So I think that's something to point out there. That just lets us know her stress is just jacked really hard. And at the same time, when she looks back and forth from the jury, we see that head, when she turns, her head does a thing where it goes back and forth like this. and there's this little wavering thing back and forth. I think that's an adapter. Any repetitive behavior, we see that as an adapter, a way to get rid of that built up stress or tension. And she's really tense and really stressed right here, and I think that's what's happening. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so negotiating the criteria here, it's argumentative and it is semantic. It's a semantic word lasagna, I think there. But I actually think that's what she's doing has some reasonable nature to it at a semantic level. And she is accurate that in large gift giving, you don't give it all at once. Just in the same way, however, that Anna Sorokin was accurate when she said rich people borrow money. That's true as well, okay? But really what's happening here is the trying to get out of that timeline of you didn't give all the money immediately. Well, I pledged it, yeah, but you didn't give it. So there's a semantic argument going on here. Johnny Depp's kind of sidekick there, who's an interesting little character, doesn't seem to do very much apart from this moment where he suddenly realizes he has a piece of information about the timeline and he's just desperate to give it. And so when he gives it across and he hears the questioner, the examiner, read out what he's put forward, he's there nodding his head. And when it doesn't beat her, because she is going to argue this one to the very, very last, because that's the kind of person she is. And it's to her benefit to keep on arguing this one. When it doesn't go his way, he simply can't believe it. He's in shock with the rest of the court. Like, I can't believe this is going on. But I think there is something quite reasonable in some ways about what's going on here in a court. But you wouldn't want this kind of arguing day to day outside of a court, because that could get really taxing on a day-to-day basis. And it may be that this particular personality might do this kind of argument on a daily basis, which could be quite taxing. Yeah, that's all I got on this one.
All right.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
There's nothing to strike here.
No. Ms. Heard, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it over time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately...
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those obligations.
So that's a no, right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
All right, let's give a quick little wrap up and throw around the room, and we'll wrap up what we think is going on here and our thoughts on it. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, I would just say this. There is huge struggles going on for Amber Heard during this storytelling. I'm not going to talk about it in terms of what's the truth and what's deceit. I mean, personally, I think it probably moves towards deception quite a lot of the time. But I can say for sure there's a struggle going on when really there shouldn't be a struggle going on. If it were a true story, should be super easy to get across, even if there's stress and pressure and angst and all kinds of horrors that have really happened. It still should have a certain ease to it that it doesn't have. Chase.
I think most of what we're seeing here is just like that game called Two Truths and a Lie. I think there's a lot of weaving going on here. And I think there's a truth and lies that are mixed together in a way that every lie has three pieces of evidence that kind of almost sort of support it a little bit, maybe. That's what we're seeing. There's a lot of stuff going on that's truthful, and there's a lot of lies underneath. Greg?
Yeah, we'll never know exactly what happened. We know there's some kind of chaos going on in this relationship. The mere fact they were married for like 13 months or something, this thing was a mess. We don't know whether he hit her or she hit him. All we can do is tell you that that's not her job. Her job is to convince the jury. And if she's believable, likable, looks innocent, and delivers the right details to win over the jury, she'll win $100 million because she countersued him for 50, I think is what they said. At the end of the day, we'll not know any of that. What we'll do is tell you that we see discomfort, that she came in there very prepared to cover up something that would make the jury not like her, and we see some of that slipping. My grandma taught me when I was a kid that poor ain't trash and cash can't fix it. I'll leave it at that. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, I agree with all you guys. It sounds good. And I think to me, what we're seeing is a great example of someone who is went into something thinking everything they said would be taken for a fact, and it just isn't. And she's fighting for her life in here, fighting for $100 million or $50 million, whatever it is. So I think that's what we're seeing. She's backed in the corner. She's coming out swinging. All at the same time, trying to show that she's not angry and trying not to be angry. That's the fascinating part of it, is watching this personality type try to stay in control as somebody attacks the ego here. So that's what I got. Today we're going to talk about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This is part 5. Greg, wants to tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, this is the remainder of the video. This is direct and cross and redirect in the defense side for Heard and for Depp. And there's a lot in here, and we'll talk about how they're trying to impact the jury and how they're prepared.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp-Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my...
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
What's the damages? You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so we will use occasionally on this show a lot of jargon. So we're going to be careful not to use a lot of jargon to unpack some of the dense concepts that we talk about. But in this one, we don't need a lot of jargon. I'm going to tell you that her head is like it's on a switch, and she's got a little limit switch right here. And when she looks at the jury, her face changes from what it is when she's looking at the attorney. So we'll call that a swivel switch, just my own made up word. If she does that, she's changed her face. That's okay, except remember, people who are in the jury are human beings. And those people in the jury may come from a different culture where too much eye contact is bad. They may come from a culture where too much eye contact means something. They may also have trigger points that when you look at them with an angry face, it makes them feel something. If I were coaching her, I would say, hey, that's a little bit over the top right there. When you look over there and you start making all those mean faces, what if that person over there has had an experience that you're triggering? And I'll give you, before we end this, one of my favorite ever stories I've heard about body language from an attorney when they learned that I was doing this. So she needs to be more cautious with that hard eye contact. Now, you guys remember there used to be a cat litter commercial on TV for, I think it was Tidy Cats, called Stank Face. You remember that? When people would walk in the room and their face would go, Well, she's doing some of that, which is a little bit over the top. And it would be funny if it were not for the fact that that happens when her feelings are hurt more than when it's about her being threatened. Her words trail. She kind of runs way back. She'll numbered hundreds regularly, if not daily, hundreds with no emotion. But when she starts talking about mocking is when she gets that little stank face thing going on. And her whole emotional demeanor changes. She rubs her legs, and there's too much emotion in the wrong places for me. Chase, what do you got?
Yep, I agree with you. And right at that question, what threats have you endured? The attorney asks her this question, then it's businesslike, emotional. There's this large inhale, turns to the jury, and instantaneously starts with this face wrenching again, like you talked about, stank face, to get into an emotional state. And this rapid shifting of facial expressions is not truthful. If this is peer reviewed, this is well reviewed in multiple studies, and it's very strange. We don't see this very often. But she says mocking 3 times. And my testimony about being assaulted, and not mocking her abuse, not mocking her suffering, not mocking her life, but they're mocking the testimony, not the fact that she was abused. They're mocking the testimony, which is a interesting point to make here. I'm not saying there's some deception here, but that's a definite huge red flag. There's a discussed facial expression in her trial baseline in general. She makes this kind of disgust facial expression. And if you imagine sticking your nose into a rotten gallon of milk and sticking your nose down there, it makes everything in your face kind of go towards the middle. And that's what we're seeing here. But throughout this whole thing, she's selling and not telling. She's checking the responsiveness of the jurors, 1, 2, 3, just kind of scanning around the jury pool. What should be a deeply internal experience of discussing her suffering. She's checking to make sure that she's touching base with each person when she should be emotional. And emotions don't happen when she's processing the questions. They happen when she's looking at the jury. This is a big deal. And when she says, I want Johnny to leave me alone, this was the entire case against her, is him trying to get her to do the exact same thing. So it's strange. But I want you to watch one point during this that's really special to me. When Camille, which is Depp's attorney, objects, the facial expression to the jury disappears, and she's back to holding it off just to look at Camille, just to look at that one person who's objecting. So the instant, all of the suffering just vanishes, and she gets cold and calculating just to look back at Camille. Pretty strange. Scott, what do you think?
All right.
Can I have one thing first? Guys, this is our opinion, and we want you to remember that as you go through this video.
All of it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And remember, we know people go through stuff much worse than this. We understand that. We really get it. We know people go through some horrendous things that we'll never hear about and that you'll never hear about. So we've taken that into consideration. We're talking about this one person and our opinions, and that's all it is of this one person's behavior that we're seeing. All right. And Johnny Depp, I guess 2 different people. So, all right. So after Camille says the threats that you describe, her eyes are wide. They're wide open. And the only blinking we see is when we see that eye flutter, that eyelid flutter right after that. And there's another pause where her eyes are locked in on her, and then she just keeps looking at her. And after that, the lawyer says, non-responsive, we see 18 expressions of contempt, disgust, anger, scorn, sadness, all these, and a lot, and altogether, there are 26, but 18 of those are micro expressions, which go on from a micro expression to a big expression. Again, like Chase was saying, these things don't morph from one to the other. They just click like she's clicking a dial to show these different expressions. That's not real. That's not right. That's acting. I'll say not acting very well. How does that sound? So then at the same time, we're not seeing any tears. All this time she's supposed to be so upset and all this stuff is happening, and her voice doesn't crack. When you're that upset, when you're talking about things like that and you're upset, your vocal cords, your larynx will start, or the muscles around it will start contracting. There's none of that. Her voice is almost smooth as she's going through this. It doesn't crack. It's clean. It's clear. You can hear everything. That's just really unusual for situations like this. Then when she says, you can continue, it's, again, odd placements of these expressions. They'll start before she before they're supposed to, and as she's talking, they'll just fly in there and fly out, and they're odd. They're not timed correctly. That's an odd way to say that, but that's the only way I know how to put it. But watch for those 26 different expressions in there, how they click from one to the other. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can count them as you go through. You might see the micro expressions if you look really tight, but you'll definitely see the bigger expressions that they don't morph into, but they click into. And then before she says, "I just want Johnny to leave me alone," she goes, oh, like this. And the reason it looks so weird and it gives you such an irky feeling is because she can't pull off those emotions she's supposed to have, that she's trying to sell. She's trying to work herself up and fire herself up to go into this deep emotion thing when she says, "I just want Johnny to leave me alone." It doesn't work because it's so fake. And that's why you get that feeling. And everybody watching this play went, "Oh, that's horrible," because it's fake and she can't get up enough emotion to pull that off. So I'll leave it there because I know Mark's got a whole bunch of stuff. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I agree. Quick successions of disgust, disdain, distaste in the mouth there. I think you're right, Scott. Some of it is absolutely to do with her trying to kind of raffle through emotions, not being able to pick the right one, clearly doing that for the jury. I think some of it is there's some good literature out there that says we will get an abundance of those emotions around certain personality disorders. And so there's a good chance that there's a baseline there of this disgust and distaste and disdain, which is around a personality disorder. But, regardless of all of that, is it having an effect on the jury? Which way are they going to go? Because, she's probably quite right to try and have an effect on the jury because they're the ones that are going to make the decision. Well, we're not there. We can't see the effect on them. But we can experience some of the effect that it's having on the judge. Or certainly I was having a conversation with an old friend of mine who happens to be a judge, happens to be a magistrate in the UK system. However, she's a magistrate that deals with a great deal of domestic violence cases. And in this conversation, very trusted person, in this conversation, she said, well, if the judge believed these emotions, if the judge believed that Amber Heard is experiencing some very difficult emotions at this time, the judge has a duty of care. And the judge would possibly, maybe say something like, "Miss Heard, do you need a moment?" Or "Let's take a break for a moment." If she believed what was going on here. I've not seen that the judge at any point during Heard's most emotional displays has ever done that. I'm going to take from that the judge doesn't buy this. Well, it doesn't really matter because the judge isn't making a decision, okay? The judge is just running the court and going, I will decide if somebody needs time, because the judge, the idea is the judge will help the victim get out the straight facts, unencumbered in many cases by the emotion, because it maybe doesn't help. Often it doesn't help get the story across correctly. In this case, the judge seems to be letting her run with this. Well, I think that's interesting. I think that's interesting because if that's the case, the judge doesn't buy it. If the judge doesn't buy it, why would the jury buy it? So it's maybe not having the effect that she'd like it to have. Now, having said that, US system could be very different from my friend's UK system. I don't know.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp-Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my...
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
That's the damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this.
to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection, non-responsive.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back.
Chase, what do you got?
Right at this whole secret thing, we're talking about this secret. There's distancing because there's no mention of anything there. There's no abuse. There's no getting beat. There's no mention of anything. It's all encapsulated in this one word secret, where we see an eye flutter and we see facial avoidance right at that exact moment where she's talking about this secret. What she's saying, there's a right to tell my story, to say what happened, my voice. There's a huge sad expression as she's scanning the jury. Her face goes way down. You can see it here, almost forced, one might say. And when she's saying, I have a right to talk about what happened to me and own my story and truth, she's still checking the jury one at a time for signals that she's being effective, I think. And the only time truth is mentioned here is when it's her truth, not the truth, her truth. And I think there's a difference between those two. And this missing voice routine kind of sounds like it's from a movie. Not sure which one. Maybe you know. If you do, let me know in the comments. I'll just search for the word movie and see if you get it. That's all I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. So let's look at, again, the context of this and the images and maybe the linguistics that are going on. As some of you might know, I've spent quite a bit of time as what back in the UK we call a spin doctor, somebody who takes a story and politically makes it into something else. There's some great spin going on here. I mean, all credit to anybody who's trying to get their way on something. They're trying to convince not only a jury, 10, 12, whatever it is, people, I think 8 go in at the end, or maybe 6, can't quite remember, but a mass of people, but also a public out there. The question that's put is about reclaiming. Well, that's really interesting because it says that you had something in the first place and it was taken away. So the reclaim, the taking back of what was yours, and it then redirects to human rights. Well, that is always a great thing to put down because it's very difficult for people to go, well, no, I mean, you shouldn't have any human rights. I mean, it's very good for those to be taken away from you. So the moment you go to human rights, then you're now on a super moral high ground on that. So she's spun it to her human rights have been taken away. That's a tough one. I mean, you can say, well, no, I don't think that's the case because you were able to talk and nobody stopped you talking. They just sued you around it. I mean, just look, you can say whatever you like. Yeah, in America, for sure. Say whatever the hell you like, just about anywhere. I think there's only, you can't shout fire in a theater, probably like you can't in the UK. But apart from that, you can say whatever you like, but there are consequences. If you say stuff, somebody will sue you, or some other consequences. In some cases you can say stuff and you will go to jail. You're not allowed. I mean, you can say it, but you're not protected in what you say. You're protected to say it. You're not protected after the fact. So she redirects to the human rights, and then she deflects to an even higher power, probably, which is an American. And that for me is great spin, because we would say all the time, look, let's just get out there, stick the flag up the flagpole, and just let's attach our message to the flag, because it's so hard for somebody to take that message down, unless they're your enemy, and then, you know, they'll burn the flag. But if it's your group, they will not attack that. So what I love about that piece of spin there is she went for she spun it to the two of the highest. She didn't quite hit God there. That would be the next place to go. Not going for that one. Maybe because of her audience in general, who she's trying to align with there. But give her a due. Good spin. Greg, what do you think? Where you go?
Yeah, Mark, I'm almost going to mirror exactly what you said. I mean, I call it her duty on her country speech. I mean, she's wrapping herself in the flag. She's talking about human rights. She's doing all of that. And I just said, boy, this one ain't choreographed, is it? I'm an American. I need my voice, my truth, modern words, really strong modern words. I said she should have thrown in some other rights while she's swinging for the fence. What the hell? You know, just go for it. But there she was. This is the audition of her lifetime, guys. This whole trial, if she has been successful to now, this is her last audition. If she fails this and she comes out as a monster who's saying he's a monster and she's wrong, you think she's going to work again? You think people are going to line up to see the movie? This could be a big deal for her. So in my opinion, she has to deliver on whatever she's trying to here. Do I think she does? No. She does start with some good sorrow. Her brow tips are pointing up. And you can see it. But then she starts to kind of go down that well toward anger. Let me tell you one thing. People who are angry show it like that. They don't ramp slowly up to it and stumble over it. It comes up very quickly. Based on it's been many years since I studied all the impact of adrenaline on the system. But if my memory serves me correctly, in about 45 microseconds, you start to show thumbs rotate in. Your rib cage gets rigid. Lots of things start to happen. It doesn't slowly build up as your words get stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's what we're seeing here. That's acting. That's going down the well. That's trying to build up enough emotion to feel it. And then the last one is, Chase, you've said it over and over and over. Only children have that flush of emotions run across their face like this. Little bitty children may have it. I've seen little bitty children when they're confused and they're trying to control an emotion because they know it's going to go badly for them. And you'll see them, it break through and go back, break through and go back. But it's not many emotions. It's one and a control, one and a control, one and a control. That's not what I see here. On his part, if you watch Depp, I see him milling his jaw and doing everything possible to avoid eye contact with her. When she looks down, he looks away, all of those kinds of things. So this is her last audition, in my opinion. That's what I think we're seeing. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, that's pretty good. So you guys have covered pretty much everything. But after the question, when she's first asked the question, a lot of people are going to say, oh, I see a single shoulder shrug. She's actually down here rubbing her hands doing that. So after the question, you'll see that come up. You may think that, you may not have seen that or might be thinking about it. That's what I saw in that part. And she's using her hands as an adapter because it's getting pretty stressful for her at this point. She knows that question is coming and she's prepped for it. So she's ready for it. And it's pretty much like you guys were saying, the same stuff we saw earlier. She's, delivering a prepared answer and the emotions are fake and she's just trying to be dramatic.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testify that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
and told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, just one little thing here, body language wise, that I really like. Micro expressions of disgust and disdain around former best friend Rocky Pennington. Now, is that disgust and disdain because it's a former best friend who didn't tell a story that Heard would have liked to have her to have told? I don't know. Is it disgust and disdain for the question being asked, or disgust and disdain for something else around that? And by the way, as I've said before, there is just this baseline of disgust and disdain with Heard. But in this particular case, it is framed by nothing else happening in the face. And they're pretty good micro expressions that are happening there. So I'm going to say it's a real feeling, not acted, of disgust and disdain around that issue there. I don't know whether it's about the question or whether it's about a former best friend, but it might be worth you just going back, taking a look in there, going frame by frame and taking a look yourself and seeing what that looks like. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. We see eyelid flutter when she says, your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times. That sort of hits her wrong at that point, because she knows this is important. And her voice tone is much lower here. The volume of her voice is lower. Her cadence is a lot slower. She's just delivering this ding, ding, just 1, 2, 3 like that. Her posture is bent forward a little bit. And all these cues are letting us know that she's unsure about answering this, and that's going to come out right. She's not really, maybe she didn't rehearse it enough or wasn't ready for it, but that's what it looks like to me anyway. And then she does an eye roll when she's asking her about how many pounds of pressure. When she asks her the question, she says he's talking about how many pounds of pressure on the thing. We see an eye roll in there. That's a cue of disrespect. And so you could say it's boredom. That's a lot of times you'll see that with someone who's bored. But in this case, I think it's disrespect and the credit, trying to make his credibility look low. But I think he says stuff like that all the time. That's why she would do the eye roll. I actually think that was real, because maybe he sits around trying to say cool stuff. He said some pretty cool stuff. So maybe he's saying cool stuff all the time, and she's just sort of over it. Amber and I do that when I tell the same joke over and over, and with a different group of people. She's so over all my jokes, so I'm sure I get a lot of eye rolls in there from her. That's the feel. I can feel it coming off her. But and when she said, I think he said, now I'll skip past that because Mark covered that. Okay. Oh yeah. At this point, I think. I thought she really didn't like him at all at this point. I thought she doesn't like him, not in love with him or anything. Now I think she hates his guts, especially after seeing the eye roll like that. I think she's so over this guy she can't stand it, which she should be at this point, I guess. Chase, what do you got?
Agree. Right at this point where she's saying, I haven't lied about anything I've come here to say. There's qualifying. There's no mention of truth whatsoever. There's a lack of a confident denial, and there's immediate mouth closure after her statement, which are all indicators of deception. And if we're treating body language and behavior profiling like meteorology, we're looking at science-based stuff, collecting a bunch, and then providing a likelihood of deception to you, just like precipitation. That was a high degree of high percentage of precipitation.
It's a nice shot, man. Good.
Rain.
Could have just said snow. Would have been easier.
He's Canadian, of course it's snow.
Rain. So when she's saying there's a lot of people there, she shifts back. I want you to watch her face closely. She shifts back to her trial protection face when she was sitting with her attorney watching Depp take the stand. This very protected face that she's adopted. And I'm surprised I'm not an attorney, maybe an attorney. If you are an attorney, let us know why. But I haven't heard, maybe once, I don't know, I don't think I've heard it, an objection for assuming facts not in evidence, which is, I've heard here many times, as far as I know. Greg, have you any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, the only thing I have noticed, Chase, before I get into my part, the only thing I have noticed is they will introduce into evidence things that were not there already, because we'll see that late in this series of videos. And it may just be that they're doing it and we clip the video in a place where there's something that that they had introduced, and it was brand new. The good thing is when you introduce something brand new, we get to see stress. That's great news. Right?
Look at me. Look at me. Oh my God. What the? Oh my God. It's
Rouse,
not like the good
always
camera
happy
either.
to be on the behavior panel.
Sorry, fellas. I'm never going to hear the end of this. Never.
So this is about as friendly as her face gets. Mark, I agree with you. She has all this negative emotion, all this disdain and all that just wrapped up in there. And this is actually pretty calm for her, but it's how she keeps her face set. She says all right, and you can hear her being kind of placating and talking to the front of her mouth. That's a good indicator that, all right. Then you hear, if you pay attention to her, you'll see that two faces. When she's talking to her attorney, she's got a much calmer face than she does here. And that shows you all that disdain and everything else is in there. A couple of things that are interesting for me that they should have chased is when she says, I haven't lied about anything I have been here to say. Question number 2. Well, what about the things we forced you to answer would have been my question. I would have crawled her. And we're going to see more of that. She's conditioning the question, and she has a long, drawn-out pause to answer the question as she's talking about the woman leaning. She does that little bobblehead thing. And while that may be part of many cultures, it's not in ours. So something's going on in her head there. And I'll leave a couple of last ones. I got a bunch here. But you'll watch her as she's trying to answer the question, rifle up left, rifle up right, as she's trying to figure out how to respond to, is that she was leaning on you and he got angry. And she said, you could effectively say that. And Chase, when she does that quick mouth close, she does a lip retraction at the same time. There's no emotion whatsoever when she's talking about him threatening this person. The only thing we see is she sways when she disqualifies her friend Rocky, in addition to, Mark, all that disdain that comes up. So I think there's something here. There's something that we would dig into. One question that she avoided that they let her get away with. That's it. And now we'll go and try to find Scott.
Yeah. John, can you guys still hear me?
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's existence.
You heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible, because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
so I know that's incorrect, is what I mean to say.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So right at the absolutely not point, there's an immediate mouth closure there. I was alerted to the video's existence online. And Camille's question was about learning about it being posted. And if someone else leaked the video for her, these are the words that you might expect to hear in a scenario like that. And when she's saying it came directly from the source, I'm just going to touch on a couple things here. She's saying, I don't know if that's true or if that's possible. She's talking about her own phone. And let's talk about qualifiers really quick. If I ask Greg, did you do drugs last night? And Greg's answer is, well, not to the best of my knowledge. That's potentially deceptive. But if I ask Greg, did a guy who lives 4 doors down from you do drugs last night? And you say, well, not to the best of my knowledge. It's the same answer, but whether or not it's deceptive or potentially deceptive is based on what question was being asked. And this question is very specifically about her phone, which makes a huge difference. So it depends on the situation being asked about, but in this situation, yes, there is a very high likelihood of deception where she said, I don't know how that could happen or if that's possible. It was her own phone. So she's not making a denial about something she very well should be if she was being truthful. And when she's saying it didn't come from me, I was flying. As an interrogator, here is where you dig. She asked somebody to send it. I would be willing to say, as an interrogator in that moment, my only thought would be, I need to find out who sent it, because it wasn't her. It was probably somebody that was asked to send the video. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, thanks for picking me next, because I'm going to fall right in where you dropped off. The interrogator in me would be crawling all over her at the moment. Let's just do a couple of things. Number one, I'm going to cover 2 pieces of body language. That's it. The rest, we're going to unpack her deception or her potential deception. Number one, she started off by saying absolutely not and did a lip compression. Minor, but a lip compression. If you pay really close attention, she's either holding back emotion or information or something. I always call, real hard grip. Usually there's emotion, but it's always some kind of information. The other thing she does is she whips her head around. Having that little tail hanging there, you notice her head whipping around. And anybody who has ever had any involvement with, I won't say all women do it, but every woman I've ever met, when you anger them, their heads move differently than they do when they're talking like happily. So that's a bad indicator that she's starting to get aggressive back. Now let's interrogate what she said. She said she conditioned the question and she negotiated the answer by saying, upon touchdown was when I was alerted of the video's existence online. There's a hell of a lot of distancing, conditioning, qualifying, everything you can think of in there. So I'm just going to run down a list of things I might ask her. Which video? I want to make sure I lock her down to which video we're both talking about. And my next question would be, were you surprised? Because that's a real potential for her to lie. And guys, when we talk about indicators of deception, we're talking about a social contract that humans have with each other that we feel guilt, remorse, or discomfort with breaking. So every time you give a person, when you're questioning them, the opportunity to break that contract, the interrogator gets to go, well, there's a deviation in word, in deed, in breathing rate, in physical things, in body language, all of that. So then I would say, is it the first time that you learned about this video? Guess what? That's a leading question. And by interrogator speak, that means it only has a yes or no answer. And that is usually considered a bad question. But I would be doing it to corral her so that when she says it's from her phone, she can't say it's first time she learned about the video. So I've now redirected the conversation into my wheelhouse. Then I would say, where did this video originate? How did it get from your phone to the distributor? Whoever distributed it, don't care. What was the agreement with the distributor? All those are building pressure, and we get the chance to see things. Were you surprised by its appearance? Were you surprised by the video's appearance online? Now let me reframe the question, Ms. Heard. How did a video from your phone appear on the internet without your knowledge? And that changes the equation from what she just answered. Now she's got to lie 7 times to get to that final lie, and it's building up on her. Now, when she locks her down about this TMX testimony, her use of language starts to fade. And we know that fight or flight turns off the thinking brain and turns on the cat or responsive brain. And when that happens, then she starts to go humana, 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 words that make no sense. She didn't come with it as a prepared answer. And I would ask her the last question, how did that get from your possession to there? How did it get there? That's my one question. By letting her get away with this, she's come with one sentence she has to stumble through and prepare, and you didn't take it apart. You didn't unpack it. We all know that that's part of being an attorney and part of being in front of people, but that's the power of questions. That's interrogator brain. Scott, what do you got?
All right, 2 things for me. I'll keep mine fairly short. There's that word absolutely. Not that it means that every time you hear it, somebody's being deceptive, but boy, you sure hear it a lot when somebody's being deceptive. I mean, we hear it all the time. Absolutely not. I don't know. Every time I hear that, another thing that makes me pay attention was when people start talking weird. She says, upon touchdown. Who talks like that? Astronauts, maybe. It'd be like me saying to Greg,
tussle.
Tussle. Upon touchdown, I shall meet you in the Sky Lounge at the Delta, and we'll have those little chicken sandwich croissants like we love so much, and we shall drink the sparkly fizzy water like as doth the rich man. Nobody talks that way. So every time I hear something like that, I go, there's just everything in me goes, wait a minute, hang on a minute, say that again, talk again. So I make him talk about it again, or I would make them talk about it again. So that just bugs me. That just sends off every red flag. And I agree with you, Greg. I'd climb right up there and just tear that whole story apart at that point. Mark, what do you got?
That's how I talk all the time when I'm inviting people to the lounge, by the way. Just drink the fizzy water as doth the rich man. That's just normal English, by the way, just so everybody knows. Look, she's decided to wear her hair today or have it managed for her in a less puritanical way. So it's falling in tresses. And just as Greg, you were saying, it means we can really pick up the movement. And some of the movement, like you say, it's just exaggerating some of the normal head moves, and some of the movement is exaggerating some of the more extreme head moves. And there are some times, I think, where we really see a clear flick of that hair. Now, that I would say is a feint move, not a feint as in like I'm fainting, but a distraction move and a kind of a showing off move. She's got good hair. That's expensive hair that she's got there. And one of the things that males and females, but probably culturally across the planet, more predominantly females, will use their hair as a display of status. I thought you'd like that one, Chase. A display of status, and then flick that hair, move that hair around, so as many people as possible can see the wealth that went into that hair. Yeah, Greg, nothing I can do for you, mate. Nothing I can do for you. You're an outlier at a whole different level. So I would say she is, where we see those hair flicks, she is very aggressive against the question. She thinks she is bigger, higher status, or she wants to show higher status against the question. Now, I think there's a slip up here. I could be wrong. I often get these kind of things wrong, but I think there's a slip up here. It did not come from me. I was lying, she said. Well, hang on. Did she just admit she was lying? Did not come from me. I was lying. What do you think, Greg?
I think she said flying. I think it's just the way.
I was flying.
I think that's what she said.
That's why you have. Yeah. See, I don't speak American, only English. All right. Well, let's scrub that completely. Then did not come from me. I was flying. That's incorrect, is what I meant to say. So she does still correct herself on that. That did not come from me. I was flying. Could have still come from her. And then she corrects that to I was incorrect is what I meant. It was incorrect is what I meant to say. All right, that's all I got on that one.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's existence.
You heard Mr.
Online.
Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible. Because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
so I know that's incorrect, is what I mean to say.
This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist?
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken, and also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if I can speak to what bruise you can see or not.
Let's refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Miss Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm short on this one. When we first started the show, you guys remember when we were trying to say, what do we like best about body language? Like 150 episodes ago.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Mine was amusement. And amusement has always been, for me, a beautiful thing to watch because people's cheeks will rise, but they'll contain their smile and their eyes will still engage the smile, and you can't miss it. And you're starting to see some of that with her here. She's prepared for this question. She looks at the jury with a smug face. And so she's just ready for it. You see her neck stiffen and tighten just a little bit. And she goes, I did not take the picture. She sits up straight. It's just all rigid. She's prepared. It's just conflict for her. Now, Depp, if you watch him, here's a really good example of what we always talk about. When somebody recognizes something, their brow rises. His attorney leans over and says something to him, and his brow goes, choop. Interesting. So something he recognizes something, or he's recognizing the idea and it taking it in. And then there's also that odd, nervous smile that's part of his persona. And watch him tapping and drilling his fingers. That tells you when he's on the stand, he's contained and under control later. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, in the first half, she's calm, and her body language is pretty much the same as it's been from what we've seen before. And then when she sees the picture of she and her friend, she kind of, it's almost like hits her a little bit. So that shows she's interested in it, but she knows it's coming at that point. She's acting like, it's kind of like a little surprise, and she smiles a little bit. And when she says, I have no idea when that picture was taken, I did not take it, she didn't contract. Normally you would say, I don't know when that picture was taken. I didn't take it, but she doesn't. So that's a cue. Most likely this was, something they rehearsed and were ready for and playing for. So, but when they don't contract, that's another of those things when somebody starts talking that makes me perk up and start paying attention like a big red flag. All right. That's all I got. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I just want to know who brings a publicist to the court for a photo. Oh, wait, she's a dear friend. That makes everything. Well. Sorry, I forgot about that. Right when Camille's saying there's no bruise on your face, is there? I think the is there stuff and didn't you and aren't you could have been rephrased to be a little softer to help that legal team, because the legal team and whether or not the jury likes the legal team, sadly, is just about as important as whether or not they like the defendant and the plaintiff. But she denies knowing the date of the photo. And the questions about a bruise, she denies the date. And a truthful witness would, in my opinion, be more okay with talking about wanting to cover up the bruise, the desire to cover it up, and recalling the date after having spent weeks reviewing all of her evidence. I think a truthful person would have experienced some shame about the bruise, especially if it's what a witness is referring to as the huge secret that would openly discuss the desire to conceal the bruise instead of publicize them. I don't know when this was taken, so I can't say whether or not you can see a bruise in this photo or not. So we see this as like legal language here. But whoa, this took me for a ride this morning. How bizarre and out of character from what we've all likely seen in truthful recollection of witnesses when she says, I don't know when this was taken, so I can't say whether you see a bruise. I don't know when it was taken, so I don't know whether there's a bruise in front of my face, looking at this photo right in front of me. Super strange. and continuing to argue about these like dates and stuff. Instead of saying yes, she's trying to be a lawyer, which is a bad idea, especially on the last day when the jury is going to deliberate. And she's saying, that's what it says. Yes, I see that. I know that's what the title says. Yes. You just agree, be more agreeable, because the jury needs to like you. And I'll go off on a short rant here. It'll be about 40 seconds if you guys will allow it. I know it's easy to see people on YouTube and think they're just some random dudes. All of us have well over, I think, probably 100,000 hours of interview and analysis experience. So when we see the comments like, well, did you think maybe she didn't have sleep, or maybe they're stressed out? I think those are cute and helpful. I know you're trying to contribute. But here's one thing I want you to leave with you here. And the hardest thing to measure in academic studies is also the easiest for academic people to ignore, and that is skill. If somebody studies the science of athletics for their entire life, it will never make them an athlete. And somebody studies psychology for decades in college, it doesn't give them charisma or even social skills, even good people skills. And what studying academic sides of things does is increase knowledge. It doesn't necessarily increase skill. The real skills come when knowledge and skill are kind of paired together. And there's a huge, tremendous difference between an information expert and a skill expert with experience. And I'll leave you with one question here. As you hear all this stuff about body language on the internet, would you rather ride on the back of a motorcycle with somebody who's studied the physics of motorcycles for 20 years or somebody who's been riding them for 20 years? And that's all I have on that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. So, often as well, it's where you place that skill and that knowledge, and in places where maybe other people would never think to place it. I want you to have a look at one of those pictures, not the picture with her and her dear friend, the publicist, but the picture of her with her former friend, Rocky Pennington, former best friend, Rocky Pennington. And, okay, so what I want you to look at, by the way, listen, whenever you look at a still image, as we're always asked to look at this still image, we have to understand we're looking at a frame in time, okay? So we don't know what's happening before and we don't know what's happening after, but there are some questions and ideas that may be helpful that come from where we are right now. I want you to go and look at how Amber Heard is holding the arm of Rocky Pennington. Rocky has a drink in her hand. I think it's this arm here. It's in really close. And Amber has her joint there. Okay. Now, just try and do this with a best friend or former best friend. As they're walking along with a coffee, just tuck your arm around them and just grab their elbow joint and see what happens. See if they don't go, what the hell, what's going on? See if they don't just shift a little bit to go, why are you controlling my arm and my... So look, here's the question that comes to mind, and I don't know the answer to this, but it's the kind of question that somebody skilled might think about, which is that hold from somebody who's caring, or is it from somebody who is being controlling? Are they comforting and caring, or are they controlling? Is that hold from somebody who's being friendly, or are they being forceful? Now, again, I don't know the answer to that, but I know where my bias is swinging right now based on what I'm seeing, in that I don't see that hold very much. Now, of course, you'll be able to come up with reasons, and I can come up with reasons as well, and we'll all be able to come up with reasons why that might happen in a moment after something or before something else. But it is interesting that it's there. And if you missed that at all, what was happening there, well, that's what skill does for you, is to look in places that other people don't look.
This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist?
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken, and also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if I can speak to what bruise you can see or not.
Let's refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'll be short on this one. Look, when they ask her, did you ever fake an injury? She does a wonderful thing, and that is she shows exasperation. She holds her mouth open and she goes, but it's 12 seconds after she delivers the answer. This is a bad kung fu movie. This is something wrong here in the way she's delivering this. All that animation, all that messaging that she's doing is just not timely. So something's up. Then when they say something about photo evidence, that one shoulder rises and she's got that swivel switch going again. When she looks at the jury, she's making hard eye contact and making lots of faces. She's got to be careful. Again, depends on who's in the jury and which culture they may be from. Remember, Virginia's a real mix of cultures, especially.
Greg, tell us what that shoulder rise means really quick.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, so uncertainty with what you're talking about or with what's being discussed when you do that single shoulder rise. So we wonder, okay, why is this an issue for her? For me, the biggest tell in this entire thing, when you want to talk about tells, though, is to have all of your messaging right and then suddenly deliver it like, you know, I really feel bad for you. I know you've been going through a lot, Scott. That's about what that looked like to me. It's that delayed or even more. It's seconds, if not many seconds later. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so here's the way I'm putting it, Greg, is there is a lot of emotional dressing around the whole piece. It's like it's like a costume of emotion being worn. And I really pick it up in the breathing. There's breathing that's happening around stuff that doesn't make any sense for the through line of what she's trying to achieve. It doesn't make any sense for the emotion that I think she's wanting to be having, or even any emotions that I know of. She's not breathing in a way that denotes any strong, clear emotion for me, which suggests it's dressing. And then the real nail on this one for me is, has any of the evidence of injury been fake or words to that effect? There is a massively contrasting different tone tone to that answer. I mean, go back, look at it again and see what happens in pitch, in breathing, in that emotional breathing, dressing around it. And Scott, to your point earlier with that word, absolutely. And again, let's just say it again. It doesn't mean anything, but we hear it a lot, and we hear it a lot from people who've turned out to not telling us the truth. Okay. It's not necessary. It's absolutely not necessary to add that absolutely. Let's just say that. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. And I'm sure everybody else is just going to compound on top of this, but let's see. Scott, what do you think?
All right. I think this answer was completely prepped because she's ready for it. And she knows it's an important answer. That's an important question. So I think that's why they were ready for it. And when the other attorney breaks into it to object, she has to start all over again. She's like reared back, cocked and ready to go. But as soon as she goes, hip it, and then she breaks in and goes, okay, and starts at the very same spot again. So I think this is rehearsed, and it sounds so pitiful to go, it's just lame. But, what are you going to say at this point? We're seeing pretty much the same stuff over and over and over. But she's not acting. She's not delivering this as she should. It doesn't look the way it should. That's all I know what to say about it. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I think she believes this. I'm going to go out on a limb. But I think she believes this to an extent. And I think, this is my opinion, here is exactly how Amber believes her own story. So there are small pieces of events that she recalls that were truthful. Then she edits details, and each one enough to increase the severity of a few things, according to her. And she's rehearsed the stories in her mind a lot, many, many times. And I think also the final factor here is that she believes that she's doing something good for herself, but more importantly, that she is doing something good for humanity. And even if some of the details are changed, Johnny's still a bad person, so I can edit a few of these details and it's okay because he's still bad and evil. So changing a few things doesn't change who he is in her mind. It helps the world understand how bad he is, and it helps her to become an icon who can help women. So the imagined morality here justifies the blending of fact and fiction. And I think that's what's really going on deep down. Juries are only processing data during pauses. So I'll say this for every attorney and every person who's ever going to be deposed. Juries are only going to start processing the data once you stop talking, like you just did now. So the attorney just barrels through these questions and doesn't even look at her for her responses here. It's her own attorney not even looking at her for her emotional responses. Bad idea. When they're talking about the fake bruises on your face, nods yes before the answer. So it's mismatched and it deviates from her baseline behavior. And did you ever fake an injury? She says no, and then shakes her head. There's a spilled glass of wine photo discussion. Watch this clip a few times and rewind it. She starts answering with disgust facial expression on her face. And when the objection happens, right when the objection happens, this emotion on the face vanishes in less than a second while she coldly looks back over to Camille. And when it's overruled, instantly the sad emotion's back on her face and she's looking back at the jury again. What she's saying, there's so much evidence. I think this points to my opinion that she's viewing this mountain of evidence for Johnny being unusual, strange, mean, callous, leaving her, that she's able to emotionally justify the other actions or the other claims to assist her case. That's all she's doing is just assist as a small assistance in her mind. And I think, in my opinion, she views this evidence as being a mountain of abuse because she equates the two. I think that she equates the abandonment to abuse. So this mountain of evidence is real, 100% real in her mind. That's why she's talking openly and honestly about no one has this much evidence. No one has ever collected this much evidence in a case. So whether this is a thorough, deliberate falsification or a desire to be the center of attention, or she honestly just believes the story, which I doubt, We may never know.
Histrionic.
Okay, Chase.
Well, nothing is ever better than a histrionic person's.
Scott, what do you got?
Okay, here's your thing. When you get into it, man, you squish all up and do this number. You get this going. That's, when you imitate me before we get started, that's the one I'm going to get on you.
That's fine.
You just go, you squish down, get that hand going like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Keep going in and out of focus.
Yeah, because you're moving your hands. You're moving your hands in front of the camera.
I turned the autofocus off, Mike. This camera's horrible. I bought it from Eric like a year and a half ago as my backup.
Yeah.
Bought a camera from Eric?
Yeah.
Is he camera salesman now? Like what?
Eric Hunley, camera salesman.
Yeah, cameras by Eric Hunley.
Like, yeah, Scott, do you want...
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection.
Because there's so
Lack
many-
of foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence.
Objection,
of mind to
non-responsive.
document.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, okay, look, he does go around the houses a little bit to get to some answers here. And, excuse me, under normal circumstances, if somebody were taking that amount of time and going around the houses on this one, I might be a little bit worried. But given his baseline, this is fairly usual for him. And here's the important thing. He lands eventually on a very clear answer, like 6 or 7, and didn't have the effect it should, and I'd be dead. So yeah, I think, you could look at this and go, is he being deceitful here? Why is he taking such a journey? Why is he taking so long around this? That's normal for him. Lands on strong answers. I don't have a great deal of problem with his performance here. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, I usually would agree with you, Mark. In this case, I'm not certain. Here's why. He conditions the hell out of the question. Yes, he's a search for change in the floor as he speaks kind of guy. He doesn't do all that here. When they ask him the question, he conditions the question. Actually, I would say not that many times. Then he negotiates even further by saying, in my lifetime, finally to an answer of 6 or 7 maybe. He could have said 4. He could have gone, but his baseline is exactly what you say. Hunting for the answer. Make hard eye contact, shake his head, or shake his head. His timing is not the same. Go back and watch the very first video we did. When he makes a point, he'll go, Mark, it was 6 or 7 times. That's not here. Something's missing here. So I doubt it's 6 or 7 times. My opinion is I would dig in a little harder. Not that it matters for this case. All that they're trying to do is prove that he has used drugs, and then they're going to try to tie this into some other part. I would bet you could find 6 or 7 times that people have seen him use some drug. That just my opinion. But so pay attention to that. Then he moves to some distaste with his mouth that we didn't see earlier in these. And when they ask him about the 8 to 10 pills, he does something trademark for him, and that's that disarming smile he has. Hey, I'm Johnny Depp. Self-deprecating, but a smile. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I tend to agree a little bit here. And the first thing here is you're going to see, we talk about this contempt facial expression. What the hell does it look like? We talk about this a lot. Textbook, beautiful chef's kiss example right on Amber Heard's face during the beginning of this. And you'll see the corner of the mouth go up. It's kind of a one-sided smile. This is a beautiful example on what it's supposed to look like, the textbook example of feeling contempt for another human being. But when he's saying not enough to experience, what the chemicals intend or something like that, the answers are looking a little more coached than normal. He's having trouble with the descriptive language. There's 3 postural retreats here just during this answer. 3 postural retreats where we lean away. There's facial touching, which is also in his baseline. So I ignore anything that's in baseline. But it sounds coached. It sounds a little rehearsed. It's likely not entirely truthful. I think the 8 or 10 thing is probably truthful. I looked it up. It's pretty bad. You'd probably be in the ICU with that. But 8 to 10 MDMA at once, there's repetition of answer, which is more suggestive of honesty. And I think he's probably done enough to get the results in the past, despite what he claims here. That's all I got. Scott?
All right. I think he's breaking eye contact to think. I'm just going to have to get rid of all the stuff you guys have already talked about. That's pretty normal. His cadence, it's a little bit wacky, but goes with the persona he's chosen to show people the star. He's a star, baby. He's a star. So that's normal for that kind of thing. He has no problem really talking about that he's done drugs. Everybody knows he's done drugs. We knew that before he went in doing this. Look who he was hanging out with. So, and the movies he's done, yeah, man, he's done drugs and we know it. So I don't think he has a problem talking about it. But I think the amount of times he's done MMDA, I think that might be that might be a problem. The number of times, I think she knows it's a lot more than he's going to say. That's why we see that contempt on her face. And I think this is a great example and something to save and think about for what's coming up. I think the last video there, I go out of focus again.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Miss Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off. The tip of my finger. But a good chunk. I miss it.
Chase, what do you got?
hoping you would call somebody else because I was chewing on an ice cube.
I can. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So, listen, I think there's, again, some behaviors there that I would put within his baseline that I think, if you didn't know that, you'd come into it and go, why is he taking so long? Why this? Why that? Here's what I do see him doing, which is smashed and cut my finger. So he's being very certain to maximize the injury there and not minimize it, because we've had before in the case testimony that says his finger was just smashed. He definitely wants people to know it was cut. Even when I say it, smashed as opposed to cut. Cut is a much better word. It's a much more forceful word. You probably see a much better injury if I say cut finger rather than smashed finger. Maybe. And I think that's what he's trying to do. The smash alone just minimize it. He needs the cut. And then he says the tip. And then he realizes he's minimized that. So he has to go a considerable amount. So he doesn't want you to think that just the tip was smashed. He wants you to know that a considerable amount of the tip was cut. And again, once I tell you that story, much better story. And then, quite nicely, he finishes this piece of what I would say is spin. He's really trying to tell a good story about the injury there, which could be true, could be false. I'll let everybody else weigh in as to how true or false that might be. But he finishes off with quite a good kind of Python-esque Jack Sparrow, I miss it at the end. Lovely little button at the end. I miss it. A bit of pathos there, which is part of his skill. He does often manage to button stories with a really nice, pathetic line at the end. Quite skillful. Chase, what do you think?
So in this video here, there's a shift to internal dialogue. And this happens when our eyes move down and to our left. And this is when we're talking to ourselves or rehearsing something that we've been reading or hearing over and over again. And what he's saying, he'd been through it with me and Miss Heard before. There's a shift to internal dialogue. Again, there's facial touching in his baseline, though. And there's hesitancy where he's pausing a little bit, a small amount more than usual. But I don't think the stress here is around the story, but his retelling of the story to the doc specifically. Not that the story wasn't accurate, but I think his stress is around the fact that whether or not he told the doctor the story. It looks like he's uncomfortable only during the recall of the relaying of the story to the doctor. And during the bottle story of his testimony, he's talking about the bottle like whizzing past his head. We've all seen that dramatic illustration. There was no indicators of deception. So now I'm only wondering if the doc was accurately informed or if he actually told the doc at all. Greg?
Yeah, I'm on the same page. What's interesting here is when he is passionately talking about something and then here. We know that his baseline is to look down and to his left as he thinks about the answer he's going to use, move his eyes over to the right as he searches for impact, then move around in his head. We know that when people's eyes move, it means something. Now, there's no absolutes. You have to go and dig for what it means. In his case, it's part of his baseline to go away left, away right, do that searching for change move that I was talking about, and then make eye contact and nod or shake his head. When he's emphatic, he does a very good job of that. When he's not emphatic, he does a poor job of the hard eye contact and shaking or nodding. What he does here is a poor job, which you might immediately say, well, he's talking about his finger being severed, but he isn't. This is not the emphatic. This is not the bottle whizzing by my head. This is not that. This is credibility of what I told the doctor. Well, the doctor is going to say whatever it is. So I don't feel, Mark, to your point, a lot of this is in baseline. He touches his face, so what? Maybe his nose itches, just is who he is. There are a couple of things that he does that are odd. He grabs the mic stand and moves it around. And I think, Chase, to your point, is because he feels uncomfortable with how to answer this. Don't know. I can't read his mind. I can only tell you that that's unusual for a guy who lives in front of a microphone. He stammers and his head shakes and he does what he usually would do, just not as hard eye contact. That's the biggest deviation I see. There's a narrowing of his mouth and his blink rate is up as he's looking for things. But it looks like he's relaying some information with some trepidation about what exactly to say and how to say it. And Mark, I think if he in fact realizes he's minimizing, that would be enough reason to cause him not to feel emphatic and to realize that he just stepped on his own feet and does something. We'll get a chance to see what he looks like when he's under stress, but that's it for this one. Scott, what you got?
All right. Again, he's acting like a star, which is what you expect from somebody like this. You want to see him do that. You want to see him be that way, or you expect him to be that way. I'm not seeing any deception cues here. Not much at all as it goes through here. But I do see somebody being really, really careful of what they're saying, as we all would be. So he's got to be very careful as he goes along here, making sure he doesn't say anything out of line of what he's rehearsed or what he's been told to talk about. I think that little thing on his nose, that's when he's scratching his nose, that's just an adapter. And he keeps his arms really close to his body. And this helps him to look a little weaker, like he's not a big He-Man or very strong or anything. He keeps him really, really tight and really, really, really close. And I think that helps him get maybe a little pity from the jury. It may help. It may not. I don't know. And he's not pandering to the jury like she was. He's answering the questions to the attorney. He's not looking at the jury when the attorney asks him the questions. He doesn't flip around, look at the jury and answer it, and then come back to the attorney. So you guys covered most everything here. That's all I got.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, but a good chunk. I miss it. Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX883, please?
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not, is it evident?
It is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, do you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
All right, I haven't done one first, so I'll go first on this one. This is where it all changes. So his voice tone goes a little bit higher, his cadence speeds up, his eye contact with the attorney is almost fixed, and his voice is a little bit louder. And these are all indications, again, that he's on alert, that he's paying close attention to what he's saying, what he's doing. His lips are pursed, and that indicates disagreement or something he's not into, something he doesn't like, or hearing something he doesn't like. And usually you look at that and say, oh, when you see pursed lips, there's an issue there. That's what you want to think when you see something like that. As he explains, there's not enough hubris in him to say that that's him in the text, or that he wrote those texts, we see a lot of lit person at that point. The definition of hubris is excessive pride or self-confidence and arrogance, which is, he's coming across with a lot of that, but I think I don't think it's working against him. I think he's pulling it off in a lot of parts at that point. But since he's like that, and I think everybody would assume he's like that, he's got to kind of own that a little bit. And I think he does. So because he's aware that he comes off as prideful and arrogant, and that's why he smiles a lot, try to tamp that down, I think. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, excuse me. I think this is the most on the ropes that we've probably seen him throughout the whole trial. So that might tell us something about his character, first of all, but also, how much evidence he thinks is stacked against him and what the type of evidence he gets most stressed out by. Yeah, we see these bites at the side of the mouth. We see lip pursing. So this is more stress than we normally see from him. Still, the use of the poetic words like you used there, Scott, hubris, instead of using confidence or pride. He's not so stressed out that he still can't grab a word like hubris. So that's the poet there. It's interesting. Right at the start, could you repeat that? Could you repeat that, please? That is the most I've heard him sound like John Lennon. And then he went on, I think the next night or the night after, to play in Sheffield with Jeff Beck and sing Isolation, which is a John Lennon song. Not particularly well, actually, in my opinion. But then he was up against Jeff Beck, who's a genius on the guitar, and Johnny Depp is not a genius on the guitar by any stretch of the imagination. But nonetheless, interesting to hear that John Lennon clearly coming through there, from my opinion. I think he's genuinely has some confusion about the evidence at some point. It may well be confusion around that it's just confusing for him. He has never seen anything like this before, or he's genuinely confused by being surprised by it. I'm not quite sure which one. Anyway, all I'd say at the end of this is I don't think the lawyer there does the best job of really nailing this down, because he said, I assure you, I did not type it up last night. Well, that doesn't discount then that he didn't type it up on some other night, or somebody else didn't type it up last night or on another night. I think if I were the lawyer, I'd have tidied that one up to say it's real evidence. It's the real thing. That's your text message. I wouldn't have tried to qualify it in that way. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, this is one where he is indeed on the ropes. And I think what's happening here is, if you think about this as a chess match, if he admits that he sent some drug-fueled or drunken text that said this, how does that make him look? Now that lets them set up the next pawn in the chess match. So I think that starts, he realizes that now something's going to be used against him he's going to have a hell of a time backing out of, because his text came from his phone. Here we are back to a video coming off somebody else's phone. And he, not unlike Amber, is also in the audition for his career. If the world finds out or thinks, and he walks away from here and they believe he's this monster she's made him out to be, he's done. He's done. We see what happened to him in the past. So he has to be very cautious as well. His blink rate is through the roof. We don't see that usually in him. He's very stoic in blink rate. He also, his target is shrinking. His body is shrinking. He's turtling. He's getting smaller. Scott, you hit it dead on. His eye contact is sustained throughout the whole thing. Hard eye contact. He goes to internal voice, but he doesn't search for change over on the right before he answers. And then he says a new word, ludicrous. Ludicrous. Now, maybe he said it during other times, but we didn't hear it. He uses it twice here, equally ludicrous. And he is emphatic when he does that. And he telegraphs with his cadence by saying equally ludicrous, purses his lips in disapproval, that pushing forward, and then he is talking with that downward tone from the back of his throat. Then he does a disclaimer, likely for the good of the jury, to say, there's no way I would do anything like that. I don't have the hubris. But then when they show him the actual text, watch his face. Everybody out here, all of you can recognize the shock. We all know what shock is because Darwin, all those years ago, figured out it was a universal emotion that we can all read. Once he does that, you see an O, then he narrows his mouth and his body language gets a little more rigid. You can hear him breathe. His breathing rate increases. You can hear him breathe. And then you see that grief muscle come up and he starts to navigate the answer. No, these aren't. He says, this looks nothing like me. Well, if I'm interrogator, I'm saying, well, hold on. I didn't ask you if it looks like you. I'm asking, did you write this? You see the mouth grooming you mentioned, Mark, because he's feeling the stress. And this is starting to build up on him. An interrogator should jump on him and go after him and say, is it possible you don't remember? You just said you didn't remember something 5 minutes ago. And that would be my approach. He's on the ropes here. And this is a place where he actually could look very, very, very bad because he's saying something that they can make him into a different person. I think he's feeling the stress. Chase, what do you got?
You guys got most everything, and I agree. But one thing we do see in here that we rarely see, especially in the courtroom, is a retreat of the dominant shoulder. And we see this as the subject gets brought up. If you try to get yourself, if you're just listening to this while you're chopping cucumbers in your kitchen or whatever, just pull that dominant shoulder back, and that's how we get into a fighting position. So that's one of the pre-violence indicators if we're on the street as a cop, but it's an anger indicator or disagreement indicator, especially in situations like this. And I think the level of confidence that we see, I think he initially doubts that he said these things. I do believe that he doubts that he said it. He likely sent these texts, but now he's has to go into this defensive mode. You see his blink rate spikes and drops. Exactly. You can watch in this video go up and down, exactly how we describe it with stress and focus. You can watch it in this one clip. And this is what to look for, not to say someone is lying, but to identify the special context where more questions are needed. And in the overall sense of things, if you just think about the trial in its entirety, if this is the one thing that got him on the ropes, it should tell you a whole lot about who he is and what all we're dealing with between him and his ex-wife. That's all I got.
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX883, please?
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not, is it evident?
It is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, do you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
All right. Well, let's throw it down the room in 30 seconds or less. Let's kind of wrap it up and talk about what we think we've seen here. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, I guess thinking about all of that, I just kind of think who's having to work harder here? Who's having to work harder? Who's putting in more effort here visibly? I'm not saying somebody couldn't be paddling hard underneath and it not really showing, but who's really showing that they're putting in more effort here to the jury, emotionally? And do we think that's going to have the impact that they desire? Well, we're going to find out pretty soon, I guess. Chase, what are your thoughts?
From an academics perspective, if just looking at this stuff from academics, is you're going to see something that I call a laboratory blind spot. We can't isolate everything inside of a lab, and you're definitely going to see that here. But on the overall, where is the abuse? Shame being ashamed of something turns the volume down on false accusations, and pain turns the volume up for truthful accusations, in my opinion. I think we're seeing an actress and not a storyteller. People who write really good fiction know one thing very well. The main character needs a deep character flaw to make them likable. Nobody enjoys a perfect character. Look at every superhero movie, every Disney movie. There's flaws in every main character. And this was a case of a flawless, innocent, perfect human who's never made a mistake versus the most vile villain that ever existed. It's just bad storytelling. That's all I got. Greg?
Yeah, I would start this off by saying my wrap of this, the entire series, is this is a train wreck and a trash dump. This is a horrible, horrible story, no matter how we look at it. And it looks like a story of a brawler, in my opinion, the brawler and an insecure, druggy kind of guy, a guy who uses substance to, for whatever reason, whether it's recreation or whatever. Those two people might not match very well together. And I'm not sure which side is honest. I will say this, that she is hard to believe and she's hard to like when you're looking at her and the way she approaches things. Her emotions, her most ramped up emotions, to your point, Chase, about anger, are around when she's disrespected, when I would think I would be really angry about the violation of person, of self, all the physical violence. It just doesn't show the same. He likely also has moments where he doesn't remember things because if he's drinking that much or doing that much, we can't tell. But if any of what she said is true or half of what he said is true, maybe he does send these texts and those kind of things. Almost all he said, she said stories are going to be one side or the other, you know, a little bit in the middle. It's not going to be, none of it's going to be true. It's going to be half truths. But she swung for the fences on this story. He's either an all-out monster. I mean, the stuff she's accusing him of is not kind of he's a jerk. He's an all-out monster if she's right, or she's a liar because she swung for the fence. They both have shown signs of deception. His has mostly been around stupid things like saying stupid stuff. He's shown some certain there, something he's written or he said. That leads me to believe she's the one that's not believable. And if she swung that hard for the fence, we'll wait and see what the jury says. That's my opinion. Scott, what do you got?
I think this is a great example of seeing, like Chase was saying, seeing a story go along. The more that you watch of this trial, the more you see the separation of she's really different than this guy. She's really telling one story. He's really telling another story, as you would expect in this situation. But it sure looks like I'm getting a lot more deceptive cues from her than I did from him. So when it comes to believing, if I had to put my money on it, I don't think it'd be tough to say who showed the most cues of deception in those two. So I think it's a great example of seeing people. We're all the time talking about trial and court and those types of things. I think it's a great example of just being able to sit there and watch these things we always talk about happen right in front of you.
Objection. I knew her. She was my friend.
All right. She was my friend. She was my friend.
The one objection that I never heard during this trial that I hear during every single trial.
Yeah, that's what the man.
I'm not going to say it in the video, but it's objection calls for facts, not in evidence.
Yeah.
There
is one, and there's one that they actually do that has facts not in evidence, and part of it, Chase, I think, is because
we're missing out on this.
Let's say it. Let's bring it up. We'll talk about it. At the end of our talk here, let's bring that up and make it part of the closing.
Yeah, Chase, just throw it in, just like we were doing. Save this. This is the good stuff.
That's great.
All right. The Heard cases come to a verdict, come to an end, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. Greg, why don't you tell us about the video we're going to watch?
Yeah, we're going to watch a couple of minutes of this video from the verdict. We're not going to watch the entire 42 questions being read. It's more of the same. We'll cover what we see here and tie that back to the entire case.
Is this the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
All right. Is it unanimous?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $10 million. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $5 million. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $2 million. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $0. Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Juror number 6. Yes. Juror number 10.
Yes.
Juror number 15.
Yes.
Juror number 16.
Yes.
Juror number 22.
Yes.
Juror number 27.
Yes.
Juror number 29.
Yes.
I do find that the jury's verdict is unanimous.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, the first thing we're going to hear from everyone is these are actors. Yes, they are actors, but they still have the same biological systems you do. Fight, flight, I'll abbreviate it as fight or flight, impacts them the same way it does. When we watch her here, we're going to see some of that happening. You see her blink rate increase. You see her cast her eyes down and to the right as she is drawing an emotion. What's interesting for me here is I also, if you watch that little necklace, you'll see some breathing happening, and it's a little erratic, like she's emotional. This emotion's believable, unlike what she's done for the past 2 weeks on the stand. This is more, I've watched more of her than I ever want to remember, and more of Johnny Depp than I ever want to remember, and I like him. So what I see here is her, throughout this trial, her choices of diction, what she says, pitch, tone, and cadence were not believable. Her social response, how she dealt with the attorneys, was difficult, and she showed two faces, one to the attorney and one to the jury, as she mugged for or cheesed for the jury. We also saw some outright avoidance and resistance to the question that brings up the interrogator in me and made me want to crawl all over her. And in these places, I saw her more emotional about disrespect. Go watch the videos. I saw more disrespect emotion than injury emotion, which made it hard for me to believe. And she swung for the fence when she talked about the things he had done to her. That makes it hard to really believe her. And then when he was deceptive, his deception was mostly around things he had said or things he had written. That ties back to the disrespect thing. So when all things are said and equal, and you're looking at a he said, she said story, and somebody swung for the fence, it's a little tough when she's not believable. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, at the beginning, when they start reading the verdict, reading the damages and stuff, we see her eyes shift back and forth really quickly. She's, I think, getting a grip on what's happening. I'm not sure what's in front of her. I don't know if there's a sheet of paper, if there's something she's reading or what. But briefly, you can see her eyes go back and forth. Her breathing rate, like you were saying, Greg, it does go. It's kind of odd. At some points it speeds up, some points it slows down. And I agree that might show some true emotion because the hammer's falling on her right now, and that's going to be an emotional event for you if you're in a mess like this. The expression she has is pretty blank. A lot of people say, oh, it's a stoic expression, which I agree it is. At the same time, it's almost, I think I don't know who she's playing to at that point, but she just looks really, really, really sad, as she should. Her head goes down just for a second, and then it comes back up, I think, when she realizes she doesn't want to look like she's been defeated, and when she gets a grip on that. And then at the very end, her mouth pulls back almost into a grimace, these little parts back here. And I figured it would be when they read the part about how she gets nothing from him, how, she gets the compensatory, what is it? What is it, compensatory? How do you say that correctly? Damages, whatever it is. Yeah. is 0. Then you see her lips go back almost in a grimace, but I was expecting more of a lip purse there when they said, oh, we're going to see a lip purse, but we didn't, which would signal or indicate that she doesn't agree with what's happening or doesn't like it. But the grimace says just as much at that point. And her blink rate when at the end of these things, they start reading the money part of it, quite often she'll do a double blink. Not a whole lot of blinking going on, and her rate is fairly steady throughout. And there's a space in between. She'll do a quick flutter, and then she'll do a one blink. There's a space and a quick flutter and one blink. It's a little bit odd, but then again, that's an odd situation to be in. So I'm sure she's feeling a little bit out of place at that point. Chase, what do you got?
So let's, Greg, you brought up that necklace kind of moving. There's two places we can really breathe from. If you're watching this, you can try it out right now. We can breathe from our chest up here where you can see the chest rise and fall, or you could breathe through your abdomen, which I'm doing right now, and you can't really see that. So when we're more relaxed, we're more likely to breathe into our abdomens. And you see that throughout this trial, she's been using her abdomen to breathe, and you can see it. Finally, the stress is high enough to where she's doing chest breathing. You can see the breathing rate go up, and you see the location go upwards as well. So it's going from abdomen to chest. Another thing I think was interesting here, right when the jury's coming back into the courtroom, she adjusts her posture and starts adjusting her hair because she knows this is the jury's going to need to look at me differently, even though the verdict is done. But I think there's a camera moment. Like, this is the big moment that's going to be all over Fox and CNN and all that stuff. So that was priority one. And when we see this eye flutter, you'll see a couple of blinks there. That's kind of what the brain does when we have a lot of stuff opening up. So a bunch of apps are opening at once. So she's probably opening, what are the consequences of this? How is this going to work? What is this going to make me look like? What are the news repercussions of this? Maybe I can get a book deal out of this. All this like consequential stuff that she's thinking. And this is the brain trying to shut down those apps that are running in the background. They're competing for that person's attention or their time. And one other one there is, we don't see the emotion of a victim who has been victimized a second time in the courtroom. We see shame. We see a person who's kind of lamented and reserved into taking their licks, so to speak, as we might say in the South. But I'm not seeing if this was an innocent person who was forced into this and then lost a trial against this person, I would expect to see very, very different emotions. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so we don't consult with each other beforehand, and it's interesting that we've all got the same ideas. So I'm going to be very reiterative of what everybody's said. Just like you said there, Chase, preening beforehand. So there's a sense of needing to look right as this comes in, but I don't think she knows at this point which way it's going to go for her. I don't think it's a surprise for any of us here. But, it's interesting that the Victorian actresses during melodrama would wear a necklace of some sort, often with a jewel, so the light would catch it and the audience could watch the breathing unconsciously and join in with that and experience these big emotions of melodrama. So it's great that she has that necklace because we can read her breathing almost exactly. So just like a melodramatic audience, breathe along with her and see what you get. At the start, I get a sense of excitement, okay, which is to be expected. The breathing is, as you say, Chase, high in the chest. Okay, there's going to be some adrenaline there, I would say, and there's a sense of excitement. First call comes in of a yes, and I think there's a breathing shift. It shifts up. It starts going faster. Next verdict comes in, and there's a second shift. It goes even further than that. And in my view, if it shifted again and she went faster, she would be close to hyperventilation at that point. But why don't you test it out? Just see what it's like to breathe along with that. What happens to how stable you feel, and think, well, if it shifted another gear, how stable would I be? So as verdicts come in after that, I think we see this, in that the breathing doesn't go up, but we start to see these little palpitations in the breathing. I reckon that's panic. Try it along to her. She's starting to move towards this panicked breathing, because my guess is she's doing the calculations in her mind of now how much is this going to cost. And I think we also see these erratic flutter movements in the eyes and that head fall, because at some point she is getting closer to that kind of give up collapse situation, but she pulls herself together on that and fronts it up. So high emotions during this, panic, and the brain just trying to work out how she's going to deal with this. That's what I've got on that one. Back to you, Scott.
I've got a quick one for Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, if you don't know this, Greg spent a long time teaching resistance to interrogation and all kinds of cool spy kind of stuff. But what did you make of the attorney vigorously writing down notes as if they're never going to get a copy of this? I need to just continue writing. What do you think that was?
Well, I'm not sure she's writing what is being said. I think she may be writing something for Amber. Don't worry. Who knows what she's writing? But if you notice, Amber's eyes dart over from her right to her left at least once. I think that's what it is. The other thing to remember is if she's feeling like, now I'm in a bind. Mark, you talk about it all the time. Engage your brain, engage your brain, engage your brain. Doodle, doodle, doodle. The same thing we saw Johnny Depp doing. So I think it could be either or. Yeah, great catch. By the way, among those things, I think, Mark, that's brilliant with the breathing piece. And Chase, there was something you mentioned. Going to. Let's just leave it at that. Just keep moving instead of dragging it out.
Why not? Let's have it. What do you get?
There was something he mentioned up front that I was thinking was brilliant that you caught. Oh, the closing apps. Let me cover that. Where you talk about closing apps, that is the brain's natural response to, I need to look out for whatever the real threat is. And I think it's beautiful to call that out, that you're shutting down all these other things so that your eyes can focus on the thing. I'd love to see her pupils. They're probably going.
So we've got 5 videos on this very subject, on what we're talking about. And we go through the trial, and you can see what happens and what we're talking about step by step with Johnny's body language and with Amber's body language. And you can compare what we're saying to what the turnout was in the verdict. But at the same time, it'll be good education on how to look at things as you go through situations like that, through trials, through things at work, through arguments, and you can see what's happening with that. So anybody want to add anything else?
Yeah, I did one thing for somebody who was in court. They were really nervous. I had a sheet of paper in front of them, very similar to this situation here. And they were really nervous about what's going on. And on the sheet of paper, I just had a couple of words on there. It said, being comfortable will not put you in danger. Because that's what our brains default to. That's why our body gets ready to fight. And that's why our adrenaline pumps up. Just kind of helping to remind yourself that if you're ever feeling any kind of stress like this, just pushing your body into a comfortable position is not going to make you in more danger. But where our brains are programmed to think that way to keep us safe, doesn't work as well in the modern world.
Yeah. All right. Well, go check out our other videos and see what you think about that, and see if you can learn a little something about what we've seen so far. All right. I think this is good, fellas, and we'll see you next time.
Deal.
Cheers.